healing properties carefully and strategically placed in your joints. And the best part is, with QC Kinetics, there are no drugs, no surgery is involved, and there's no downtime. This is an all-natural option with lasting relief. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation and learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life, with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Reach them at 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Zach Gallen was dominant again in his outing last night, going 7 innings, striking out 6, and only giving up 1 earned in a 5-1 Dbacks win to even up the series against the Mets. And here's manager Torey Lovullo on Gallen's performance.
On a night, we talked about a pregame, right? A night where you're asking your starter to go out there and do the type of stuff that Zach's capable of doing. And, we watch it from the first pitch until his 101st pitch, where he was in total control.
And the D-backs will look to win the series today with Merrill Kelly on the bump and first pitch at 12 noon right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. The Phoenix Suns introduced new general manager Brian Gregory yesterday, and he's excited to get to work on the alignment of this team.
It's about building that alignment. It's about creating that identity. And it's about executing that vision. And for me, that's why I'm here, to do exactly that.
And there's some more mayhem in the NBA last night. The Indiana Pacers mounted a 20-point comeback over the Cavs, 120-119. That ended with a Tyrese Halliburton game winner. And the Golden State Warriors went to Minnesota and beat the T-Wolves 98-88 in a dogfight. Steph Curry, however, did leave the game with a hamstring strain. This report is brought to you by Presidential Pools. Presidential Pools is Arizona's #1 pool builder by volume in Arizona, and with summer around the corner, you could be swimming in 60 days or less and add major value to your home. PresidentialPools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The Power Pack Morning Zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire! It's the greatest radio show ever. Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
Oh my God, he's from Chicago. That's amazing.
Vince Marotta.
Oh, wait, who's better than Vince?
And Jerry McCarlin.
It can only be Jerry.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings. Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy. Him and Vince. Okay.
Good morning. Happy Wednesday, Valley sports fans. Wake up and get in alignment. Very important that everybody is aligned.
That is very important.
It's very important.
This week, I've had a strange back injury, so it's the first thing I do every day. Is I
get
in
aligned,
alignment.
go to a chiropractor, get aligned.
Get your spine aligned, get your tires aligned, get your teeth aligned, everything.
Yeah, that's right. Teeth can be aligned as well. It's the word of the day, isn't it?
Certainly was yesterday.
Before we get into the basketball and the Suns and Brian Gregory and our thoughts on that, did you see Sovereignty is not running in the Preakness?
Yeah,
I was going to mention it today.
Second time in 4 years, the winner of the Derby isn't running the Preakness.
Load management has hit horse racing.
It's true. And
we want to do what's best for the horse. That's what the trainers said.
That's what they're saying.
Well, the
if
difference.
You wanted to do what was best for the horse, you wouldn't run it.
You'd put the whip down.
I mean, the difference with load management there and in like basketball is that if Kawhi Leonard breaks his leg, they don't shoot him. So I can understand the difference. But should they? Maybe they should move the races further apart from each other.
Yes, thank you.
Because literally the only thing that people care about beyond the Kentucky Derby is if there's a chance at a Triple Crown.
Yes.
And once you immediately take even the possibility away, unless you're a gambling.
Yeah, that's not the only thing they care about.
Well,
I'll still have eyes on the Preakness.
Of course you will.
So unless your interest ends with a holic of some sort.
Sammy the Bull is all over the Preakness.
Sammy the Bull.
Sammy the Thumb Savoca.
Pretty soon, too, you know what's going to dominate pop culture? The Diddy trial. It's coming up. And there's a lot of nervous celebrities, Vinny,
Yeah.
including LeBron James, from what I'm reading.
Oh, he's bulletproof. You kidding me?
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Do you think it would dominate the airwaves like the OJ trial did back in the 90s?
I think it's going to be
the subject matter is too salacious.
That's it. The subject matter is just too salacious.
We missed
good
a big
word for
day
it.
yesterday, by the way. Yesterday was the 40th birthday for Chris Paul. Can you imagine? 40 years old, still going.
Wow.
Just played 82 games for the San Antonio Spurs.
Which means it's the 3-year anniversary of him turning into a pumpkin in the middle of...
Right.
I still remember Jarrett just being incredulous after he turned 37, how he went from being the best basketball player on the planet.
Because it literally happened overnight.
And he just couldn't do anything after that.
Coming into press conference, talk about how tired he was, and right. What are you counting with your? What are you doing, Jarrett?
So is it the 3-year anniversary of him?
40
or is it the 4-year
37
anniversary?
is 3, Jarrett.
37. It's 3 years since it. Yeah. It's 3 years since it happened.
Math is not our strong suit.
Yeah.
Math used to be my strong suit.
I'm so bad at math.
Until they started putting letters in there.
Listen,
the hell is that about?
I think COVID really messed you up in terms of the time-space relationship. You still are disoriented about whether that was far away, near. I think it's really messed you up, man.
Yeah, it's time to get over that.
I'm
time to get over that.
I agree with you that I am disoriented.
Or not aligned.
Or not aligned.
My brain is not aligned anymore.
All right. Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Zach Gallen was brilliant. He allowed just 1 run on 2 hits over 7 innings. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. hit a 2-run homer in the 6th inning, powering the Diamondbacks to a 5-1 win over the Mets at Chase Field. Kevin Ginkel, Shelby Miller each threw a scoreless inning of relief in the win for the D-backs. That 3-game series and the season series between these teams wraps up today. Matinee action at Chase Field. Merrill Kelly crossing his fingers, hoping not to cramp. We'll take the mound against the Mets. We're going with Kodai Senga. First pitch, 12:40. Pregame coverage starts at noon. You can hear it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Good bounce back last night for the D-backs.
Yeah, that was the Diamondbacks team that I think everybody likes and remembers and wants.
The Phoenix Suns introduced new general manager Brian Gregory at a press conference yesterday at the Verizon 5G Performance Center. Gregory spoke often about the goal of alignment throughout the organization and said most of his time right now is focused on finding the Suns' next head coach, which, of course, will be the 4th in 4 years. Gregory would not specify a timetable for the hire, however, only going as far to say the hope is the coach will be in place before the draft, which is nearly 6 weeks from now.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Luckily, there's no other team in the NBA that is looking for a head coach, so I guess there is no rush.
Yeah, I don't think David Adelman's going to get shut out of that job in Denver now.
Yeah.
But, everybody else has got their coach.
Yeah, look, a lot to get into. It's fairly alarming.
Another night.
Spoiler alert.
Another night, another unreal finish in the NBA playoffs on Tuesday. Tyrese Halliburton hit a step-back 3 with 1 second left. Indiana Pacers come all the way back from 20 points down midway through the third to beat Cleveland. 120-119. They take a 2-0 series lead in that best-of-7 Eastern Conference semifinal. Cleveland led the game for over 42 minutes despite missing Darius Garland, Evan Mobley, and DeAndre Hunter, who were all out with injuries. Donovan Mitchell, 48 points in the loss for the Cavs. That series shifts to Indianapolis for Game 3 on Friday night. In the Western Conference, the Golden State Warriors shut down the Minnesota Timberwolves 99-88 in a Game 1 win at Target Center. Warriors held the T-Wolves to just 31 points on 31.8% shooting in the first half. Then Minnesota went 0 for the first half from three-point range, 0 for 15. Buddy Hield, 24 points to lead the Warriors. They did lose Steph Curry to a hamstring injury in the first half. He is having an MRI today, considered day-to-day, but probably not going to go in Game 2 of that series tomorrow night.
Yeah, this is a short-term blow for the Golden State Warriors, mitigated by the fact that they somehow grinded out a win last night. But yeah, if you are a Warriors fan, you are on pins and needles right now.
Tonight in the NBA postseason, a couple of huge Game 2 matchups. Will a home team finally win? First, it's the Celtics trying to even things up against the Knicks at TD Garden. Tip-off at 4 o'clock on TNT. Then it's Game 2 in Oklahoma City. Thunder hosting the Denver Nuggets at Paycom Center. Denver stunned OKC Monday on Aaron Gordon's three with seconds left in that game. That game also on TNT and gets started at 6:30. Oklahoma City Executive VP and General Manager Sam Presti named the 2024-25 Executive of the Year in the NBA. Received 10 of 30 first-place votes and beat out Cleveland's Kobe Altman and Detroit's Trajan Langdon in the balloting. Surprisingly, the first time he's won that award. And a lot of different people got votes, including Monty McNair from Sacramento, who got fired.
Yeah, I was very surprised to read that, too, as long as he has been sort of at the top of the GM ranks. That's crazy.
In the NFL, Jerry Jones was talking about substantive trades going into the draft. Nothing happened. Today, something happened. Cowboys picking up wide receiver George Pickens from the Pittsburgh Steelers in exchange for draft compensation, according to Adam Schefter. 24-year-old Pickens, 59 catches for 900 yards, 3 touchdowns for the Steelers last season, and he is eligible for a contract extension as he enters the final year of his rookie deal. Oh, good. We get another contract extension storyline to follow in Dallas now.
Oh, boy.
Mercury dropped their WNBA preseason opener 85-84 to the Las Vegas Aces at Michelob Ultra Arena. Satu Sabali had 14 points in the Merc. They will host the Golden State Valkyries in their next preseason game Sunday at PHX Arena.
That's the new franchise.
That is. Phoenix Raceway will not be the home of the NASCAR Championship weekend following the 2025 season. NASCAR announced Tuesday that Homestead Miami Speedway in Florida will once again host the event starting in 2026. Phoenix Raceway in Avondale has hosted the championship weekend the last 5 years, and this will again this year over Halloween weekend. Big 12 Conference has agreed to a contract extension for Commissioner Brett Yormark, according to The Athletic. Runs through 2030 and extends the original 5-year deal he got when he got the job in 2022. And as we mentioned, the world of horse racing will not have a Triple Crown winner. Sovereignty, the winner of last weekend's Kentucky Derby, tapping out of the Preakness. Prior engagement.
Yeah, I love it. Load management has come to horse racing.
That's happening on May 17th. 7th straight year without a Triple Crown winner since Justify, trained by Bob Baffert, won all 3 races back in 2018. There you go. There is your splash for Wednesday, May 7th. Coming up next, we got to meet Brian Gregory yesterday. Did he tell Suns fans what they needed to hear? What was that spoiler alert, Beck?
Fairly alarming.
That's next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks Mets.
3-2 on the way. And a fly ball to center. This should do it. In comes Thomas. Out goes Perdomo. It's Thomas who makes the catch, and the D-backs secure the victory by a final score of 5-1. The offense did what it needed to do, but this was a performance that was driven by right-hander Zach Gallen. He was just magnificent tonight for the Diamondbacks.
The D-backs host the Mets today at Chase Field for the series finale. Coverage starts at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here at New Life Dental Implant Center, doing a lot more than giving people new dental implants and new smiles. They are giving people their dignity and their happiness back. It's because they're offering amazing quality, great conveniences, and unbeatable pricing, the lowest you are going to find anywhere. The amazing quality comes from the fact that everything is now 100% digital, which means there's no guesswork, no human error. It means your implants are going to turn out perfect. Your new smile is going to look tremendous. Great convenience comes from the fact that everything at New Life Dental Implant Center done under one roof. They've got their in-house laboratory, all the lab work, the surgery, the follow-ups. It's all happening in one place. Unbeatable prices. This is truly what they're vibing on. They are the lowest you will find anywhere, currently offering all on 4 arches for $9,900 per arch. If you've been in the market, you know that is a tremendous price. It comes with no hidden costs, 0% financing. They want dental implants to be available to everybody who needs them. That is what they vibe on at New Smile, Arizona. Call 602-855-0000 or online at newsmilearizona.com.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our Energy Support Program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Slim down this summer and rock that swimsuit with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get started today, and our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Red Mountain is the trusted leader in medical weight loss, helping over 1 million patients lose weight fast. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Lose weight and look great, just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Northern Arizona University offers affordable, accessible education, guided by dedicated faculty in a welcoming, thriving community. Make your mark. That's NAU. Learn more and apply today at nau.edu/join.
Hey, it's Wolf. Did Brian Gregory's introductory press conference as Suns general manager change our opinion about the hire? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
I'd like to thank, obviously, our owner, Matt Ishbia, for this tremendous opportunity. I understand that Matt has trusted me with the responsibility of building alignment within this organization and also with the opportunity to shape our identity as we continue to move forward. It's a responsibility that I take very seriously, but it's one that also really puts me in a position where I'm excited about the next step.
The password is alignment.
Yeah. 26 times that word was uttered by Brian Gregory yesterday. Alignment.
Yeah.
Alignment. It's the new buzzword of the Phoenix Suns, ladies and gentlemen.
Got to credit our guy Nick King, who tweeted that out yesterday.
Well,
aligned, identity was used a lot too. I don't know if anybody counted identity.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of what we heard yesterday, and look, anything shock you? We kind of previewed.
No.
What do you need to hear? I said, we're not going to hear anything.
No.
We didn't really hear anything that was all that promising, quite honestly.
No.
But doesn't all of this buzzword talk about alignment and identity sound like an expansion team?
Very much so. Listen, here's a couple of takeaways that I have right out of the gate. The one thing that I was hoping for, is that Brian Gregory, when he introduced himself to the world, and keep in mind, as Kellen Olson pointed out, there might have been 100 people even aware that Brian Gregory was within the Suns organization working.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so out of left field, this is in the parking lot behind left field.
Mm-hmm.
Is where this came from. So what I wanted was Brian Gregory to present a vision that was his and his alone. He did not do that. In fact, he leaned into just the opposite, that he is there to execute Matt Ishbia's vision. So Matt Ishbia is the de facto general manager of this basketball team, and that is just the way it is. I am not a fan of this. I think this is built to fail. I don't think we've hit rock bottom yet until the owner realizes this is not how you can run a basketball team. That being said, Brian Gregory yesterday, as I told you, came off as the kind of basketball lifer you see in gyms all over America, right? Been in the game for decades upon decades upon decades.
A college teammate of David Robinson, for goodness sake.
Right, and as I discovered afterwards, he and I are kind of homies. We were in the same place. In the mid-'80s, I was a rookie reporter for the Daily Herald in Arlington Heights. He lived in nearby Mount Prospect, where he was the Daily Herald Player of the Year. I didn't even know that because it happened a couple years before I got a job at that paper. And so I want to like Brian Gregory. I think he's got some natural charisma and leadership to him that you would expect from a guy that's been at a few a few college programs, right? To run a college program, you've got to have some personality.
Absolutely.
Okay, so he's got that. So he's got some stuff that I want him to succeed, but I give him credit for being so honest about what the deal is here with the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about the alignment with Matt Ishbia. You made the statement Matt Ishbia is the de facto general manager of this team. Here was some from Brian Gregory himself.
Matt and I are a team. We are completely aligned. As the general manager, my job and my responsibility is to oversee the day-to-day operations of us basketball-wise. I report to Matt Ishbia. Matt is an owner that is involved, and I like that. But he has also empowered me to build this team and to build the identity and to build the the alignment that is so important.
Yeah, I mean, there was so much talk about and leaning back on the alignment thing. And honestly speaking, being at the press conference yesterday, I was impressed with Brian Gregory's poise and what he said in his opening statement. And then questions happened and everything went back to that whole thought of alignment. And it got tiresome to hear, quite honestly.
Oh, of course it did.
Bullet points and buzzwords.
Bullet points and buzzwords.
And you said nothing shocking came of it. I was shocked that they so readily admitted the tag team of him and Ishbia, that Ishbia was so involved. I
not
thought
done
he was,
yet. There's a head coach to be hired here.
I thought he was going to sort of use this press conference to show that he's his own man and that he has more power than you think he does.
And we had even wondered, was anybody else going to speak? Nope.
No.
There was nobody that introduced Brian Gregory.
No.
He took the podium by himself and just held court.
Yeah.
And then what he said about the alignment and the partnership was certainly the big bullet point.
So what worries me is that, and it's worried me from the day that Mike Budenholzer got fired, and we've had many discussions about this, about the incredible disappointment in Mike Budenholzer's job performance and what it meant to the outcome of this past basketball season. You know, I was a little itchy about scapegoating the head coach. What worries me is they believe that they can shuffle the chairs internally, apply a few buzzwords to this thing, and magically it's going to get fixed.
Yeah.
And that we all know that's not how it works in sports.
Well, and there was a lot of talk about finding guys, our kind of guys, tough. We want tough people, not just on the team. We want tough people in this organization. Yeah, that's all well and good. I think every organization wants that. But you've also painted yourself in such a corner that you just can't go to the grocery store and freely shop for the ingredients you want to cook dinner with.
No, you can't. No, you're absolutely.
You're on the bargain bin. You're going through day old bread here.
No, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. And so, like you said, this is performative in nature. These are just words. What matters is the action and what is to come. And so, where he's not lying is they better bring in a head coach that inspires. They better bring in a head coach who's got some real juice to him. That makes this market go, okay, I believe in that. Because I can guarantee you, as well-intentioned and as solid of a dude as Brian Gregory is, there are very few people in this market that believe in this flow chart right now and where this thing is going.
The flow chart then goes down another level. How much power will the head coach have?
But again, I'm getting out of the power realm now and getting into a guy that needs to create a culture here, because all we're getting from the top is buzzwords. We're going to need a guy that's really going to be able to bring that kind of oomph to it. While you were gone, Kellen and I kind of joked around the idea of trying to hire Chris Paul as a head coach.
I had brought that up half tongue-in-cheek after the regular season had ended.
So if they can go and nail this hard, but I'm afraid it's going to be more of Sparty you. That's my fear. But this is what Brian Gregory has to do. He has got to bring in a coach that has got a lot of juice and a lot of energy and a lot of believability. And it's good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck finding that
The
cat.
Suns need to find their Kenny Dillingham.
Great call. Great call.
What's Kenny doing?
Can he coach basketball? That's a great call. That's exactly what the Phoenix Suns need.
Look, and you hit on something that's important, too. Brian Gregory talked to him, 2 minutes afterwards?
Mm-hmm.
Seems like a very personable guy.
Mm-hmm.
Answered questions to the best of his ability yesterday. We're all rooting for this to work.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's rooting against this.
No.
It's just, we went into it yesterday. Is it important to win the press conference? Some people say no. Well, it certainly wasn't a win. It wasn't a loss. It's what it was. It just didn't inspire very much optimism or confidence moving forward.
It's just more of the same is what it is.
Yes.
It's somebody getting up and saying a lot of buzzwords that, okay, going forward, we are going to be in alignment. And again, it was said so many times yesterday, and it was said so many times by Matt Ishbia that you wonder how do you tie alignment to a 46-loss season when you have Devin Booker and Kevin Durant. Again, my fear is they are also disappointed in Mike Budenholzer, and they are also afraid to look at what the real issue is, roster construction, in the face, big bad mistakes, over-aggressive mistakes. They're scapegoating the coach to the point where they think, let's slap some fancy words on this, move some guys around, try it a different way. One of the most alarming things, we'll get back into this later, is when I think Kellen asked Brian Gregory about the futures of Bradley Beal and Kevin Durant. And while it was interesting that he relayed an anecdote that he had just had dinner with Bradley Beal and that he got a hug from KD in the Performance Center after the news broke, the fact that KD was still even working out there is interesting to me. Where was I going with this?
Alarming.
Alarming alignment.
Yeah, no. That. The fact that he said, I think I really like our roster. I think our roster is really not as bad as everyone thinks it is. And I turned to Vinny and I said, are they thinking of keeping this freaking team together?
Except you didn't say freaking.
I didn't.
We'll have a lot more on the Brian Gregory press conference coming up today. Coming up next, last night the Milkman gave the D-backs a much-needed dose of vitamin Z as well as a W. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns' new general manager, Brian Gregory.
My main focus right now is hiring the next head coach of the Phoenix Sun and hiring a great one. I'm not going to give a timetable because I want to make sure that we get this right. Finding that head coach that is aligned. Finding that head coach that has the attributes that are important to us.
We talk about a new horizon for the Suns today on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
What's it like to study at Northern Arizona University? Good question. The smell of pine trees and crunch of fresh snow? That's NAU, all right. An affordable, quality education guided by seriously dedicated faculty? That's NAU, too. An inspiring, welcoming community that turns goals into impact? That's definitely NAU. When you get your degree as a lumberjack, your passion becomes action, and that's NAU. Learn more and apply today at nau.edu/join.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See with the full details and disclaimers.
Hang on a minute. I got to break in here and tell everyone about the Memorial Preview Sale going on now at Brooklyn Betting. That's right, now through May 14th. Everything in store and online is 25% off. Everything is 25% off at Brooklyn Betting. Brooklyn Betting has 12 basin locations and absolutely no pushy salespeople. Tell them Wolf sent you and they will hook you up. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the Memorial Preview Sale at Brooklyn Betting.
Have you ever felt stuck, confused, dealt with unanswered calls and hidden fees? This is what it can feel like when you work with the wrong mortgage company. At Lund Mortgage, we pride ourselves on our trusted reputation and personalized service. Whether you're looking to purchase a home or consolidate debt, we are committed to your success. With over 25 years of experience, when others say no, we are always here to help. Go to lundmortgage.com to get started with a team that's built a reputation you can count on. That's lundmortgage.com.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC 186-438-CR42.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Zach Gallen was dominant again last night, going seven innings, striking out 6, and only giving up 1 earned in a 5-1 Dbacks win to even up the series against the Mets. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. added 3 hits, a home run, and 2 RBIs as well, and they'll look to win the series today with Merrill Kelly on the bump and first pitch at 12 noon right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. The Phoenix Suns introduced new general manager Brian Gregory yesterday, and he talked about his excitement to get to work on the alignment of this team.
It's about building that alignment. It's about creating that identity, and it's about executing that vision. And for me, that's why I'm here, to do exactly that.
And there was some more mayhem in the NBA last night. The Pacers mounted a 20-point comeback over the Cavs, 120-119. That ended with a Tyrese Halliburton game winner with 1.1 seconds left. And the Golden State Warriors went to Minnesota and beat the T-Wolves 99-88 in a dogfight. Steph Curry did leave the game with a hamstring strain, though. More NBA tonight. Knicks Celtics Game 2, and the Thunder and Nuggets are also in action in their Game 2 as well. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602 Blue Sky. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
baby, is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Dbacks Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Diamondbacks looking to bounce back from Monday's loss to the Mets with Zach Gallen on the mound in Game 2 of a 3-game series at Chase Field. Lefty David Peterson getting the nod for New York. Both pitchers posted scoreless first and second innings. The Mets would strike first in the third. Gallen allowed a one-out single to Francisco Alvarez, then got Tyrone Taylor to ground into a fielder's choice. That pushed Alvarez up 90 feet to second. Then he walked Francisco Lindor. Then he walked Juan Soto. With 2 outs, Pete Alonso stepped in.
Another 3-2 pitch is on the way. Up and in, ball 4. Third consecutive walk issued by Gallen, and it will gift the Mets their first run of the ball game.
Yeah, Alonso gets the RBI after drawing the 7-pitch walk. 1-0. Chris Garagiola on the call there. Gallen left the bases loaded. However, he struck out Starling Marte to end the third. D-backs would get the offense cranked up a little in the bottom of the fourth. Randall Grichuk led off with a double to left. He would move to third on a pass ball by Alvarez. Gino Suarez then drew a walk. Runners on the corners for Josh Naylor.
Naylor awaits the 2-1 pitch. Swung on high, chopper right side. It is gloved by McNeil. Goes to second. There's one. No throw to first. Grichuk scores. RBI fielder's choice, and we are tied at 1.
Yeah, look at that. The rare pitch that didn't hit Josh Naylor, and it turned into a run for the Diamondbacks on the fielder's choice. 1-1. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. then followed with a double, sending Naylor to third. That created an opportunity for Geraldo Perdomo.
Lefty ready. He throws. Hard hit ground ball up the middle. Picked up by Lindor. Spins, throws to first. It's in time. Perdomo is out. Naylor comes home. And the D-backs take a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, another RBI ground out. First lead of the game for the D-backs at 2-1. Gallen settled in nicely after that rough 30 pitch scoreless baseball in the 4th, 5th, and 6th. He'd get more wiggle room in the bottom of the 6th. Naylor worked a leadoff walk, and that brought up Gurriel.
And now the pitch from Peterson. Swung on that, is hit well out to left field. Nimmo back, turns and watches. Home run, Gurriel.
Fastball right down the chute, and Gurriel turned it around. Oh, that was a nice swing.
Yeah, 4-1 at that point. Gurriel's second home run in his last 4 games. He's starting to heat up a little bit.
Yeah, you can see it coming.
Yep, Gallen still rolling, by the way. He started the 7th by getting Brandon Nimmo to fly out to center. The 11th straight Mets hitter he retired. The next hitter, Mark Vientos, broke that string by singling to center, but it was no issue as Gallen faced Jeff McNeil.
3-1. Fastball grounded to second, should be 2. Cattell to Perdomo, there's 1. On to first, double play. 4-6-3, inning-ending double play, and for Gallen, 7 innings of 2-hit, 1-run ball.
Yeah, the double play to get out of the 7th ended the brilliant night for Gallen. D-backs would add another run on a Naylor sac fly that scored Corbin Carroll in the bottom of the 7th to make it 5-1. Kevin Ginkel pitched a scoreless 8th, aided by another double play. Shelby Miller came in for the 9th. Runners on second and third, 2 outs, leading by 4, and Miller facing Vientos.
3-2 on the way. And a fly ball to center. This should do it. In comes Thomas. Out goes Perdomo. It's Thomas who makes the catch, and the D-backs secure the victory by a final score of 5-1. The offense did what it needed to do, but this was a performance that was driven by right-hander Zach Gallen. He was just magnificent tonight for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, Zach Gallen was the story of the game for the Diamondbacks, according to Torey Lovello.
On a night, we talked about a pregame, right? You know, a night where you're asking your starter to go out there and do the type of stuff that Zach's capable of doing. And, you know, we watch it from the first pitch until his 101st pitch, where he was in total control. I think, you know, there was one inning, a little extended inning, but he got right back into it and gave us 7 remarkable innings. And, you know, you're looking for 21 outs from your starters all the time. They've been pitching into the 6th inning, but I think this is the first outing where we've pitched this deep into a ball game with our starters, and it's set up really nice for the 2 back end guys. So it's back-to-back starts against the same team, which could be a challenge. You know, you're always curious about workloads. Zach's been throwing over 100 pitches a couple times now, but he was unfazed by it, and he just went out there and did a great job of just zoning in, making pitches, and getting big outs.
Zach Gallen, Vic, this year has made 8 starts. 3 of those starts have come against the New York teams. 1 at Yankee Stadium, 1 at Citi Field against the Mets, 1 here against the Mets. In those 3 starts, 3-0, 0.92 ERA. Against everybody else, he's 0-4 with a 7.01 ERA.
Which will be coming real handy when we play the Mets for the pennant and the Yankees in the World Series.
Unfortunately, there's no more games against New York teams the rest of the season.
If you ever wanted a snapshot of why this baseball team has kind of been up and down, struggling, it's the fact that we're how many games now into the season?
36.
36, and yesterday was the first time one starter from the celebrated rotation got to the 7th inning. First time all year.
Got 2 or through?
Through. 7. It recorded 7 innings pitched.
And you heard Torey Lovello on that soundbite say you're looking for 21 outs from your starter.
Yep.
Doesn't happen very often.
No, and if this is going to be the foundation of the entire season, let's hope this is the beginning of a new trend, because Zach Gallen's doing his part. He's been really good the last couple of times. Yeah. And like you said, he's been great against the New York teams.
Yep, here was Gallen talking about the importance of getting his job done for his teammates.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, with Burns kind of skipping a start, and having to use Nelly and call some guys up, and kind of use the bullpen a good bit the last few games. Just try to come in, give him as much length as possible. Hopefully, be able to reset. Just kind of let Torey do his thing with resetting the bullpen, but that's. My job's kind of go out there and give him as many innings as possible anyway. So for me, I'm not really trying to change course, depending on what happens in the game prior.
Yeah, the real promising part was walking 3 consecutive batters to force in that run. You're like, oh no, here comes the issues Zach Gallen has had all season long, getting high pitch counts, and then once he got out of that inning, it was a complete reset, which we haven't seen for the most part. It was a really, really good start for him. They needed that in the worst way.
They did. They needed a nice, clean game like that, and it's. I think that one checks the box. That's a good effort from the Diamondbacks. It comes at a time when they're just trying to kind of stay above water against this good competition that they're playing. I was encouraged by last night.
Yeah, and we kind of joked about it, but we've talked so much about the importance of every game and how the Diamondbacks learned that lesson last year when they were reduced to watching a doubleheader that was pseudo baseball, basically hoping that something weird would happen to get in. This is for the tiebreaker against the Mets. It was one of those teams that was involved in that 3-way race for that last spot. So this would be an important win to get that tiebreaker in their back pocket moving forward.
But as part of typical of the Zach Gallen experience, there's like the moment in the game where everything just goes haywire. He walked 3 straight batters in the 3rd inning. He actually walked in a run. And at that point in time, I'm like, oh no, what's happening here? Yep. And then he just got right back on the proverbial horse.
It was like Billy Chappell for Love of the Game. He cleared the mechanism at that point.
Yeah.
Did you like that movie? Kevin Costner
as a pitcher.
Yeah. I actually did not mind that movie. I liked the theme, the way they went from the game in progress and to just
the whole history of the relationship.
Exactly, the fate of an aging pitcher looking for that one last moment. Yeah, that was cool. I actually didn't mind that.
And John C. Reilly as catcher, Gus Sinski.
Wow. Wow.
Oh, my useless
Vinny Joe Flex.
Useless info cup is overflowing this morning. Series finale today, 12:40, first pitch, 12 o'clock pregame here on Arizona Sports. Is the number 1 seed in the East about to be taken down by injuries and a ghost of Suns draft past? We'll get into that next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Dbacks Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Am I concerned specifically about Corbin Burns? I'm not super overly freaking out about that. It's something else, right? It's another thing. Even if it ends up hopefully just being a little thing, thing, and the D-backs have some things that aren't little things that are adding up right now, too. So, no, they don't need this right now.
Inflammation in the shoulder. I did not like that either.
No, I didn't
The
love
inflammation. You know, honestly, if you want to tell me soreness, okay. But the inflammation part of it right there, we don't need that. All right, that's too much detail right there. Can you just tell us his shoulder's a little sore?
It's a little off.
You know, he's a little sore right there.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics. Not that long ago, guys like Peyton Manning, the late great Kobe Bryant, many others, they'd all go to Europe during their off seasons for the wonders of non-surgical regeneration because those treatments were not available in America. Well, guess what? They're here now. They're in our backyard. You can find them at QC Kinetics, who are the leaders in this exciting new field that can help you avoid surgery like they did with me and my torn meniscus, or dramatically help you if you're dealing with joint pain. In fact, QC Kinetics is helping people all over America get real lasting pain relief by using highly concentrated healing properties from your own body, biologic growth factors that target, restore, and repair damaged joint tissue. And the patient satisfaction reports are amazing. 50,000 satisfied patients, including Emmett Smith, who raves about what QC Kinetics did for him in his joint pain. So if you're dealing with pain due to injury or arthritis, get a free consultation. Go find out about this remarkable option and what it can do for you. You can find QC Kinetics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
The Bobcat National Sales Event is happening now at Bingham Equipment. Buy a Bobcat compact track loader with industry-leading travel speeds or a compact excavator with fast cycle times and get financing as low as 0% for 60 months. Or choose cash rebates or low lease payments on select models. Visit one of 12 Bingham Equipment locations today for these limited-time offers during the Bobcat National Sales Event. Some restrictions apply. Length of contract and rate may vary. Offer ends June 30th, 2025.
May 5th through the 11th, get close to the future legends in women's golf. The Carlisle Arizona Women's Golf Classic returns to TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Brought to you by Carlisle Companies. The biggest purse on the Epson Tour means the best in women's golf will be here. May 5th through the 11th at TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Go to CarlisleLPGA.com for tickets. Be there for the best.
At Shane Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Shane Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores, so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
You can save big on 6-packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Dr. Pepper. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on. Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Misses. Halliburton the rebound. 9 seconds. They do have a timeout. Carlisle's going to let him play. Halliburton steps back and hits. Tyrese Halliburton trying to take Cleveland's heart. And it is over.
Oh, man. More madness in the NBA playoffs. The Pacers down 20. You can't kill the Indiana Pacers, apparently. They're like the horror movie villain that you think they're dead, you walk away, and they sit up and the whole theater gasps.
Okay, listen, I thought it was nuts when the Pacers came from 7 down with 40 seconds left against the Bucks in Game 5.
It was nuts.
That blew my mind. It blew my mind watching Oklahoma City cough up that game the other night. Nothing prepared me for the ending of that game.
No.
Cleveland, without 3 key players and 2 starters, doing everything they need to do to get a must-win home game under their belts, up by 7 with about 47 seconds left, and Tyrese Halliburton just came and stole it from them. And how many games now, playoff games, have like turned on failures to block out and get a simple rebound?
No, we talked about it during the season, the blockout numbers, how they've dwindled to almost nothing in the NBA because nobody does it anymore.
Nobody blocks out anymore.
Even in key endgame situations. That was remarkable. And people will say, oh, the clutch gene doesn't exist. Bull crap.
Right.
It exists big time, and it
Big
exists
time.
big time in Tyrese Halliburton. His response to the Cleveland fans chanting overrated.
That one was unexpected. I didn't know we had beef, but yeah, I guess good for them, man. That came out of nowhere, but it's just, I think now that label's there, that's what it's going to be every time we play somebody. Every time on the road, he'll probably follow me until the next poll comes out, and then we'll see if I'm number 1 again. But, for me, I just control what I can, man. And, overrate that.
I'm telling you, if you're a Pacers fan, you are thanking the heavens for that anonymous player poll that had him as the most underrated player in the NBA.
I'm glad you went right there because
Overrated
there's so much.
Overrated, that's what I meant.
So
Overrated.
much made about it, and obviously he was asked about it. It was fuel last night for the Cleveland fans. It turned out to be
overrated,
blow up in their face. That was a poll conducted, and the results of that came right from NBA players. It's not the media saying it. It's not fans saying it. It's not coaches saying it. That came from a panel of anonymous players.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of people in the league, apparently, who think he gets way too much love.
And
he was part of the Olympic team. He barely played.
Right, I wonder if that has
part
anything
of
to do with it.
Yeah,
if there was
of
any
course.
resentment there that he made that team and then didn't play at all, and other people who maybe didn't make the team thought they were
like
worth
Jaylen
it.
Brown?
Because, well, because the other player who didn't play on that roster was Jason Tatum, but he had a championship to lean back on. And there's people who think Jason Tatum's overrated to a degree.
Well, and I've actually heard that John Halliburton, who got up in Giannis's grill, apparently he's well known and not liked at all by a lot of players in the league. He's
Really?
one of those dads. And so I don't know if Tyrese is feeling some of that as well, but unbelievable. But you're exactly right about the clutch gene. When you watch Tyrese Halliburton in these endgame situations, the missing a free throw and then getting your own miss and then walking the ball back beyond the 3-point line.
Yeah.
Chutzpah.
No timeout.
Chutzpah.
Play it out.
Cojones.
Step back. Water. Like, oh my God.
Onions.
Well, yeah, onions, and then you saw his gesture afterwards?
Fantastic.
Stole that right from Major League, too.
I was going to say,
Let it hang,
exactly what I thought. I never saw that before Major League 2. And
Neither
now
did
it's,
Yeah.
By the way, he hit that over Ty Jerome. Mm-hmm. Ty Jerome had a nightmare of an evening. 1 for 14 from the floor.
Oof.
In a starting role because they were so injured. And then, I mean, it wasn't the most aggressive closeout defensively.
No.
He got shook. He didn't get shook like Asar Thompson did by Jalen Brunson. In the Pistons-Knicks series, but he got shook pretty good.
Yeah.
And I
terrible defense.
I don't I don't really have any affection for the Cleveland Cavaliers, but I feel bad for them today.
How can you not?
Donovan Mitchell played his butt off. 48 points.
48
they're playing without
points.
2 All-Stars, and they're up 20. And I was thinking the whole time, was like, wow, what a response. They're responding to their head coach. You know, we were wondering how the game was going to be officiated. And Indiana just does not die. It's one of those teams, man.
Okay, so
listen to this stat, Bick.
Yeah, go ahead.
I found this. I don't even know who this guy is, but Carson Breber. Tyrese Halliburton is 10 for 11 on shots to tie or take the lead in the last 2 minutes this year.
Wow.
10 for 11 to tie or take the lead in the last 2 minutes.
Holy smokes.
Does he haunt you as a Suns fan
listen,
like
yes.
Luka does?
It's different. I for one, it's the thing about James Jones that I cannot and will not ever understand. Because Vinny and I remember we were sitting doing a draft show together, and the Suns were on the clock, and Tyrese Halliburton had not been selected yet, and Vinny and I were like, "Wow, we can't believe our great fortune. We've got the successor to Chris Paul sitting right there. This is a slam dunk." And James Jones went with sticks, Jalen Smith. I was told, and this makes me hate the Lakers even more, that the Lakers had just won a championship in the bubble, and James Jones was worried the Suns needed to add some size to deal with the NBA champion Lakers. Yeah.
They had Anthony Davis at that time. To answer your question, Jarrett, no, because the Pacers are not the team that drafted him either. And
That's true.
And I was certainly beating the drum for Tyrese Halliburton in that draft.
It just seems so obvious.
Because everybody was talking about his floor leadership and all of those things that he did at Iowa State. But, I mean, they even passed Devin Vassell, went the pick after Jalen Smith. He's turned out to be a pretty good NBA
very good
player.
And they reached for Jalen Smith.
Oh, yeah.
Is the other part of that.
Yeah.
Aaron Nesmith went 4 picks behind him. He's part of that Pacers team now.
Right. So here's one last stat about the Pacers from last night. Since 1998, teams that are losing by at least 7 points in the final minute of the fourth quarter or overtime, okay, 7 or more point deficit, they are 3 and 1,640.
Yes. And 2 of those wins belong to this year's Indiana Pacers.
How about it? How about it? It's crazy stat.
That is an unreal stat. These playoffs have been unreal.
They've been drunk. That's what they've been.
Go home, playoffs.
Yeah.
You're drunk.
Get an Uber, playoffs.
Coming up next, Brian Gregory's introductory press conference was full of buzzwords and bullet points, but not a lot of direction. We'll review more next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Are you dealing with a back issue and don't know what to do or who to call? Greg Schulte here, and I've got your answer. Call Desert Institute for Spine Care, a.k.a. DISC. DISC surgeons treat a variety of different spine conditions, such as herniated disc, sciatica, spinal stenosis, and degenerative disc disease. DISC is known for its minimally invasive surgical solutions, believing that using at least invasive yet most effective treatments is the best way for their patients to restore, revitalize, and rejuvenate their active lifestyles. And DISC is so good at taking extra time with patients to help understand their pain and how it's affecting their everyday life. Several years ago, DISC took care of my herniated disc issue, and I've been pain-free ever since. I trusted them, and I hope you'll place your trust in the DISC surgeons to help you get through your back issue. Text SPINE to 620-620 or visit sciatica.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. If you're having plumbing problems, we've got you covered. My plumbing technicians are the best in the business. That's why we've been voted Arizona's #1 ranked company for more than a decade. Whether you've got clogged drains, drippy faucets, need a new water heater, or even a full house repipe, Precision does it all. So make the Precision decision today and call us at 602-765-PIPE.
Precision decision with Precision Air.
Hey, how about another reason to want a Ford Bronco? Yep, Paul Calvese here for our Arizona Ford dealers. It is Bronco Wild Fun Days in Flagstaff at Overland Expo West, Fort Tuttle County Park, May 16th through the 18th, brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers. They'll be sponsoring the Kids Adventure Area, featuring Bronco Base Camp, action-packed fun with activities, games, and a chance to win a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend Ding. Make it a double ding, because we've talked about how committed they are to the preservation of the environment and what they call treading lightly, that they've created the Bronco Wild Fund, a chance to make a positive impact on Mother Nature, and, by the way, celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Ford Bronco. The Bronco Wild Fund is supporting 60 community cleanups in 2025 to help leave no trace. Get more info at Bronco Base Camp. Again, all the adventure starts with Bronco Wild Fun Days, Overland Expo West in Flagstaff, May 16th through the 18th, and it's brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers.
Join Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers and Michelob Ultra in support of the Dine and Donate promotion during Brain Tumor Awareness Month. For the entire month of May, just visit any of the 18 Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. Purchase a special menu item like their signature burger, or enjoy the super light beer Michelob Ultra. And $1 will go to the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer. You dine, they donate. Now through May 31st. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Zach Gallen was dominant again last night in his outing, going 7 innings, striking out 6, and only giving up 1 earned run in the 5-1 Dbacks win to even up the series against the Mets last night. Lourdes Gurriel went 3 for 4 with a home run and 2 RBIs as well. And the Dbacks look to win the series today with Merrill Kelly on the bump, and first pitch is at 12:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. The new Phoenix Suns general manager Brian Gregory was introduced to the media yesterday, and he's excited to work on the alignment of this team.
It's about building that alignment. It's about creating that identity, and it's about executing that vision. And for me, that's why I'm here, to do exactly that.
There was some more craziness in the NBA last night. The Pacers overcame a 20-point deficit that ended in a Tyrese Halliburton game winner, and they won 120-119. And the Golden State Warriors went to Minnesota and beat the T-Wolves 99-88 in a dogfight. Steph Curry did leave the game with a hamstring strain. And more NBA tonight, 2 Game 2s, the Knicks and Celtics, and Thunder and Nuggets. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us online at wasteconnections.com/Arizona.
What we just tried and did over the last 2.5 years has not been as successful as we hoped.
Arizona Sports. Suns. A new horizon.
We got to do stuff different and change to be better.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
I'm never going to shy away from the fact that one of the reasons I'm sitting up here is because of my relationship with Matt Ishbia. But that relationship is founded on that alignment. Shared values, shared work ethic. We've been through a lot together, you know, and he trusts me and I trust him. And he has empowered me with this responsibility of executing the vision that we've put forth. We share the same vision of what our team needs to look like and how we need to play and how that can lead to successful teams.
Brian Gregory, general manager of the Phoenix Suns, introductory press conference yesterday at the Verizon 5G Performance Center. And look, we've hit on a lot of the notes, and we're going to continue to hit on a lot of the notes because they were hit on a lot yesterday by Brian Gregory himself, talking about alignment, vision,
identity,
direction of the team. Everybody wants to go, alignment leads to direction, but what is the direction of this team? That's where we don't have the answers. And fair to Brian to be fair to Brian Gregory and the Suns right now, there's a lot of question marks and there's a lot of plates spinning right now. Yeah. He talked about spending 20 hours of 24-hour day worrying about finding the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns, and that's where all of his attention is right now on this job. But once that is one check mark on a very long to-do list for Brian, whoever was going to be in that job. Right. There is so much work to do, but I think fans, generally speaking, Bick, walked away from listening to that or watching of that particular press conference saying, I still don't know really anything about the direction of this team.
Yes, no, I totally agree with that, and I give Brian Gregory a credit for stepping into the breach like that in a very hard situation full of very, very skeptical people and media, and at least getting through the press conference fairly unscathed. But at the same time, if you were going to zoom out past the Brian Gregory component of this, I think you'd be very concerned about the immediate future of the Phoenix Suns. Because as I said earlier, there's just this prevailing belief that all we have to do is change the coach again, move around the chairs a little bit, slap a new buzzword on it, recreate what we had at Michigan State, and we're going to be just fine. We're going to win championships. And I think Suns fans are really kind of rolling their eyes at this. Look, what they share, what Brian Gregory and Matt Ishbia shared together at Michigan State, I'm sure was very, very special. Matt Ishbia is a walk-on on a team that won an NCAA championship. Brian Gregory as a guy that's now coaching alongside the legendary Tom Izzo, and they're creating that great vibe. It's you just can't say, though, in the NBA, this is how we're going to play. We're going to be team grit, right? It's just not how it works. What you need to do is you need to build coherent basketball teams full of different elements and different types of players. And then you got to hope that the magic and the selflessness comes from within. You just can't dictate these things. But, I mean, where do you go to put a basketball player through a screening process to make sure you're hitting all your boxes?
What's the grit test?
What's the grit test? So these are all just big, buzzy words that are coming from an organization that shared our deep disappointment with a basketball team that had no joy, that didn't seem to care half the time, that rarely got after it, and wildly underperformed.
Yeah. On the buzziest of the buzzwords, alignment. They kept saying alignment. Does that mean anything more than people that completely agree with Matt Ishbia?
No.
We're
that's
all
exactly
aligned with Matt Ishbia.
That's what it feels like to me. It almost feels like, you remember the movie Stripes, of course, right? John Larroquette's character, Captain Stillman. He was the doofus, super incompetent military leader who just leads his team his troops into a terrible situation. And at the end, when they get in that terrible situation, he loses his mind. He's, because of you people, you're incapable of taking orders. That's what it sounds like to me. You people were incapable of taking orders. So I'm going to streamline and align the organization where my orders now go right into the veins.
So, I mean, I could be really, really pessimistic and say there was perfect alignment last year with the Suns. Nobody seemed to care. The question did come up to Brian Gregory about are you talking about all these things that you want this organization to be? Is there an organization that you want to model things after?
Well, I mean, I would never shy away from my particular background at Michigan State and so forth. You know, sometimes you hear, well, that's an NBA thing or that's a college thing. There's also a right thing and a right way to play. And when we talk about that identity, and we talk about the toughness that you have to play with, the unselfishness that you have to play with, the grit that you have to play with, the ability to keep working through things even when they get tough. And why do you do it? Because you love it. You actually love it. When we talk about the grind, just relentless work ethic on a daily basis. We talk about urgency. We're a get it done today kind of team. That's what we need to be. We're going to get it done today. We're not going to wait to be the best version of ourselves. We're going to do it today.
I will be honest with you, Vic, when that question was being asked to Brian Gregory, in my head, I was saying, don't say Michigan State. Don't say Michigan State. Don't say Michigan State. And he said Michigan State.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because obviously it's ingrained in them. And that's fine. They had a lot of success together at Michigan State. But I do believe there's a big difference between a college program 20-some-odd years ago and what's happening in today's NBA.
How about it? I'm right there with you. I'm right there. That's even if they execute this philosophy flawlessly, what's it going to lead to? It just feels like they are swimming right now, to be quite honest. And it's kind of depressing because you've got a GM who, as well-intentioned as he might be, who's doesn't have any qualifications for this particular job.
And it's an offseason where you need to have a very specific plan to get out from the salary cap stuff, to figure out the trades and the pieces you're going to get back. It's like very technical stuff that you have to be able to execute this offseason.
Well, and Bick brought this up earlier. There was a specific question asked about the futures of Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal with this team. And we know what the reporting has been. There was a pretty stern, a stern tone to those reports. Suns are going to sit down with Kevin Durant and his people and help orchestrate a trade. Gambo is still, there's no way Bradley Beal's on this team. And I know Brian Gregory was not going to give out any kind of specifics. And he even prefaced by saying, I'm not going to talk about individual players or contracts or things like that. But then what he did say about the relationship he has with both of those guys and having dinner with Bradley Beal recently, just last week, and getting that hug from Kevin Durant after he got the news that he was the new GM, your feeling was right. You asked the question, are they keeping this team together? They might not have a choice in all of this. That is something Suns fans absolutely have to buckle in for the possibility of. They might try.
They might.
And what do? It takes two to tango. I've been told.
I was not prepared for this. I was not prepared. And of the things that alarm me, it was questions given to a new GM generally would elicit responses that are very succinct and reflect a philosophy. Like when Brian Gregory was asked, how important is it to you as the new general manager to get under the second apron? He had no idea how to answer that question, other than to say, I'll promise you this, we're going to be aligned. So basically what he's saying is, I don't know. That's going to be Matt's decision.
Again, it felt like he had a prepared opening statement, and he had bullet points, and he just kept going back to that.
Look, 90% of the executives that take over as general managers of NBA teams, it's heavy lifting. You're not taking over good situations normally unless somebody, hey, you won a championship and they're riding off into the sunset. How often does that happen? Not very frequently. This situation is, I think the lifting is heavier because of all those things you just said.
Yeah. The idea, though, that you could run it back with the same team and say that we're really happy with the roster, they just underperformed. I could sit here for the next 15 minutes and poke holes in the roster assemblage on this team.
And I think most people that watched this team play last year could do the same thing. Yeah, a lot more reaction to the Brian Gregory press conference coming up on today's show. Coming up next, playoff Jimmy, an injured Curry, and a head coach actually calling out his star player. We'll talk Warriors, T-Wolves, and all the fallout from Game 1 next. Bickley and Murata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
In many ways, Houston kind of offers you the buffet if you're the Phoenix Suns. What do you want? You want draft picks? They have them. You want young players? They have them. You want contracts to match Kevin Durant because you're going to need... They have that too. I mean, in some ways, that's what makes them the perfect partner because you could cobble together a couple of those contracts, take on a young player or two, maybe a draft pick off their hand because they could make it work if they're motivated to do it.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing, where we believe there's only one way, the right way. We only use the most durable, top-quality products at a fair price. As a third-generation roofing company, we believe that if you have a lifetime tile, you should have a lifetime underlayment, which is why we only use the best products and offer the best warranties in the business. Look us up at azroof.com for a free estimate.
Always keep you watertight. Due to new tariffs, AC system costs are rising. No worry. Collins Comfort Masters is buying back your old air conditioning system up to $2,500 because we're official Lennox dealers. Collins Comfort can get you a new high-efficiency AC system for as low as $89 a month. That's less than a cup of coffee per day. Schedule your appointment by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Hang on a minute. I got to break in here and tell everyone about the Memorial Preview Sale going on now at Brooklyn Betting. That's right, now through May 14th. Everything in store and online is 25% off. Everything is 25% off at Brooklyn Betting. Brooklyn Betting has 12 basin locations and absolutely no pushy salespeople. Tell them Wolf sent you and they will hook you up. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the Memorial Preview Sale at Brooklyn Betting.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Looking for the perfect engagement ring? At Shane Company, we know this is an exciting time. It can also be overwhelming. Customers say this a lot. Where do I start? How do I choose? At Shane Company, this is where the magic happens. Since 1929, we've been experts at helping customers find the perfect engagement ring. We invite you into the design process, help you pick out the perfect diamond or colorful gemstone, and choose a style that speaks to you. Come see us in store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. What should Brian Gregory be judged on the most in his first season as Suns GM? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Obviously, things get tougher if we got to go forward without Steph, but it's the same mission.
We're trying to keep this thing going, win as many games as we can. So, I'm not going to let that reality set in right now. We'll start figuring that out tomorrow. I'm going to enjoy this win tonight, rest up, recover, and we'll get back to the drawing board. Like I said earlier, I think we got the best coaching staff in the NBA. They'll put us in a position to be successful, and it's on us to go out there and perform.
And they've got Jimmy Butler, who's carried
Playoff
two
Jimmy.
teams to the finals.
Yeah.
Draymond Green last night after the Warriors. Not a very visually pleasing game. The string of great games ended with that one last night. 99-88 Golden State wins on the road. So the streak continues. There has not been a home team in the conference semifinals that has notched a win yet. Golden State leads that series, but you heard Draymond Green talking about maybe going on without Steph Curry. Looks like that might be a reality for a while for the Warriors. Steve Kerr talked about it after the game last night. He leaves in the first half, said he was crushed. That pretty telling word right there. Not expecting him to be able to go for tomorrow night's game.
Yeah, so that's the word that kind of stood out to me, because when Steve Kerr says, I talked to Steph Curry at halftime and he was crushed, does that mean that this injury is far more serious than Warriors want it to be or hope it's going to be? Or is that just the fact that he is no longer, on the floor with his team in game one of a pivotal game?
Could be that.
Because if you knew that it was a minor strain and you're like, okay, I've had one of these before, this might be a week, but I'll get back very soon, would you be crushed?
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to miss playoff time, because I don't think Curry's missed any playoff games in his career.
Oh, okay.
I don't think.
Okay.
But, I mean, if you watched and they had the ISO camera on him and you could tell he felt something.
Mm-hmm.
But he continued to get into that play. He made a floater, and then even when he was he jogged off the court.
He did.
And the cameras caught him in the tunnel jogging, and he didn't look like he was that strained.
Yes.
I don't know how serious this is, but it certainly doesn't help your chances if you're going into a single game without Steph Curry.
Well, yeah, no, you're exactly
because
right.
Minnesota's not going to be that bad again.
You're exactly right. That's why the word didn't match up with what you watched on television, because when you watched it looked like, okay, he's going to be okay. But again, it's also huge that the Warriors won that game last night, because now you can just kind of you're playing with house money in game two.
Yeah. And it was the second quarter that did Minnesota in. They were awful. They got outscored 26-11 in the second quarter. They had 4 baskets and 7 turnovers in the quarter. They were 0 for 7 from three-point range. There was just a flatness throughout the team, which caused Chris Finch, the head coach of the Minnesota Timberwolves, talk about the bad start and where he thinks it began.
As the shots kept missing, did you see guys kind of mentally struggling with that?
Yeah, sure. I absolutely saw that, and can't have that. It's it starts with Anthony. I thought he struggled early, and then you could just kind of see the light go out a little bit for a while, and then obviously we had to try to get him going in the second half. But I think it was one of those games where he kind of came out with a predetermined mindset of what he was trying to do, and just rather than just playing the game that was in front of him.
All right, now more from Finch after a follow-up question.
What is there to talk about? I mean, you're the leader of the team, and you got to come out and set the tone. In all ways that happens. And if your shot's not going, like you still have to carry the energy, So, I don't think there's, if I got to talk to guys about having the right energy coming into opening second round game, then, we're not on the same page.
All right,
I want to jump in here and give a round of applause to Chris Finch, because this is a revelation. This is the way NBA coaches used to talk to players, and it's a way of talking to players that apparently is not allowed anymore, because players need to be collaborative. That's going in really hard after one game of a playoff series on your superstar.
Yeah, but you just lost game one at home, and you squandered an opportunity. The Warriors played 2.5 quarters without their best player.
I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm saying he's absolutely right. Anthony Edwards wasn't even there mentally in the first half.
I am so in agreement with you, and I'm glad you went there, because now the national reaction is, oh, Chris Finch calling out his star player. Was he right to do? Yes, he was right to do that.
Yes.
That's what sharpens star players.
That's
and everybody
it.
keeps talking about. This is the third straight postseason we're talking about. Anthony Edwards is the next him. He's the next face of the league. That's what goes along with being the face of the league.
Yeah.
And he even disagreed with it.
Coach was saying that he relies on you to set the tone from the start, and he didn't quite see that. Do you feel like you were off at all just in that department, or just kind of the way you started the game?
Nah. I feel like I played great defense. I just couldn't do nothing on offense.
Yeah, I mean, and that was a fact. But when your head coach acknowledges that, that's lighting a fire.
Yeah.
That's what you're supposed to do as a head coach.
Yeah. Yeah, and to come out and...
It just doesn't happen publicly anymore.
No, it doesn't. And that's why I really admire this guy for going there, because he's challenging his best player to be better, to not come into a game floating through the first half like he did. Now, you can make you can say that, well, you know what, he was double teamed a lot and he, deferred to shooters and his wingmen let him down. They didn't make any shots, and all that's very, very true. But if you're Anthony Edwards and you're supposed to be a guy ascending to the face of the league, you got to bring it. You got to set the tone for everybody, and he just didn't until late. So
and guess what will happen in game 2, Bick? Anthony Edwards will have a different energy at the beginning of that game.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll likely be talking about the brilliant coaching stroke of Chris Finch to get him back into the series.
But you can even hear in Anthony Edwards' response that this modern athlete, the modern-day athlete, they can't even deal with that criticism. Well, I mean, part of why I love athletics is because it's generally tough dudes. What happened to athletes? How'd they get so soft?
I'm not the world's biggest Anthony Edwards fan, but I think he is a guy that can take that.
I think he can, too.
I think he's so brash, and I think he has the personality to bounce back from something like that or use it to an advantage. I think there's a lot of players, to your point, there's a lot of players in today's NBA that can't.
It might be a chicken and the egg thing, but you also can't necessarily call out your players and be tough like that if the players don't respect you as a coach. So not to use the buzzword, but you do have to have the alignment between the coach and the team. You know what I mean, though?
Yeah.
Like Mike Budenholzer couldn't have got away with that last year.
The most recent example we have of a player reportedly taking offense from coaching was the Mike Budenholzer Bradley Beal example. We need you to play more like Drew Holiday. Well,
or Yusuf Nurkic also.
It's a ridiculous ask because Bradley Beal doesn't have those defensive abilities. But Bradley Beal getting butthurt over that too, if that's true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Come on.
No, you're exactly right. You're exactly right. And it's really a new it's a new phenomenon. And that Chris Finch performance, that reminded me of covering NBA playoffs in the 90s. That's what coaches did.
Yeah. Join Kyler Murray and friends for the first annual Kyler Murray Foundation Celebrity Softball Game, May 17th, Salt River Fields. You can register now for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets. Just head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for all the details and for your shot at winning. Coming up next, all the big stories on this Wednesday morning in the Rush Hour reboot. Sammy Sabolka is going to take us through it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A Dbacks decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke this morning at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See team for full details and disclaimer.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, homeowners, discount agents might save you a little on commission, but if your home doesn't sell or sells for far less, you'll pay a big price. Avoid this mistake and have Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. Carol will even guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay the difference. Don't wait. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Caroline seller must agree on price and possession.
My name is Allie Kuhn. I've been a Fulton home resident for 30 years. The reason I purchased a Fulton home, I lived in a neighborhood very close by. My dog and I were walking past the new Fulton development. He pulled me inside and I fell in love with the house. I have 2 dogs, a Siberian Husky and a German Shepherd. We walk the neighborhood every morning. The Siberian Husky loves to walk through the little park nearby once the water's on the grass. That's his thing. My Fulton home has lasted 30 years. I've had no problems, no structural problems. There's been nothing that I've had to call a workman out ever. If you would walk through our neighborhood and not know that it is a 30-year-old neighborhood, you would never guess. I would definitely recommend a Fulton home to friends and family.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did an awful lot of research on Aria Dental Implant Center, did you not?
I looked at a lot of different places, and I just found Aria Dental was the best. The care that I was getting, the finances that were available to me, and the quality.
Yes, you both have had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment, have you not, Leo?
Yes, I have. Once I met the staff and the way they treated me and set me down and walked me through the procedure, I felt real comfortable. Joe came in, talked about what my needs were and how I felt about myself. 3 days later, I have a set of teeth in my face. I feel back in my young days again. You can't quit smiling.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
I know, Arizona, we're feeling it. Summer temps heating up, but there's good news. It's officially pool season. And if you want to beat the heat with a custom pool, work with our pool builder at Casa Calvisi California Pools and Landscape. Man, you talk about before and after. Our summer escape now is our own backyard, including our Cal shade structure. And you really relax under the sun when May shade specials are on. Savings you don't want to miss. Go to calpool.com/Paul. See our backyard at calpool.com/Paul.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Zach Gallen was dominant again last night, going 7 innings, striking out 6, and only giving up 1 earned in a 5-1 Dbacks win to even up the series. And Lourdes Gurriel went 3 for 4, had 2 RBIs and a home run.
Pitcher Peterson swung on that, is hit well out to left field. Nimmo back, turns and watches. Home run, Gurriel.
Fastball right down the chute. And Gurriel turned it around. Oh, that was a nice swing.
The D-backs will look to win the series today with Merrill Kelly on the bump, and first pitch is at 12:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. And the Phoenix Suns introduced new general manager Brian Gregory yesterday, and he's excited to work with this team on some new alignment, find the right head coach, and possibly keep the team together. And so for more on that, head to ArizonaSports.com. Some more mayhem in the NBA. Last night, the Pacers mounted a 20-point comeback in a 120-119 win over the Cavs. And Golden State went into Minnesota and beat the Timberwolves 99-88 in a dogfight. Steph Curry did leave the game with a hamstring strain. And 2 more Game 2s tonight, the Knicks and Celtics, and the Thunder and the Nuggets. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us. Online at wasteconnections.com/Arizona.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. It is 7:30 on a Wednesday, and you know what that means. The Rush Hour Reboot is here to give you all the stories you need to know in the sports world. And we start with the team that is the biggest I don't know what to do with you team, and that is the Arizona Diamondbacks right now. One night they'll want to make you pull your hair out. One night their starter's fantastic, like last night, and the list can go on and on. But Zach Gallen was phenomenal last night, and Lourdes Gurriel is 11 for his last 25, starting to heat up. Here's Torey Lovello on what was working for Gallen last night.
I mean, I feel like I had everything. Changeup necessarily wasn't there first couple innings. I think once the fatigue kind of set in, the changeup kind of showed its head. But yeah, felt like I was in a really good spot delivery-wise. Was able to kind of repeat pretty well. Was just kind of be able to stay in the zone. And I mean, Hosey called a great game, so just kind of following his lead and try to make pitches.
So we've mentioned the word consistency a lot with this Diamondbacks team, and what unit's consistency is more important for the Diamondbacks? Is it the pitching consistency, starting pitching, bullpen, or is it on the offensive end, finding guys like Lourdes Gurriel starting to heat up, or finding Ketel Marte some consistency? What's more important right now?
That's a good question. I think the consistency maybe applies to the offense. I think where the sizzle has to come is from the pitching staff. And as I said earlier, Zach Gallen is the first Diamondback pitcher to record 7 or more innings pitched in a start this year, and that's got to change. This staff was assembled to be among the best in Major League Baseball, and they got to start performing to that standard.
Yeah, and I agree with that. And I think we're also starting to see on that front Torey Lovello give a little bit more room. There was your term is slow roll into the season.
Uh-huh.
And there seemed to be like a cap of 90 pitches. And now you're seeing a couple more triple-digit pitch games with pitchers actually going deeper into games. So I think that process is happening right now. I don't know the answer to the question. I think it's you'd like to have both of them consistent on the same.
Mm-hmm.
If you got to pick one, I don't think you can win picking just one. I'm more frustrated by the inconsistency of the rotation right now. I'll say that, because of how it was advertised and with all the potential that rotation has. So hopefully
it's both.
Hopefully it's both, but Zach Gallen did his job last night. Merrill Kelly was really good his last time out, but that but is still looming. You're going to have to wonder now, because of the frustration with the cramping, if that's going to happen every time out.
No doubt.
Or more often than not.
Yeah. So yesterday, Brian Gregory was introduced to the media, the new general manager for the Phoenix Suns, and he's got a few things on his summer checklist, and he laid out what's at the top of his list right now.
You know, I never talk regarding players, contracts, movement, anything like that. I will tell you this, I have a very, very good relationship with both those guys. My main focus right now, to be honest with you, is finding the right head coach for those guys. That's and getting prepared for the draft.
Finding the right head coach for those guys were his
those
words.
guys being Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Does that mean the Suns and this ownership and organization are really entertaining running it back with those three?
It would seem to me to be an indicator that it might be. They might have fired up the Sammy Sabulka trade machine and gone, we're not going to get much back for Kevin Durant.
I can help him out, you know?
We're going to really stink next year. Now,
the opposite viewpoint is, what else was he supposed to say?
I guess.
Yeah.
I guess, but if you're going out hiring a coach for this group of players and 2 of them might not be here, my brain hurts. Help me figure it out, Vinny.
Maybe they see the best path forward as one more year with this. Kevin Durant contract comes off the books. Bradley Beal only has 1 year left on his contract, becomes much more tradable.
But he still has no trade clause. But he still has. I fell into that mistake myself. I thought, why wouldn't you keep Bradley Beal for 1 more year? Then you've got
expiring
the expiring. It doesn't matter. He still has no trade clause.
Yeah. All
right. He also said this yesterday.
We're a get it done today kind of team. That's what we need to be. We're going to get it done today. We're not going to wait to be the best version of ourselves. We're going to do it today.
And so this brought up the question that I thought about. And him trying to get it done today would likely mean Durant staying in Phoenix. And so do you think the front office, this organization, is scared to admit that the KD experience is over and kind of a failure? Do you think holding on to that last little bit is them trying to get one last, maybe we can do it with him?
Maybe it was all Mike Budenholzer's fault. That's
Right.
what it sounds like to me, man. And I said that from day one. I was uncomfortable from day one with the misappropriation of blame. And believe me, some of the stories I've heard, Mike Budenholzer deserved to be fired.
Absolutely.
But let's not get delusional about the state of this basketball team. That's the real head scratcher. Was Brian Gregory just talking around that question, or is part of what Brian Gregory is pitching to Matt Ishbia, hey, you were right, man. Everyone else let you down. Let's run it back. Give KD his money.
Which is the exact opposite of a get it done now type of team.
Right. Agreed.
I mean, and then all the talk about we want to be a team that when fans leave the arena, do you see how hard that team played?
Yeah.
You're gonna make that group of guys play hard? How many times did you say that leaving the arena last year?
3.
It was a contest I had going on.
Yeah.
How many times did I leave the arena saying, wow, the Suns played really hard tonight, or wow, that was a really well officiated game? It was
Neither happened very frequently.
Low scoring affair.
Yes. Neither happened very frequently.
The last thing on the reboot, so we've talked about the NBA playoffs being drunk, being amazing, and it was more of the same last night. The chip on the shoulder Pacers found themselves down 7 points, 48 seconds left, and then it went missed free throw putback, turnover layup, steal, fouled, made the first free throw, offensive rebound, Halliburton game winner, Pacers win. And the sequence was nuts in and of itself, and we know the stats. But my question is, what team, player, or storyline coming into the postseason has changed for you most as where the playoffs are now?
Ooh, team/play. I don't know about a team because I think the teams that are playing are now. I kind of expected the Clippers to win the first round. I'll say that. But the other teams that are still playing, I think, all belong here. Player-wise, it's probably Halliburton.
Yes, it has to be.
It has to be. We talked about it earlier. Aaron Gordon hit the 2 biggest shots of the postseason.
Yeah.
And Halliburton's just like, okay, I'll match that.
What's also tripping me out is the validation and the consequences we've already seen. By the Lakers losing in 5, suddenly Dallas feels a bit more absolved. Luka is under dramatically more pressure to get into shape. James Harden, yet another Game 7 choke job. I read the litany of his Game 7s. I had forgotten how this goes all the way back to 2012.
This goes all the way back to, it wasn't Game 7, but ASU in big games.
His second season at ASU, he played his worst basketball in the postseason.
Yeah, he did.
In the Pac-10 tournament and the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
And then you look at the Nuggets, who fired Mike Malone with, 10 games left in the season. It's worked for him.
Yeah, maybe team-wise it's Denver.
Maybe
it's them.
Team-wise, Denver, individual, Tyrese Halliburton.
I think for me, the storyline is that coming into this, it was going to be an OKC, Boston. They were going to run through their conferences, and they're going to meet in the finals. I don't know if that's going to necessarily be the case. They still could end up there, but it's going to be a lot harder than they maybe envisioned. But, yeah.
So we got the Knicks-Celtics Game 2 tonight, huh?
I predict Boston will win in 5. That series.
Really? I
don't know what the hell I'm talking about, but that's my prediction on the record.
Focusing on tonight, Boston wins by 30.
I hope not, man. And OKC Nuggets tonight, too.
Ooh.
I don't know what to think about
that one. Yeah, I don't know.
Some good basketball tonight, but you guys have been rebooted. Happy Wednesday. Happy hump day.
Thank you, Sammy. Coming up next, we will talk more about the Phoenix Suns, their new general manager, maybe some NBA playoffs. Shane Young, who covers the NBA and the Suns for Forbes, will join us next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks Mets.
3-2 on the way. And a Fly ball to center. This should do it. In comes Thomas. Out goes Perdomo. It's Thomas who makes the catch, and the D-backs secure the victory by a final score of 5-1. The offense did what it needed to do, but this was a performance that was driven by right-hander Zach Gallen. He was just magnificent tonight for the Diamondbacks.
The D-backs host the Mets today at Chase Field for the series finale. Coverage starts at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta back to tell you about Southwest Gas and how it supports the lifestyle of Arizonans. Whether it's providing hot water for invigorating showers, cooking a traditional meal, creating ambiance for family gatherings, Southwest Gas proudly fuels our communities with a safe and reliable natural gas service. More than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes, but also natural gas is more than an essential ingredient in the home. It supports economic development and growth in the community as well. Southwest Gas Holdings, proud to be at the forefront of that. Southwest Gas Holdings has been recognized on Newsweek's list of the world's most trustworthy companies, ranking in the top 2% among publicly listed companies worldwide. Time has recognized Southwest Gas Holdings as one of America's best mid-sized companies for its commitment to employee satisfaction, revenue growth, and sustainable transparency. Southwest Gas is an energy partner that prioritizes trust, community, reliability, and safety. You can discover more about these recognitions and learn how Southwest Gas is dedicated to excellence in the community by visiting swgas.com.
Are you looking for an easy way to get a daily detox? Active Liver is the easy way to get a daily detox to keep you healthy and feeling your best. You can find Active Liver in the vitamin aisle of your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Slim down this summer and rock that swimsuit with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get started today, and our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Red Mountain is the trusted leader in medical weight loss, helping over 1 million patients lose weight fast. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Chargers sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Phoenix. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Bring mom to Chase Field on Mother's Day, Sunday, May 11th, and receive a clear crossbody bag. Get your tickets at Dbacks.com.
Arizona Sports. Suns, a new horizon shaping the Suns' future this offseason.
We're going to make some changes.
With Bickley and Marotta.
Yeah, Suns introduced their new general manager, Brian Gregory, yesterday at a press conference. Bick was there. I was there. Our next guest, Shane Young, who covers the NBA for Forbes, was there as well, and he joins us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Shane, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, guys. How's it going?
Good. There was so much talk, and I was reading your Twitter timeline, and lots of talk about, even on today's show, alignment, vision, identity. Other than the buzzwords that were thrown around, I mean, what was the biggest thing for you, if anything, Shane, that was cleared up by Brian Gregory's press conference yesterday?
Well, I thought it was important that he did say, flatly that he is the one that's going to be in control of all basketball operations. He is going to be the one that's making those final decisions. But, did kind of, I don't know if he kind of cleared up Josh Barlstein's role, but he did say that he's involved in every aspect of it. So, I mean, it really just does seem like it's going to be a collaborative thing, which that's not really news to us. That's kind of what it was when it was James Jones, Josh, and Matt kind of overseeing everything as the owner. But I thought that Brian did a good job of kind of explaining that, yes, obviously Matt Ishbia is an involved owner, and I think this is my personal opinion, you want your owner to care and to be involved to some extent. But, one takeaway I did have was that while Ishbia is involved, very much so, Brian did say he has no problem with, stepping in and saying, hey, like, this doesn't fit our vision, or this doesn't fit what we're trying to do, and kind of pushing back on some things if Ishbia doesn't come to the table with ideas. So it does seem like there is going to be a hierarchy there, and that Ishbia might be able to take a step back here.
All right, what do you think about Brian Gregory talking about how much he likes the roster and how much he thinks the roster underperformed? Did you get the idea that they might be thinking about running this back?
Yeah, that's kind of the vibe I was getting, was that, hey, like, things are going well. Well, let's just make a few tweaks here and there. And obviously, I think everyone in Phoenix would caution against that and would say that that's not the wise move to go, the wise route to go. But at the same time, I was talking to someone about this yesterday after the conference. They were like, I don't think he's going to do a good job. And my rebuttal to that was, there's not a lot he can do. Like, I mean, he's kind of hamstrung by the whole Bradley Beal situation, and there's just not a lot of home run moves that he's going to be able to make right away. Besides the coaching hire, which that's a whole other thing we can talk about. That's priority number one. But in terms of the roster construction, I think that he does see some form of success that it has. I mean, even in moments and pockets of the season, I think we all talked about it on various shows, right? I'm sure you guys talked about it. Like, they looked like a playoff contender in some areas and facets, but that consistency part was not there. So I could see him trying to run it back. And it's probably a good thing he has a good relationship with Durant and Bradley Beal. I'm sure there's some transparency there across all of those avenues. But for me, it's just if anyone is expecting him to come in and just make wholesale changes or win over the fan base right away, that's just not doable with the situation he's inheriting.
Shane Young, who covers the NBA for Forbes, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. I agree with you. There's a long to-do list, but the reality of what can actually be done is a lot shorter for Brian Gregory. But if you look at a potential Kevin Durant trade, which seems to be what was on everybody's mind at this point of the offseason, what do you think a realistic return, regardless of the other team involved, might look like, Shane?
Yeah, I'm glad you put the regardless of the team involved, because there's just not a lot of teams out there that I can see swinging that high or that deep for KD, and it's tough. Everyone thought Houston. I just don't really see them wanting to part with everything that they can to get someone that's going to be 37. But that's just me. So for me, I think a reasonable return, a couple good young players, and some draft assets. I don't know how. I don't think it's going to be like the draft return that a lot of Suns fans are thinking. That's for sure, because everyone does want to point to the last Durant deal, and everyone wants to point to the Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert deals. But we're all forgetting one big piece of information there, and that's that the rest of the league learned from those mistakes. Like, you could say that all three of those deals, and just in terms of the value that was sent out, were mistakes. And I just think that it's not a situation where you say, oh, well, that happened in 2022, so it has to happen now. Teams are getting smarter. GMs are learning from others' mistakes. So I would say a couple young players that you can groom into being through your player development system and improve in that regard, and maybe 2 draft picks.
What do you think about this idea? Because you did mention in pockets last season the Suns looked formidable, but there was also larger pockets when it looked like their roster, the compilation of players was just really incoherent and flawed, and you could go everything from bigs to rim protectors to too much positional overlap to not employing your point guards. How comfortable should we feel about that maybe this was mostly about the head coach, that it's really not the roster's fault?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, that's a good point. First and foremost, it's the center position, the center rotation is bad. Like, that is what it is. Like, I don't know the avenues that they're going to have to be able to improve that in the next few months, but like, they're one of the worst in the league, and from that standpoint. And then that trickles down. That problem trickles down everywhere else, because then it makes you want to play small ball more. Well, guess what? Durant doesn't like playing small ball 5 a lot. So then you run into that issue.
Yep.
And it becomes more of a, injury risk for guys like him. And it's just, and then all of a sudden you have Tyus Jones, who you're asking him to come off the bench, which, by the way, he's done his entire career, and now he has a problem with it. I think it was very clear to everyone that he did not like that move for him to move to the bench. But to your larger point, I do believe that the mistake that I made gauging this last year when I picked them to win 53 games was that thinking that the coach was the right fit. Now, am I alone in that? No. I think everyone in Arizona thought that this was going to be an awesome move with Coach Bud. But and honestly, credit to the Suns, because I think a lot of the problems that were happening with the coaches behind the scenes stayed largely quiet. I mean, we had a few instances, obviously the Booker stuff, and then obviously Durant, a couple back and forth with Bud, which he said was normal. But I just think that the situation was more toxic than we all believe, and then that we all know externally. So if you get that right coach in the door to establish, I hate using that culture word, but establish that right culture from the start, and then you have that communication throughout the year where there's no surprises to, for example, Tyus Jones moving off to the bench, Bradley Beal moving to the bench for some weird reason that I think we all know why. I think that's where it all stems from. And right, the front court rotation needs work, it needs fixing. But as we know, being the second Abram, they can't do a lot. Like, Brian Gregory is really, really hamstrung with what he can do. So I think you just get the right coach and I guess preach patience for the rest of the problems that have to be fixed.
Yep. It's a fascinating situation that we're embarking on. Shane, thanks so much for the time.
Thank you, Shane.
Good to talk to you. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bye-bye. Shane Young, who covers the NBA for Forbes. He joined us.
He probably wishes his last name was Forbes.
There's so many things just dancing through my head now.
Are there?
We still have so many angles to hit on.
Oh,
this story.
We do.
I think you'll hit a couple of those angles next.
Fire!
In the Bickley Blast. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
I've been in the diamond business my whole life. Grew up in my dad's 22-store chain, and since 1990, I've been doing it on my own. Here's the truth. Big name stores can't match our prices. Why? Because they have massive overhead, fancy showrooms, huge marketing budgets, and layers of corporate costs. Every dollar they spend is a dollar you pay. But at my office, we keep it simple. No unnecessary overhead, just the best diamonds at the best prices. And when it comes to quality, we carry what the mall stores won't and what the luxury stores charge a fortune for. If you want the finest diamonds, at the most competitive prices without the retail markup, come see me, Diamond Dave, and my team of experts. Because when you buy from us, you don't just get a diamond, you get confidence, quality, and the deal of a lifetime.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
May 5th through the 11th. Get close to the future legends in women's golf. The Carlisle, Arizona Women's Golf Classic returns to TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Brought to you by Carlisle Companies. The biggest purse on the Epson Tour means the best in women's golf will be here. May 5th through the 11th at TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Go to CarlisleLPGA.com for tickets. Be there for the best.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, why is right now the perfect time to get a GMC Sierra 1500?
What's up, Dave? Whether you're hauling, towing, or cruising, the 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 delivers. It's powerful, loaded with tech, and built for any job. And right now, we have some of our best discounts of the year, like $12,250 off, or take advantage of 5.9% financing for 84 months.
Visit Liberty GMC or shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Tim Lee, founder of Moving Team 6.
We're in the people business, right? I mean, a service business is a people business. So it's all about relationships. It's the relationships from our customers, and it's the relationships from our staff and our team that cares about those customers. My business model has always been give the customer more than what they pay for. And if you can do that, you'll never fail.
Built on ethics and service. MovingTeam6.com. Your move is our mission.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-566-1649. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-566-1649. That's 800-566-1649.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Zach Gallen was dominant again last night in his outing, going 7 innings, striking out 6, and only giving up 1 earned in the 5-1 Dbacks win to even up the series. And Lourdes Gurriel went 3 for 4 with a home run and 2 RBIs as well. And the Dbacks will look to win this series with Merrill Kelly on the bump. And first pitch is at 12:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. The Phoenix Suns introduced new general manager Brian Gregory yesterday, and he's excited to get to work on the alignment of this team.
It's about building that alignment. It's about creating that identity, and it's about executing that vision. And for me, that's why I'm here, to do exactly that.
Tonight in the NBA, the Knicks will be in Boston for Game 2, and the Thunder and Nuggets are also in action tonight. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. The Memorial Day preview sale is going on right now at Brooklyn Betting. Get 25% off in-store and online through May 14th. Find a showroom today or go to brooklynbetting.com.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
In another cruel twist for our beloved basketball team, the Suns are once again a national embarrassment. And on Tuesday, they became a lyric from a Who song, as in, meet the new boss, same as the old boss. The Suns unveiled Brian Gregory as their new GM, a basketball lifer who seems like a really good guy, the kind of guy you want to cheer for. But he has no pertinent qualifications other than being very close with Matt Ishbia. He isn't even pretending to have autonomy, admitting that he is now in charge of implementing Ishbia's vision. So, instead of giving the keys to a proven NBA general manager, Ishbia is doing just the opposite. He thinks the answer is more of what he wants, streamlined through people he trusts. It's also contrary to the big and identifiable changes that Ishbia claimed were coming. This indeed feels more like the same, right down to Josh Bartelstein being involved in every basketball decision moving forward. So what does that mean about his promise of multiple championships to come if promises are so easily broken? Now, I wish Brian Gregory luck. I pray he nails the head coaching hire, which is the only way they're going to restore any semblance of civic trust, but I fear the worst is still to come, and the only thing wrong about new owner syndrome is at this point, it's really not new anymore. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
He has an unbelievable amount of experience and relationships, not just amongst the Player 15 group and the Phoenix Suns and the Mercury, but across the league. And that experience and that relationships is critical to us moving forward in terms of building the type of team that we want to build. When I talk about alignment, you don't have to look any further, because I'm a Spartan and he's a Wolverine. So if we can work together and get it done, anybody can do it.
That was Brian Gregory talking about his relationship with Josh Bartelstein, the CEO, who he did say he'll be involved in every
basketball operations decision. Came out of his mouth. You were there. You heard it too.
Yeah, and we just talked to Shane Young from Forbes, and look, there was not a lot of concrete offered in that press conference. So I think people are walking away with their own ideas. I found it interesting that Shane took away that this is Brian Gregory's show, when I walked away thinking the exact opposite.
Yeah,
that
same.
It was a couple of different parties being involved in a very collaborative process. And Brian Gregory himself saying, Matt Ishbia and I are a team. We are in complete alignment. He's very involved.
Right.
Now you add Aronde Talaferro and Paul Rivers to the mix, and there were some other names that were thrown in there. It obviously wasn't the sweeping change in the basketball operation that I think was talked about.
No.
Or that I think some people were hoping for. I agree with you. We're all hoping this works out. Nobody wants to wallow in a pool of dysfunction for another year.
No.
And the coaching hire, and in talking with Shane Young, the thing that I could not get out of my head was this possibility that maybe the roster is not going to be all that changed this year.
That's unbelievable.
And how much can you take from the coaching hire, whatever direction
So my first year,
sorry about that. Whatever direction they may go, does that indicate what this roster is going to look like? Because if this roster is going to look largely the same, if that's the I can't even believe I'm saying this. If that's what's on the horizon, how do you hand that to a first-time inexperienced head coach? And I know Gambo's been all over this story about, he said 15 Zoom calls are happening with Brian Gregory. That's the first step in all of this. He said himself, wide net is going to be cast in finding this. But a young, up-and-coming coach, this is the fourth coach in 4 years, Big.
Yeah. And how is a young and upcoming coach who's never done it before going to command respect if you keep this team together? This is just nuts. If things couldn't get any weirder, Vinny, there's a reporter by the name of Brandon Robinson who goes by the nickname Scoop B.
Well, sure.
Of course he does. Scoop B. Maybe I should know Scoop B. I don't know Scoop B. But he is reporting that there have been other changes that prefaced the press conference yesterday where other members of the Suns front office, assistant GM Gerald Madkins and a few other dudes that I do not know, a manager of player personnel evaluation, David Sevush, Charles Payne, and Daryl Johnson. So all these people, according to Scoop B, have also been let go prior to yesterday's press conference. And these people who have been let go are claiming that Brian Gregory is getting credit where he doesn't deserve credit, that those people are the ones that championed the drafting of Ryan Dunn and Oso Ighodaro. And to which I reply, Ryan Dunn and Oso, they're nice players.
Are these guys feathers in a?
Are they
in
feathers in
cap
caps?
yet?
Of course they're not.
They might turn out to be that.
So this is just how bizarre this whole thing has gotten. The fact that we're sitting here talking about, are they really thinking about bringing this back?
I love that you referenced the Who song, because the title of that song is Won't Get Fooled Again. And there's other lyrics in it that came to mind.
Mm-hmm.
A change it had to come, we knew it all along. There's another one, there's nothing in the street looks any different to me, and the slogans are effaced by the by.
Uh-huh.
The whole thing just...
It carries the whole vibe of that song. And again, we all want the same thing. We all want this to work, but this just feels like a dog chasing his tail.
Yep. Here was Brian Gregory about his relationship with part of the relationship with Matt Ishbia.
Matt and I are a team. We are completely aligned. As the general manager, my job and my responsibility is to oversee the day-to-day operations of us basketball-wise. I report to Matt Ishbia. Matt is an owner that is involved, and I like that. But he has also empowered me to build this team and to build the identity and to build the alignment that is so important.
What I think that means, the more and more you listen to it, it's he's trusting Brian Gregory to go out and find him a young Tom Izzo. That's what it feels like to me. If he has very little space in which to operate in terms of the roster, then this is his primary thing, is to go find a head coach, go find the right head coach. And again, it makes my skin crawl because they think that this is all they need is to get the right head coach.
But there's no indication that that's the belief now either. I mean, there's a lot to be seen, but it was impossible not to walk away with that feeling of that could be possible. After we're talking about what can we get from Houston? What can we get from the Knicks for Kevin Durant? Gambo saying over and over again, there's 0% chance of Bradley Beal's on this team. I mean, that's got to all be tempered now. I'm not saying they're bringing the same team back, because they do have a lot of free agents too. There's going to be different pieces, but I'm talking about the core.
Right.
And when you talk about the core, it's the big three.
Right. Exactly.
Because they might not have the flexibility to move those guys.
And yet there's been a considerable reporting that this is the die has been cast, that they're trading Kevin Durant. Does Kevin Durant even want to be here if the Suns came to him with that money? Would he?
I would say probably.
I would say not. Because I think he's a guy who, I don't know.
I mean,
he takes stuff personally, it feels like, and he's moved on.
I'm not so sure about that, but wanting to be in Phoenix is something that you've been trying to get to the heart of for a long time with Kevin Durant.
Mm-hmm.
Does he want to be here? Does he want to be elsewhere? He very much behaves like his mantra. I just want to play basketball.
Yeah.
So he's a hard guy to get a read on.
Yeah. Well, we
know when he's unhappy.
Yeah. Right.
And he's not shown any unhappiness that he hasn't shown in other places.
It's just insane.
I mean, this story.
I don't know.
I got to put in my vacation date.
The fact that it's May 7th and we're talking about Kevin Durant's happiness being the priority of the offseason, and oh my God.
Look, the press conference just left us with more frustration and bewilderment.
What did I say yesterday, Jared?
Just don't lose the press conference.
They didn't lose it.
No. They didn't lose it.
It was just
no decision.
Got an ND.
It's a retrial. Everybody's got thoughts on this particular move, I think, with the press conference with the Suns. We want to hear your thoughts on it. We're going to open up the phone lines right now, 602-260-9870. Can you make heads or tails of what's happening with the Phoenix Suns? Want to hear your thoughts next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns' new general manager, Brian Gregory.
When we talk about identity, when we talk about culture, that's who you are on a daily basis. So that's not just in practice. That's out in your individual skill work. That's in the weight room. That's in the training room. All those things come into play. And to be honest with you, that's our organization.
We talk about a new horizon for the Suns today on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. The little expenses add up, don't they? Maybe you have to pick up lunch real quick on the way back to work, or you meet a couple friends at a baseball game last second. That's life, and it's great, but you have to stay on top of it financially, too. And that's why your checking account should be helping you, not working against you by charging you fees. Well, that's where Chime comes in. A Chime checking account's going to help you manage your money better by offering no maintenance fees and fee-free overdraft up to $200 until your next deposit. That's big. They've spotted members over $32 billion to date. So just go to Chime.com to learn more. Move toward a better financial future with Chime. Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime. Feels like progress. Banking services and debit card provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Members FDIC. MyPay line of credit provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. MyPay eligibility requirements apply. Not available in all states. Credit limits range from $20 to $500. $2 fee applies to get funds instantly. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs, bank ranking, and number of ATMs according to U.S. News & World Report 2023.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Gambo. Is your roof ready for the Arizona summer? The heat is brutal, and with monsoons just around the corner, your roof needs to be ready. The intense weather can cause hidden damage to your roof, so don't wait until it's too late. JLC Roofing is here to help you get your roof monsoon ready before the rush. Their experts provide thorough inspections and quality repairs to ensure your roof can withstand the upcoming storms. They are an A-plus Better Business Bureau rated company, licensed, bonded, and insured with free on-site estimates and affordable financing available. They've installed thousands of new roofs, and they're standing by to install or repair yours. Protect your home and your peace of mind. Schedule your inspection today. Call 602-ROOFING for a free estimate on your roof. Give your roof some TLC with JLC. Call 602-ROOFING or visit jlcroof.com. That's jlcroof.com. Don't wait. Prepare your roof for the monsoon season. JLC Roofing, professional roof repair and replacement for over 30 years.
Hey, it's Wolf from Presidential Pools, a long-term partner of ours over a decade, and they built my pool. They're also now an official partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Starting this season, Presidential Pools, Arizona's largest pool builder by volume, is teaming up with the Diamondbacks to bring you even more excitement on and off the field. Go with my pool builder and the Diamondbacks' new partner, and see how they can help you at presidentialpools.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Arizona sports.
As the owner, my job is to, make those changes.
Suns, a new horizon.
We will win championships with an asset here in Phoenix.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
We're going to make sure that we cast a wide net on that, and at the same time, evaluate and interview coaches from a diverse background with diverse experiences and so forth, and I think that will put us in a good position in that.
It's Brian Gregory, general manager of the Phoenix Suns, talking about how he's going to conduct the coaching search, which is #1 item on his to-do list in his new position. We've given a lot of thoughts on the press conference yesterday and a lot of questions still out there. Want to hear your thoughts on what's going on with the Suns. 602-260-9870, the phone number. Let us start in Tempe with our buddy George, who's up first here on Arizona Sports. Good morning, George.
Good morning. And before we get into this, a little bit of housekeeping. So Rocket Man is on Honky Chateau, and if you look at the cover of Honky Chateau, clearly Elton John has a beard and mustache, and I demand the tiebreaker.
Wow.
So here we go.
Too late. We're past it.
Jared, you're like the NBA releasing a report that you aired that you messed up again.
The statute of limitations has expired on a mustache, not a mustache, George.
Yeah, listen, Brian Gregory, I'd feel a little better about this hire if he didn't sound like a third shift assistant manager at my neighborhood Chipotle. But this guy is not the right guy for the job, and I don't know who is, but anybody who can rein in an entitled billionaire is the person we need to find. And it's no surprise that he's acting like an entitled billionaire. I mean, he was a walk-on at Michigan State who happened to win a championship, so he sounds like a guy who was born on third base and thinks he hit a triple. And he obviously has business acumen, but that doesn't mean it translates to the NBA. So we'll have to see what's going to happen here. But we have to figure out a way to get rid of Beal. We have to trade Durant, and everybody's talking about how Booker is not a touchable guy. But you know what? I'm a Booker fan, but I'm a Suns fan first, and the Suns are bigger than any individual person, so everything has to be on the table. It just has to be that way. And one last thing, I'm really happy that Vic pulled out the Who lyrics. It means real big personal growth that you didn't go to Led Zeppelin.
Thanks, George.
Or AC/DC.
Right, exactly. Exactly.
602-260-9870, the phone number. Tom in Phoenix is up next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Hey, Tom.
Hey, guys. I really came into this press conference thinking with an open mind, thinking, okay, you know what? Let's just listen to this guy. Let's hear what he has to say. And you know what? Maybe he will win me over. And boy, oh boy, he did not win me over. I mean, if his general manager skills is anything like his press conference giving skills, I mean, we are in big trouble. He just sounds just like he got the job out of nowhere, because he really did. I mean, he's a bad, college coach. Let's just just say it like he is. If he was a great college coach, he'd still be a college coach. I mean, he's like, he'd be like, Cliff Kingsbury would be more, suited for the general manager of the Cardinals than this guy. I mean, I don't want to say anything bad about Cliff. I mean, let's just see what happens. But now that report that you just gave about the fact that he had nothing to do with all these draft picks, it doesn't look good for the Suns. Let's just put it that way. So I hope I'm wrong. No, I hope I'm wrong.
Thanks,
we all
Tom.
do.
Yeah, I mean, we all feel that way. But it wasn't the most encouraging first step. I think that's what most people feel.
Listen, I thought most of the press conference he was fine, but there was just too much of the reliance on the buzzwords. And when asked GM-like questions, he didn't respond like a GM responds.
I also think people wanted to be convinced that this wasn't a quote-unquote Nepo hire.
Right.
And instead they leaned into it.
Yep. That's exactly right. They leaned into it.
Let's go out to Santan, talk to Juan, who's up next here on Arizona Sports. Good morning, Juan.
Juan.
Are you talking to me, brother? This sucks butterballs, doesn't it, Daniel?
It's buttermilk, Juan. It's buttermilk.
Not butter, not sucking on a turkey.
I promise not to cuss, but anyways, it seems like I wish I had millionaire or billionaire friends to give me a freaking cake job. Like this is gonna be same old Jerry Jones style running the organization. Trying to sell some cool merchandise. Trying to make some money, but I think that. Freaking James Jones, he was working with something, and I think that they pulled the rug under him. He should have still, been in control, but he should have, stand on his too, and said, you know what, I've done this, I should be doing this, but no, he gave it to his best buddy that he can boss around. He's the Millhouse of the crew, obviously. I do not like the hire. Like the first guy said, I'm a Suns guy first. Anything's on the table. Booker, if he wants to do that Mamba mentality, he's not that man. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that.
Juan, thanks for the phone call. Juan went in a direction that we haven't gone in yet, and that is James Jones' place in all of this.
Yep.
And I think right now, knowing what we know, experiencing what we experienced, I think the Suns fan base would have been okay with, we're handing the keys back to James Jones. New contract extension. You do your thing. It might have been an admission of what was actually going on the last 2.5 years.
Right.
But James Jones does have a track record of success. He built a team that went to the finals.
Yeah.
And he built it from the ashes of a team that couldn't win very many games.
Right.
And he built it through trades, through the draft, and through free agency.
He did all three.
And if alignment was missing, and alignment is why Brian Gregory got the job, is that saying that there was something misaligned about James Jones in the flow of everything? I don't know.
But again, as we pointed out yesterday, James Jones was not let go. James Jones was reassigned.
Yeah.
He is still a part of the Phoenix Suns organization.
That's right. Which would seem to absolve him from any serious blame.
Yep. Let's close out with Tyler in Phoenix, who's up next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. What's going on, Tyler?
Hey, guys. Good to talk to you this morning. I'd like to just kind of continue what you guys were just commenting on. I moved to Arizona in 2017, and I watched the Suns create something very special, like you said, from the ground up through the farm. And I am still under the impression that they absolutely sold the farm, and they are still living through the repercussions of the Kevin Durant trade on top of the Bradley Beal trade. That was a really good from the ground up team, and we're scrambling ever since. And that's why coaches can't stay around, and you got to believe Devin Booker isn't very happy. At the same time, he's a dog, and he's going to go in there and do the best he can. But at the same time, you want the best for him, and you want the best for the Suns. I'm from Michigan. I'm a Pistons fan. Look at what they did, man. Like, it's from the ground up. All those Detroit teams from the ground up are coming back, and that's just how it's supposed to be done. Thanks for the time, guys.
Appreciate it, Tyler. I mean, the Detroit example is interesting. They did not have the same restrictions that the Suns have this offseason, but they went from 14 wins last year to a playoff team. They did it by adding some veteran talent, developing their own players, and the most important part pertinent to this discussion, they found the right coach. They tried a different coach last year in Monty Williams, who made it very clear he didn't want to coach that team, and they kept throwing money at him, and they got the result that was pretty predictable.
Yep.
They found the right coach in J.B. Bickerstaff. So
exactly.
It can turn around. The coach is a huge, huge part of it.
For a team with no culture, that's accurate.
But it also, to your previous point, this whole possibility of the roster looking similar, in that instance, the right coach doesn't solve all your problems. Because we've seen 3 different coaches try to get through to this core.
That's right. And again, that's insanity. Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result.
Yep. Good calls. Appreciate the action on the phone lines. We'll continue to talk Suns basketball offseason. I don't know if you heard. It's the most important offseason in franchise history.
New horizons, Vinny.
We will get the thoughts of Tim Ring.
The Ringer.
Our guy, Tim Ring.
What is up?
What is up? He will join us next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks Mets.
3-2 on the way. And and a fly ball to center. This should do it. In comes Thomas. Out goes Perdomo. It's Thomas who makes the catch, and the D-backs secure the victory by a final score of 5-1. The offense did what it needed to do, but this was a performance that was driven by right-hander Zach Gallen. He was just magnificent tonight for the Diamondbacks.
The D-backs host the Mets today at Chase Field for the series finale. Coverage starts at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Life can be stressful, but selling your home doesn't have to be. I'm Carol Rice with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, and I make home selling easy by properly pricing your home and getting it in front of thousands of my exclusive qualified buyers. Do what Jackie and Mark did, selling in just 5 days for full market value. Call me, Carol Royce, and ask about my 100% of market value or I'll pay the difference guarantee. Or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but... okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4men.com. It's time to get it back.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hi, Shane O'Grady here with Life Changer Loan, and we've all heard that time is money. That's why your 30-year mortgage is killing you financially, regardless of the rate you have. On a Life Changer Loan, you're able to do your banking inside your mortgage, so you can pay off in just a few years without changing a dime of spending habit, all while keeping 24/7 access to your equity. Finally, a financial tool for those with great credit. It's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Zach Gallen was dominant again last night in his outing, going 7 innings, striking out 6 and only giving up 1 in the 5-1 D-backs win to even up the series against the New York Mets. Here's manager Torey Lovello on Gallen.
On a night, we talked about a pregame, right? A night where you're asking your starter to go out there and do the type of stuff that Zach's capable of doing. And, we watch it from the first pitch until his 101st pitch, where he was in total control.
The D-backs will now look to win this series today with Merrill Kelly on the bump, and first pitch is at 12:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. The Phoenix Suns introduced new general manager Brian Gregory yesterday, and he talked about his excitement to work with the team and get aligned.
It's about building that alignment. It's about creating that identity, and it's about executing that vision. And for me, that's why I'm here, to do exactly that.
This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us. Online at wasteconnections.com/Air.
Hey, it's Wolf. Did Brian Gregory's introductory press conference as Suns general manager change our opinion about the hire? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
And we've been discussing since 6 a.m. Some people just get up earlier, Vic.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
We continue our discussion, the review of the Brian Gregory press conference, what it all means. Joining us now to share his thoughts on the matter, our guy, the Ringer.
What is up?
Tim Ring joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. What's up, Tim?
Gentlemen, it is a privilege to be aligned with the greatest radio show in the world.
That's what alignment is.
Yeah, that's what alignment is. What does alignment mean, Tim Ring? Help us out here.
I guess we're going to find out.
Yeah.
And we're going to find out. We're going to find out right away. Listening to there's so many different directions we can go with this, but listening to Suns fans in that last segment, they have a right to be concerned, and obviously we all monitor social media, and every fan has a voice who has some type of social media account, and I share some of those concerns. I mean, there's no question about it. I mean, there's a lack of experience in the National Basketball Association when it comes to Brian Gregory. He's been around a couple of years. He worked in the Suns front office as a consultant and obviously director of player programming, and now he gets a shot in the big chair. But Matt Ishbia clearly is betting on the person and not the resume. Is that going to work out? I guess, like I said, we're going to find out pretty quick. But like anything, guys, this is an outside the box hire, and like any industry, when the final chapter is written on an outside the box hire, you're going to look like a genius or you're going to look like a joker. And Matt Ishbia has taken a big risk by handing the reins over to Brian Gregory. It's interesting. I joked about alignment, and clearly that was the buzzword yesterday, right? What was it, 26 times it was uttered, or some iteration of alignment was uttered. You go back to when Matt Ishbia took over in 2023. Go back and listen to a lot of the Suns press conferences from people in the front office, whether it be James Jones or Josh Bartelstein or Frank Vogel for a while. They talked consistently and constantly about how aligned everybody was. And now when you hear yesterday that, alignment is what needs to happen again, it gives the perception that they weren't aligned. And what I find interesting about that is when did it get out of alignment? Because for a year and a half, all we heard was everybody was in lockstep and in concert with the moves that they were making, moves that ultimately did not work out. And, Bick, I heard you reference this in the earlier portion of the show. It seems to me that when they talk about things getting out of alignment, they're putting a lot of blame at the feet of the head coach, the recently departed head coach again, and Mike Budenholzer. And, is that fair? Brian Gregory talks about how much talent's on this team. That's debatable. I think there are a lot of issues with roster construction, and that has to be addressed and that has to be fixed. And I'll say this, though, in conclusion of my opening remarks here, is that I also thought Brian Gregory was in a bit of a no-win situation yesterday, trying to appease a fan base that is already predisposed to not like this move at all, right? So he sits down, and Suns fans, and we've all sat through a million press conferences, right? Suns fans want blood. They want heads. But Brian Gregory, whether you're a new GM that's new to the job completely, or you're an experienced GM that's new to the Suns, Vinny, you referenced this, I think, at 6:15, to not expect much at a press conference, and we kind of got that. Brian Gregory can't sit down there, guys, and say, well, the first thing we got to do is get off of this Beal contract. It's killing us. And then we got to shop Durant around, and I got to see what I can get for Durant, and we can get some picks back. And then I got to get rid of some of these guys who don't defend and don't rebound. I mean, he's just not going to do that. Even Bob Myers, the belle of the ball, in the eyes of many Suns fans, wouldn't have sat down there yesterday and said all that, said some of the stuff that Suns fans wanted to hear. So, having said all that, did Brian knock it out of the park yesterday? I mean, listen, if you win the press conference, people poo-poo that and say, it's not about winning the press conference, right? It's about what you do.
Yeah.
And then if you don't win the press conference, people walk away and say, well, I wasn't very inspired. So at the end of the day, this is going to depend on, obviously, what he does. And for this particular situation, guys, the President of the United States, right? The first 100 days are going to be critical because he has a lot of unwinding to do to rectify the mistakes of the past, to get some flexibility back with this roster, get under the second apron, and all the while trying to remain competitive around Devin Booker. And I think we can all agree competitive at this point would be a return to the playoffs next year.
Did you walk away with the feeling, Tim, like some did, that moving forward, this roster might look very similar to what it looked like this past season?
Well, Brian Gregory certainly gave that. He put the notion out there. Like when you talk about not only hugging Durant, but having dinner with Bradley Beal, and then saying your priority is finding the right head coach to coach those guys. So in the moment yesterday, certainly that was the implication that, keeping a lot of this roster around is a possibility. Having said that, guys, I go back to what I said earlier. I just don't think Brian Gregory is going to sit up there and talk about how he's going to take a blowtorch to everything and start retooling and rebuilding this roster. That's put it this way. I will guarantee you, when Beal and Brian Gregory had dinner, guys, the topic of conversation, among other topics, was, Bradley, will you please waive the no trade clause?
No, you're right. And I actually vibed on that. I thought, good. Going out and taking Bradley Beal to dinner, maybe you are trying to give him the hard truth that, look, your days here are done. How do you want to act this out? How do you want to play this out? And I also agree with you. I think Brian Gregory, for stepping into the breach, did mostly a really good job at handling what was a very difficult situation for him to walk up there alone. But it's the buzzwords, and it's that kind of stuff, and it's the swearing fealty to Matt Ishbia that I think has got people wondering, are they not looking the problems in the face here?
Yeah, and again, it's going to be, don't worry about what I say. Let's worry about what I do. And I think there's an understanding in that front office that, Mike Budenholzer was a problem, guys. And I know we discussed this all year. Remember, I talked about them being in optics jail if you blame the head coach again. But, now that we went through a full season of Mike Budenholzer, and I obviously spent a ton of time with the team this past season, it was a terrible fit. I mean, he did a bad job. And while it wasn't completely his fault when you talk about roster construction, Mike Budenholzer did not get the most out of this team. I do agree they were better from a talent standpoint than the record showed, but they fell woefully short. Any coach, I don't care if you had a staff of Pat Riley, Phil Jackson, Greg Popovich, and the ghost of Red Auerbach. No coach was going to get that team into championship contention, and that was the goal. And that was the goal for 2 years. In Frank Vogel's first year, guys, Matt Ishbia thought he had the best team in the NBA. Mm-hmm. He did. And that didn't work. And they thought, well, maybe it's a Vogel issue, and they tried that again. So, Vic, to answer your question, I cannot, for the life of me, think that Brian Gregory, with all his basketball experience, even though it hasn't come in the NBA, and Matt Ishbia, they're going to look at this roster and say, a coaching change is going to be enough. Let's just try to run this sucker back and see what we can. Not for a third time. No way, no chance, no how.
Well, and the Suns are in the unique position right now, Tim. Every team has a coach. I don't think David Adelman's going anywhere in Denver. I think he's going to be elevated to their permanent head coach. So they got kind of the lay of the land right now. Any of these, knowing what we know and what's been reported, any of these candidates stand out to you, excite you at all?
Keep an eye on Sean Sweeney, guys, assistant coach with the Dallas Mavericks. There's a Pistons tie there, and I know people roll their eyes when they hear that. But he's also highly regarded. Talking to people around the NBA, people that have worked for the Mavericks organization. When you talk about the next kind of great up and coming, no guarantees, but the potential next up and coming NBA head coach, I keep hearing the name Sean Sweeney. Now, that doesn't mean I'm not breaking a story here. I'm not saying that this is the guy the Suns are going to go after, but I guarantee he's going to be on Brian Gregory and Matt Ishbia's radar. And that's a name to keep an eye on. I do believe, though, that and Gambo has said this, and you guys have talked about it as well. They're just not going to go they're not going to go after the next Frank Vogel, Mike Budenholzer, like a guy like Michael Malone. They're going to try to find somebody younger, maybe a first-time head coach, to kind of grow with this team, because it's going to look different next year. It has to look different, and you can't keep switching coaches every year. That it's become almost an NBA joke now. What they've had to do here over the last several years. So I do believe it's going to be a younger guy, a first-time head coach, and keep an ear on the name Sean Sweeney out of Dallas.
Sean Sweeney. Get the breaking news sounder ready. Tim Ring reporting on.
Yeah. You made me feel a little bit better, Tim. So that's good.
One thing I do know,
guys, listen. I don't know how this. I don't want to bury the lead. I share and echo the same concerns that Suns fans have about this hire. You can't run away and hide from the fact that again, Matt Ishbia hired a guy that he really respects, he really trusts, but a guy with literally, let's just call it what it is. I mean, he hasn't learned at the foot of a good GM. He hasn't even learned at the foot of a bad GM in terms of how a front office operates. So he's learning on the job, and a job that right away, the first 100 days is going to dictate perhaps how he does long term, because what you do with Beal and what you do with Durant, the players you get back, the picks you get back, will go a long way to determining, how successful and how quickly this rebuild will be.
Yep. Tim, great stuff. Thanks, man. We appreciate it. We'll talk soon.
Yeah, guys, anytime. See you.
Tim Ring, you hear him on this show from time to time in one of the co-host chairs. He's all over the place.
Yeah.
Longtime Valley sports personality. He joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, last night, the Diamondbacks got a good outing from one of their aces and some potentially good news from one of their other aces. We'll get into all of it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I see Brian Gregory as a guy that is going to be able to look Matt Ishbia in the face and say, knock it off. You're wrong. We're not going to do this, because he knows him.
You're promoting a guy who doesn't really have any experience, and he's got to get you out of a situation that even the most experienced GM would have to really walk the tightrope to navigate. So I'm not saying Brian Gregory can't do it, but they gave the new guy a very difficult task. Let's put it that way.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've heard me talk about Waltz for some time now, and if you're wondering, why would I drive to Waltz if I'm looking for a big screen television? Why wouldn't I just go to my local big box store? I'm going to tell you exactly why. Number one, there is no membership fee to shop at Waltz. Number two, you are going to get expertise from Waltz that you will not get from the big box stores. Waltz has an extremely knowledgeable staff that will give you the information you need to make the right decisions about how to take your fandom to the very next level. Number two, shopping at Waltz, super cool place. All the inventory you're looking for, all in stock. Big screen televisions that will blow your mind, all the way to 115 inches. You can check that out in their theater room. It is pretty spectacular. So Waltz is going to give you a great experience. They're going to give you great expertise, and they're going to give you the same kind of pricing you've come to expect from big box stores. And they're putting their money where their mouth is. If you find a price you like, Waltz will price match you, give you 30 days of price protection after the sale. And when you're at Waltz, you drop my name, you're going to get another bit of incentive. You're going to get a 3-year warranty for free, or you're going to get 10% off installation, whatever you choose. Shop at Waltz. You can find them off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA, or you can reach them by calling 480-968-4999. Shop local, shop Waltz.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track.
Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Are you worried your AC system will not make it through the summer? No worry. As official Lennox dealers, Collins Comfort Masters wants to pay you to upgrade. Get up to $2,500 with our AC system buyback deal when you replace your old unit with a brand new high-efficiency system. Schedule your free estimate by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Hey, how about another reason to want a Ford Bronco? Yep, Paul Calvise here for our Arizona Ford dealers. It is Bronco Wild Fun Days in Flagstaff at Overland Expo West, Fort Tuttle County Park, May 16th through the 18th, brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers. They'll be sponsoring the Kids Adventure Area, featuring Bronco Base Camp, action-packed fun with activities, games, and a chance to win a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend Ding. Make it a double ding, because we've talked about how committed they are to the preservation of the environment and what they call treading lightly, that they've created the Bronco Wild Fund, a chance to make a positive impact on Mother Nature and, by the way, celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Ford Bronco. The Bronco Wild Fund is supporting 60 community cleanups in 2025 to help leave no trace. Get more info at Bronco Base Camp. Again, all the adventure starts with Bronco Wild Fun Days, Overland Expo West in Flagstaff, May 16th through the 18th, and it's brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers. I know, Arizona, we're feeling it. Summer temps heating up, but there's good news. It's officially pool season, and if you want to beat the heat with a custom pool, work with our pool builder at Casa Calvisi, California Pools and Landscape. Man, you talk about before and after. Our summer escape now is our own backyard, including our Cal shade structure, and you really relax under the sun when May shade specials are on. Savings you don't want to miss. Go to calpool.com/Paul. See our backyard at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, it's Luke. Are the Arizona Diamondbacks getting closer to needing to trade for a closer? We'll ask their general manager, Mike Hazen, at 11:45. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
On a night, we talked about a pregame, right? On a night where you're asking your starter to go out there and do the type of stuff that Zach's capable of doing. And, we watch it from the first pitch until his 101st pitch, where he was in total control.
I mean, I feel like I had everything. Changeup necessarily wasn't there first couple innings. I think once the fatigue kind of set in, the changeup kind of showed its head. But yeah, felt like I was in a really good spot delivery-wise. Was able to kind of repeat pretty well. Was just kind of be able to stay in the zone. And I mean, Hosey called a great game, so just kind of following his lead and try to make pitches.
Way to go, Hosey.
Hosey, yeah, we didn't mention Hosey earlier, and my bad, because I thought one of the cool things about last night's game, I hope Gabby Marino's okay.
Yes.
Side tightness from a play at the plate before?
I don't think he's going to be in the lineup today either.
Okay. So Jose Herrera got late news that he was catching Zach Gallen, and he did a really, really good job. It's not an easy thing for a backup catcher to do.
No.
Especially with a pitcher like Zach Gallen, and they made it all work. So that was encouraging. It was encouraging to see Zach Gallen play the bully again. And Zach Gallen's starts are just so funny because they have those pockets where it seems to get away from him. Happened in the third inning with 3 straight walks, and you're like, uh-oh, Zach, come on now. Stop nibbling, remember?
Yeah. But then wiggled out of it with the bases loaded and was completely reset by it.
And completely reset. Completely. So this is, to me, probably the most encouraging recent development with the Diamondbacks. I think Lourdes Gurriel Jr. breaking through. He's had about a week now of stacking together really good at-bats. Had a real good night last night, a triple shy of the cycle. And so I think that but Zach Gallen getting back to looking like a legit ace, worthy of the dude who was given the opening day start, that's good stuff, because that's not how the season began.
Mm-hmm. That is true. And speaking of Hosey and all of this, he is in the lineup today.
Okay.
He's hitting 9th. And I believe I saw somewhere Moreno was available off the bench, but they're just proceeding with caution.
All right.
But Jose Herrera has been pretty good as a backup catcher. He has 1 less RBI than Gabby Moreno has this year.
Wow.
Somebody just posted too, Zach Gallen in games where he's caught by Jose Herrera, 1.89 ERA. So you'll take that. The other news, pitching-wise, is maybe a story to continue following through the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Will Corbin Burns make his next start? Here was Torey Lovello pregame yesterday on the timeline for Corbin Burns, who missed his last start.
You know, he's a very strong, tough human being, and we devised a plan, and he's following that plan to a T. So throwing a bullpen tomorrow, getting him up there, and he's going to go through a throwing program today, which he did yesterday, and said he felt good enough, and we're continuing with that plan. So to throw the bullpen tomorrow is what's in play for us, for sure.
Corbin Burns spoke pregame yesterday, too. Simply asked, will you make your next start?
Yeah, as of now. Throw a bullpen tomorrow just to check that final box. But, yeah, it's been good.
And he also kind of opened up about how he's never really dealt with anything like this before.
Yeah, obviously I'm in a new territory than I've ever been in the past. So talking to the training staff, talking to other pitchers that have had it, pitching coaches that kind of been through it. It was kind of more foreign this last 4 or 5 days than it has the next 4 or 5 days going forward. Just kind of can slot into the normal 5 day, but yeah, a lot of sitting around, not knowing what to do with myself. A lot of just watching baseball on TV, and not something I'm really accustomed to doing. So it's good to be back with the guys.
Yeah, so he's dealing with the psychological of it as well, but it sounds like good news. They got decent news on Justin Martinez. They got decent news on A.J. Puck. So maybe it's starting to turn around from a luck standpoint, from a pitching standpoint. But you still have to, hold your breath a little bit in today's game because Merrill Kelly's on the mound.
Yeah.
And the level of frustration that he felt, and you could see it on his face in that game in Philly when he had to come out early, and I think it completely affected the outcome of that game because he was pitching really well. But he looked 100 times more frustrated by that same issue that's popped up than he has in the past.
Yes, he did, and you could see it in the post-game interview. I saw an interview he done, and Jody Jackson asked him a couple of questions, and he just was. You could see his head was about to explode. And again, look, there's a lot on the line for Merrill Kelly. I've said it before. The last few years he has flirted with greatness as a starting pitcher, and he had a playoff run that was the stuff of legends. And at age 37, a late start in Major League Baseball, his window to get paid and make some money, it's closing. And so this is just what's holding him back, and it's the darndest thing. It's the darndest thing that in this day and age of medical advancements and technology that you can't get a cramping issue under control.
For a professional athlete.
I mean, whatever happened to just eat a banana? Put a banana in your back pocket,
Drink
Merrill.
some more water. But he claims he's the most hydrated person on planet Earth.
I'm sure he is.
Hey, Merrill, is that a banana in your back?
Or are you just cramping to see me?
Yeah. You said good news on the Justin Martinez thing. Good news that they didn't find anything in the MRI, but also
look, that's good news.
Okay,
they didn't.
It's good news. You can't disseminate that, because I've heard people discuss this. I don't know what mental blocks would suddenly make somebody lose 5 miles off their fastball. So the idea that this is between Justin Martinez's ears, it just doesn't wash with me.
What is it, though? It's arm fatigue after 7 innings of pitching?
Well, what's even weirder is that, listen, didn't Torey say recently that Justin Martinez wasn't even aware what dead arm was?
They said he hadn't heard the term or wasn't able to identify it.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know but it's much more advantageous that there's nothing structurally wrong with this kid.
Not according to Jarrett.
Well, I'm just saying that
is that good news that he's avoiding the 60-day injured?
Well, Jarrett, what do you think about the NFL coming to Arizona with its draft?
It'd be great.
Aren't you offended that it's not been here?
Don't you think it's a much better tourist destination than Pittsburgh or Detroit or Green Bay?
For a football fan?
Seems like a no-brainer.
So we got to pull back the curtain.
All right.
We were talking about the draft story. And Jarrett was just adamant that the NFL. I said, look, they're going to historic football cities like Green Bay, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Detroit, and then they'll vary off to party towns like Vegas and Nashville. And
not Scottsdale. Scottsdale's a party town.
Well, they'll veer off to it eventually.
Okay, that's what I'm waiting for.
And I mentioned Detroit as a historic city, and he's like, Detroit's not a historic NFL city.
Just because they've been around long doesn't mean they're.
I didn't say successful. I said historic.
Old?
Yes. And
the Cardinals are the oldest franchise in football. They just don't, not in Arizona, but they are.
Yeah,
I'm glad we all agree.
Come on, you're talking about quality of sports.
No, but can explain myself on the Justin Martinez thing. If I obviously don't want him to have like Tommy John surgery, but if
But
they
at least
found
you'd have an explanation.
if they found something that at least they could treat at least they could treat it and fix it.
No, I disagree with you on this front. I get what you're saying.
Okay, that's all I was asking.
That you're more weirded out by the mystery of what's
Right,
going on.
because
By
they
the
already
mystery of it all.
They already did this and thought they had it figured out, brought him back, and then it was still a problem.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably behind closed doors freaked out by it as well. But I'm guaranteeing you, they are way happier about not finding anything structurally wrong,
fair.
and then they can deal with everything else. All right, we in agreement?
Fair.
Is Detroit historic?
Disagree with that still.
Coming up next, we'll hit some social studies. Sammy Sabolka will take us through to kick off the 9 o'clock hour here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Angst surrounding the Suns' future not eased by the hiring of Brian Gregory. Zach Gallen continues to stymie New York teams in a win over the Mets. And former Arizona Coyotes NHL team in Utah gets its permanent name. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. The little expenses add up, don't they? Maybe you have to pick up lunch real quick on the way back to work, or you meet a couple friends at a baseball game last second. That's life, and it's great, but you have to stay on top of it financially, too. And that's why your checking account should be helping you, not working against you by charging you fees. Well, that's where Chime comes in. A Chime checking account's going to help you manage your money better by offering no maintenance fees and fee-free overdraft up to $200 until your next deposit. That's big. They've spotted members over $32 billion to date, so just go to Chime.com to learn more. Move toward a better financial future with Chime. Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime. Feels like progress. Banking services and debit card provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Members FDIC. MyPay line of credit provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Spot Me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. MyPay eligibility requirements apply. Not available in all states. Credit limits range from $20 to $500. $2 fee applies to get funds instantly. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs. Bank ranking and number of ATMs according to U.S. News & World Report 2023.
Hit a home run with bold flavors at Dog House downtown Phoenix, serving gourmet dogs, sausages, chicken, burgers, and more 24/7. Hosting a watch party, Dog House Catering delivers with breakfast burritos, sliders, wings, tenders, and their legendary build-your-own dog bar. Load the bases with flavor and bring the heat to your lineup. Order now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com and let them deliver the ballpark feast straight to your door. Ready!
Hi, this is Chris with Ready Services, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. I've been with the company for going on 15 years. What you're going to get is not only get your problems fixed, but you're going to leave with peace of mind knowing that it's done right and done well by a qualified technician. Ready Services won't ever take advantage of any of our customers. Our goal is always to be the most accurate in diagnosing and providing top-flight service for any service, air conditioning or plumbing.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Slim down this summer and rock that swimsuit with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get started today, and our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Red Mountain is the trusted leader in medical weight loss, helping over 1 million patients lose weight fast. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Lose weight and look great, just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car. card today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain. With over 50,000 satisfied patients, people with knee and back pain now living pain-free. What they're doing is nothing short of remarkable. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in your achy joints. They're using biologic growth factors with robust healing properties, carefully and strategically placed in your joint. Best part, with QC Kinetics, there are no drugs, no surgery is involved, and there's no downtime. Imagine doing all the things you enjoy this summer without being slowed down by awful joint pain. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation and learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Welcome to Scorpion Speed Dating, where spring flings can turn into full-blown infestations.
Hi, I'm Sheila. I like long walks on ceilings, snuggling up in empty shoes, and stinging people on bathroom floors.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Spring officially kicks off scorpion season. They're out scouting for romance and a midnight snack. But that doesn't mean your home needs to play host. For proven scorpion control, call 602-BLUE SKY. We'll shut the door on scorpion season. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Zach Gallen was dominant again last night, going 7 innings, striking out 6, and only giving up 1 earned in the Dbacks 5-1 win to even up the series against the New York Mets. And Lourdes Gurriel went 3 for 4 with 2 RBIs and a home run.
Pitch from Peterson. Swung on that, is hit well out to left field. Nimmo back, turns and watches. Home run, Gurriel. Fastball right down the chute. And Gurriel turned it around. Oh, that was a nice swing.
The D-backs will look to win the series today with Merrill Kelly on the bump, and first pitch will be at 12:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. The Phoenix Suns introduced new general manager Brian Gregory yesterday, and he talked about where the focus will start.
You know, I never talk regarding players, contracts, movement, anything like that. I will tell you this, I have a very, very good relationship with both those guys. My main focus right now, to be honest with you, is finding the right head coach for those guys. That's and getting prepared for the draft.
This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata Mornings.
Social Studies.
Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock hour is here on this Wednesday. Time for some social studies with Sammy.
Yeah.
Thumb Cebulka.
Thumb. Wow.
We'll try out some new ones.
Wow.
All right. We can try out some new ones.
I
don't
think
know about
Sammy the
Thumb.
Young Bull. I like that.
I like breakfast, Sammy.
We can have a.
It's good.
Yeah, Thursday or Friday we'll eat a breakfast, Sammy. I got to figure out what subject I got to dive into.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah. But our social studies questions today are a little, and our responses are a little saddening. Not a lot of positivity. But if you want to get in on the action, follow us on X at Bickley_Murata, Blue Sky, Instagram, Facebook at Bickley and Murata, and we're on YouTube at Arizona Sports. And so our first question, with Brian Gregory being introduced to fans and the media yesterday, he used one word quite often, and the word was align. He said it 26 times. So we asked, what would be one word you would use to describe the Suns right now?
Misaligned.
Delusional.
Yeah, see, there are, let's see how many responses there are. There are 82 responses, and I would say 82 of them are pretty negative is maybe the right word, or not a lot of faith in those words.
Pessimistic.
Pessimistic is correct. Steven Ruiz says denial. Mario says limbo. Suns out, puns out says Spartans.
That's funny.
Yeah.
This
a couple
is Sparta!
Hey, maybe the Suns can have that type of energy on the floor next year.
Yes, they lost, by the way. The people in the 300 lost that fight.
They did. They put up they fought hard. Those people left that arena saying, "Did you see how hard those
That's
300 Spartans
true.
played?"
They had an identity.
So proud of them.
They had an identity, that team.
Yeah, they did.
That identity
They
was
were
abs.
aligned.
Well, that's funny. A lot of responses on Blue Sky and Twitter. I don't think anybody knew how to do the opposite of align because we had disaligned, misaligned, and unaligned
It's
as
misaligned.
responses.
Yeah.
Has to be misaligned.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty safe to say that those responses coming in were not pleased with how yesterday went. But there's one question that needs to be asked, and he was talking about Brian Gregory. Was talking about finding a new head coach and if that should be the first thing Brian Gregory should do. So we asked, what is the number one thing that Brian Gregory has to do this offseason and why?
Yeah, he's got to, he's not only does he have to hire a new head coach, he has got to find the perfect candidate, and I wish him luck because that to me is really so needed. They're going to have to find the guy that is going to bring a freshness, a new energy, something that speaks to a promise of a better day ahead.
Yeah. Look, he talked pretty freely about the importance of this one. We have to get this one right.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. But that is the number one thing that he has to do. I was a little bit concerned, and I know no GM's going to say, hey, we want a head coach in place by this date, because it puts limitations on you.
Right.
But when he said hopefully by the draft, that's almost 6 weeks away. It's got to happen way sooner than that.
Yeah, and he has a chance to, everything he said in his press conference yesterday, if he goes out and hires a coach that's able to provide this team with a culture and an identity, he has the opportunity now. And hopefully, to your point, it comes quicker than 6 weeks. But some responses, they're kind of all over the place. Joe Lamborn says the number one thing he needs to do is bring a bully type player to the team, add some toughness. We need a Jay Crowder, he says. AZV says, and this is kind of obvious, but obtain maximum value for Kevin Durant and get the payroll cut a little bit. Andy Page says, somehow find a Bradley Beal destination or a place he'll agree to go to and trade him. All of which we're hoping happens. We'll see what actually does.
Maybe that discussion did happen over dinner.
Hey, where do you think they went?
I don't know.
Steak 44.
I was wondering,
a nice
too,
meal.
How do you butter somebody up for a difficult discussion like that? If that's the discussion that went.
Oh, did they go to like where people break up, like one of those kind of restaurants?
I didn't see Bradley Beal and Gregory at Hillstone, so I'll say that.
So it wasn't there.
Wasn't there. I don't know.
Keep an eye peeled, Sammy.
Yeah, I will. Who knows? Maybe he's coming in for lunch today. I'll be there. Our last question is in regards to the word alignment, and of course it is, right?
I have to. One of the responses to the last question. Number one thing he has to do.
Yeah.
Alex said learn synonyms for alignment.
Yeah, that's true.
I just saw that one.
The guy at Thesaurus.
It could have been worse. It could have been synergy, which is way more corporate feeling, isn't it?
Could have been organizational advocacy.
Yeah, we got a
that's
couple
an
of those
old-timer.
responses.
Remember the grit year?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
How about all of those this year? So we asked, what is the best example of perfect alignment between a coach and player in team sports history, and why?
Oh, okay, that's a great question. Let's rattle off some obvious ones.
Brady and Belichick.
I don't know how aligned they were. It depends how you define alignment, but because I'm not sure they really liked each other. Bill Walsh, Joe Montana.
Yep, got those.
It's a good one.
That's Greg Popovich, Tim Duncan, and that crew.
It's a good one.
Got some Phil Jackson in the Bulls.
Bulls.
The Bulls.
Bulls.
How did you view that? Was Phil Jackson right guy at the right time, or did he actually have that alignment with Jordan and Pippen and them?
I think Phil Jackson is overinflated as a head coach. I mean, come on, he had Michael Jordan, then moved on to Shaq and Kobe. But his players did buy into him and believe him. But Phil Jackson was very, very smart, and he subscribed to the theory that I am getting behind my very best player, and whatever he says goes. That's what he did. Whatever you want, Michael.
Can you imagine if it never existed in NBA history, a head coach in 2025 with that kind of star talent on the team saying, hey, we're going to roll out the triple post offense.
The triangle.
He got them to buy into that.
Unreal. Jarrett, what about this one? Sean Miller and all the recruits he paid to come to U of A. They were aligned, right?
That was a rogue assistant that
who has done his
in
time.
business for himself. Yeah.
Who served time in jail.
Did his
but
who
everybody
had his
had to be
house
aligned.
raided by the FBI.
Oh, my God.
All right, Sean Miller's stealing
Talk
money from
about-
Texas now.
Oh, yeah.
Justin said Jimmy Johnson and the U.
That's
They
I
matched
thought you were
the-
going to say Jimmy Johnson. That's an even better one.
They matched swagger.
Yeah, that's good. That's a really good one.
Steve Kerr and the Splash Brothers is a really
That's
good
a great one, too.
And then we had Bruce Arians.
Billy Martin and Reggie Jackson.
Oh, yeah, Bruce Arians and Carson Palmer.
And Larry. Yeah.
And Larry Fitzgerald. That's a good one.
And then the last one.
What'd you say, Vinny?
Billy Martin and Reggie Jackson.
Yeah, so some alignment social studies. We
All
got
right, there you
aligned
go.
today in class.
There you go.
Yes.
Mr. Miyagi and Danielson, somebody said.
They didn't always see eye to eye.
It's true.
Even though Daniel was supposed to look eye. Always look eye.
Always look eye.
Do you remember when Daniel lost his crap because he thought he was just doing household chores?
Remember when Mr. Miyagi got drunk?
He got wasted.
Fantastic. He was
Thanks,
just
Jimmy.
lit.
Social studies every morning at 9 o'clock.
Apparently the actor also. Pat Morita apparently had a terrible alcohol problem.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Really?
Who knew? Noriyuki Pat Morita. Like the tip him back, huh?
Wow. Who knew?
Coming up next, more reaction to the Brian Gregory press conference, what we feel good about, what we're still wondering about, and more NBA talk. Right ahead, here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks Mets.
3-2 on the way. And a fly ball to center. This should do it. In comes Thomas. Out goes Perdomo. It's Thomas who makes the catch, and the D-backs secure the victory by a final score of 5-1. The offense did what it needed to do, but this was a performance that was driven by right-hander Zach Gallen. He was just magnificent tonight for the Diamondbacks.
The D-backs host the Mets today at Chase Field for the series finale. Coverage starts at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Over the last 20 years, the attorneys at Sweet James have helped enough accident victims to fill an entire sports arena. And here's a story that proves why you should never go it alone if you're ever hurt in an accident. The stakes are way too high, especially if you are a victim. So one of our listeners was seriously injured in a trucking accident, thought he could go it alone, thought he could play ball with the insurance companies until the insurance companies offered him nothing for his injuries. In a state of disbelief, our listener called Sweet James. Not only did they get him the medical care he needed, they also secured a whopping $10 million victory. That's a life-changing victory and a long way from the $0 being offered by the insurance companies. Now, Sweet James cannot guarantee outcomes. No law firm can, but in our legal system, it is essential that you have the right attorney defending you if you are ever injured in an accident. It makes all the difference in the world. That's why you call Sweet James. They win 98% of the time. They win big. They win more than most firms do in a lifetime, and they treat you with compassion every step of the way. And don't wait to call. Waiting may hurt your case. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-9-MILLION, online at sweetjames.com.
You ask a lot of your liver, so give it the support it needs with Active Liver. Go to NordicuSA.com, Amazon, or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS. New you, new Nordic.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
DQ presents how to hit summer's sweet spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our Stack Summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Good credit, bad credit, no credit? Desert Wayne Harley is accepting all credit applications. Bankrupt's on speed dial to help get you approved. Bankruptcy, divorce, even repos. Let Desert Wayne Harley Davidson get you financed on the new Harley today. Visit DesertWayneHarley.com.
On approved credit.
What we just tried and did over the last 2.5 years has not been as successful as we hoped.
Arizona sports. Suns. A new horizon.
We got to do stuff different and change to be better.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
Those have to become your daily habits. Those have to be, not, as I said earlier, not just talked about, but those have to come to life. When we talk about identity, when we talk about culture, that's who you are on a daily basis. So that's not just in practice. That's how in your individual skill work. That's in the weight room. That's in the training room. All those things come into play. And to be honest with you, that's our organization.
Brian Gregory, new general manager of the Phoenix Suns, talking about identity, culture, alignment was talked about a lot. We've had a little bit of fun with that. I think a lot of people in Phoenix are having fun with the word alignment today.
Right.
I did get a kick out of the story. Somebody asked about the relationship Brian Gregory has with Devin Booker, and he told this story.
An old, crappy gym, I think it was in Indiana when he was 15 years old. I went and my assistant told me to go see this kid play from Grand Rapids. I went and saw him play, and I told my assistant, you don't have to see him play anymore because there's no way he's going to Dayton, Ohio. So we have a relationship that goes a long way back because we actually recruited him then.
Yeah, and he also...
So that's an anecdote that proves he does know talent. He's looking in the right places, right? Is it just me, or does anybody else hear a little bit of Joe Pesci?
Maybe that's it.
Jared's been trying to figure it out all morning.
Day I've been trying to figure this out.
Funny how? How am I funny?
Maybe that's it.
Do I amuse you?
Are you telling me a grit cooks faster in your kitchen?
Except it has that thick Chicago accent, though. It's not the New York accent.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
I said...
I don't think it's a typical Chicago accent.
It kind of... To me, it sounds very typical.
Well, because you were around it.
But yeah.
I used to around these kind of people with this accent there.
That's what he has, though. He has that. It's just
not as profound as that.
Yeah, Joe Pesci's a good one. Maybe it's that. Because I was thinking
Play
Bruno.
that last cut you just played.
The one about Devin Booker?
Yeah, yes.
An old, crappy gym, I think it was in Indiana when he was 15 years old. I went and my assistant told me to go see this kid play from Grand Rapids. I went and saw him play. And I told my assistant, you don't have to see him play anymore because there's no way he's going to Dayton, Ohio.
I like that anecdote. Listen, the fact of the matter is, I think that everybody kind of knew that this was not a win-win situation at the press conference unless Brian Gregory came out and just dazzled people with vision and acumen and autonomy. And look, it's my job now. Matt's giving me the credit card. He's ducking out. It's on me.
But that could be dangerous too. The Suns organization was in a situation last summer, 11 months ago, where somebody came in and knocked it out of the park at the press conference. And it couldn't have gone worse. So
you're exactly right.
It's what we're focusing on now because it is the thing to be focused on. We don't have anything else to go on. We know what Brian Gregory needs to do. We'll see what happens. Press conferences are kind of necessary evils, is the way I view them. Do you?
When you're in a situation that the Suns are in, yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. When so much failure has transpired that you know you're not getting out of this press conference alive.
But were you at all? We kind of previewed. What do you expect to hear? And I said, don't expect to hear much. But we were also wondering about the logistics. Was somebody going to sit with Brian Gregory? Was there going to be a little bit of an anecdote about, hey, this is how he came into our organization and he's wowed us, and that's why he's in this role, ladies and gentlemen, Brian Gregory. That didn't happen. He was there solo. There was no Matt Ishbia. There was no James Jones. There was no.
Josh Bartelstein was there, but he stayed upstairs.
Yes. Were you surprised at all by that?
I was encouraged by that. Yeah. I think that's a good move because you've got to show, because there's really just, what's the fundamental question here? The fundamental question is, who's in charge?
Well,
who's driving?
If Ishbia was there, though, he could have said he's in charge. That was the part that.
But if Ishbia were there, just the visual of it would be saying exactly the opposite.
True.
So, yeah, listen, I hope Tim Ring is right. I hope that Brian Gregory has told Matt Ishbia, we need to do this, this, and this, and that what he said at the press conference was purposeful obfuscation in terms of just throw these slogans out there, hammer them to death, and then we'll get on to the dirty work. And the idea, the anecdote that he just had Bradley Beal, if that dinner was a sit-down with Bradley and look, Brad, here's what we're going to do. You're not going to be a part of this basketball team next year. We can stretch and waive you. We can park you on the sidelines. Do you want to be a basketball player? Because if you want to play basketball next year, you're going to have to let us trade you.
But that's where Bradley Beal says, I don't think you're going to do that. Because I hold the cards.
I
am the one who
Do
knocks.
you not know, Brian Gregory, that I still hold all the cards? And I still have a smile on my face because of my no-trade clause. And no, I'm not going to be Drew Holiday.
Let's go to another dinner. Yeah. I'll have another free meal. What do you want to talk about next time?
Right.
Well, that's the thing. Like, if and no reason to believe that Gambo's not right. If he's 100% right, and there's a 0% chance that Bradley Beal is on the team, one of those options is them releasing him without negotiating anything and still paying him. That doesn't help them get out from under any kind of cap at all.
Well said,
that's
Jared.
Thank you. But you know what I mean, though?
No, you're exactly right.
That's the worst case scenario to me because then you're just paying somebody not to be here, and is he that much of a cancer?
In recent, which I don't think is the case. I don't think it's just another bad fit situation. But we've seen recently the Suns paying somebody to be away from the team.
Yeah.
And this would be that times about 5 because Bradley Beal makes that much more money than Jay Crowder made when he was here.
But again, Bradley Beal laughing and joking it up on the basketball court in the midst of blowout losses, getting flexed on by Steph Curry and laugh, oh, man, you got me. That kind of stuff, you can't have that.
Not when everything else is on fire around
that's
you.
Right. Yeah, that's right. So, look,
but he's also true to himself. That's who he is as a person.
I know. Here's where I think the disconnect is rooted in. The opening press conference with Mike Budenholzer, we were all wowed. We thought this is the most spiritual thing. This is the most nostalgic thing. Al McCoy
the moment with Al.
The moment with Al. This is just the greatest thing ever. Even Al McCoy said this is going to be one of the best days in the history of the team. I think they were so dumbfounded by what Mike Budenholzer became and what they saw behind the scenes that we did not see that they have ladled a disproportionate amount of blame on the head coach. Now, again, let me make myself clear. From what I've heard, they had every right to fire him. But at the same time, you look at the roster, you look at the acquisition of Bradley Beal, you look at this, you look at that, and it's the problems extend well beyond the head coach. But I think they're so disappointed by Mike Budenholzer that they want him to be the reason why they failed.
Well, that's one problem taken care of.
Yep.
And it's not a convenient problem to have because, again, four coaches in 4 years is not great for anybody.
All right, so we've had multiple responses here. Ray Liotta in Goodfellas, he sounds like. Joe Pesci, a little Mark Wahlberg in it. Multiple people says he sounds like David Eigenberg. Ooh. Not familiar, but he was the guy. Did any of you watch Sex in the City?
I not religiously, but I saw
played like Miranda's like squirrely.
Oh, the guy with the Steve character.
Yeah, Steve, exactly.
Okay.
And he's on Chicago Fire now. And I just listened to. He does sound like him, but that's not who I was thinking of.
Some guy Jimbo at 6:19 this morning says, "Why does this guy sound like Sammy?" I don't see that.
I don't see it either, Sammy.
Treat mom to a day at the ballpark. Head to the contest page now at ArizonaSports.com for your chance to win tickets to see the D-backs take on the Dodgers on Mother's Day. Coming up next, Jarrett's prepared a round of start, sit, cut for us on this Wednesday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Am I concerned specifically about Corbin Burns? I'm not like super overly freaking out about that. It's something else, right? It's another thing. Even if it ends up hopefully just being a little thing, then the D-backs have some things that aren't little things that are adding up right now too. So no, they don't need this right now.
Inflammation in the shoulder. I did not like that either.
No,
the inflammation. You know, honestly, if you want to tell me soreness, okay. But the inflammation part of it right there, we don't need that. All right, that's too much detail right there. Can you just tell us his shoulder's a little sore?
It's a little off.
You know, he's a little sore right there.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and yeah, it's just about that time. Summer around the corner, triple-digit temperatures, sizzling hot steering wheels, which means now is a great time to get prepped for summer by getting your air conditioner tuned up before it's too late. An AC tune-up from Parker & Sons does a lot of great things, prolongs the life of your system, helps you save money on utility bills up to $30 a month, prevents costly repairs, helps prevent breakdown, and what really it does that I think is really important, it gives you peace of mind, because the last thing you want is to find yourself with a broken air conditioning unit during the heat and the height of summer. Remember, Parker & Sons, the company you trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. All of their technicians are trust certified, which means they're insured, licensed, bonded, all have passed drug tests and background checks, and that's really important. You don't let anybody into your home. You don't let anybody work on your home. You never have to worry about that with Parker & Sons. Call 602-2-REPAIR, 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, how do tariffs impact an investor's strategy?
Well, tariffs can affect their investment strategies, but that's once they're implemented. Right now, what we're dealing with is the fear of possible tariffs and the volatility that's following.
So how do you help clients navigate that if they've got that fear?
Well, number one, they just need to stay the course and make sure that they're properly diversified, and most importantly, that they're invested at the right risk level for them.
Are there specific strategies that you use?
Well, absolutely. And a lot of it is hand-holding, making sure that they don't panic. Everyone knows you're supposed to buy low and sell high. Oftentimes, people do just the opposite.
So staying informed and adaptable would be the key.
100%.
Is your portfolio diversification in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review or call 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Zach Gallen was dominant again last night, going 7 innings, striking out 6, and only giving up 1 earned run in the D-backs 5-1 victory to even up the series against the New York Mets. And they'll look to win the series today with Merrill Kelly on the bump at first pitch at 12:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. And the Phoenix Suns introduced new general manager Brian Gregory yesterday, and he talked about some new alignment with the team and where his focus will start. And more on that, head to ArizonaSports.com. Some mayhem in the NBA last night. The Indiana Pacers mounted a 20-point comeback in a 120-119 win over the Cavs that ended with a Tyrese Halliburton game winner, and the Golden State Warriors went into Minnesota and beat the Timberwolves 99-88 in a dogfight, but Steph Curry did leave the game with a hamstring strain. 2 more Game 2s tonight, Knicks, Celtics, and Thunder and Nuggets. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. The Memorial Day preview sale is going on now at Brooklyn Betting. Get 25% off in-store and online through May 14th. Find a showroom today or go to brooklynbetting.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford. It's Brian Gregory oriented, and I'm interested to see because our question is, are you more or less confident in the new Suns general manager based on his introductory press conference yesterday? More confident, less confident, or no difference?
No difference for me.
Yeah, I would actually say, in all honesty, I am slightly more confident. Even though there's a lot of red flags that came from it, the leadership, the charisma, the ability to speak to a room, it's the kind of stuff that you would expect from a guy that's been a college coach at 3 different universities.
Okay,
I actually not enough to move the meter, but a little better, yes.
So if you did vote more confident, you would be in the large minority.
Oh, I'm sure I am.
4% say more confident. The vote leader less confident, 57%, and no difference right at 39%.
Interesting results.
Yeah.
That is today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You could vote on it now. It's on the homepage at ArizonaSports.com.
Bickley and Murata want to know, who would you start, sit or cut?
Haven't done this in a bit, Jared. What do you got for us today?
All right, I'll be presenting.
Jared, Vinny said that you have prepared another edition of Start, Sit, Cut. Did, in fact, you prepare for this?
Well, you can see on the bottom here if you're watching live on YouTube.
All right.
That I have categories of 3 options here.
All right, let's do it.
And I will be presenting them to them. They'll have to tell me which they would start, sit, and cut, essentially ranking them 1 through 3. And we'll start building off the Brian Gregory press conference and the future of the Suns, which would shock you the most? Start, sit, cut. That Kevin Durant is back on the team next year?
Back!
That Bradley Beal is back on the team next year? Or that both are gone from the team next year?
What would shock me the most? Start Bradley Beal back on the team, sit KD back on the team, cut both are gone.
So I would start KD back on the team. Because let's face it, it's going to be, if the Suns choose this path, it's going to be easier to get rid of Kevin Durant than it is Bradley Beal. Shock you the least or the most?
Shock you the most.
Yeah, what would be most shocking?
Yeah, I'm sticking with that.
Okay.
KD, start KD is back. I'll sit Beal is back, and I'll cut both are gone.
Okay, so you both expect both of them to be gone.
That's right.
Of those categories, even though it's be hard to get rid of Beal. All right, the Diamondbacks are not having so far this season we hoped they would, with very, very high expectations. So looking currently and forward, which of these teams, in your mind, is most likely to make the playoffs? Start, sit, cut. The Diamondbacks this season, or next season's Cardinals or ASU football team? Most likely to make the playoffs, Diamondbacks, Cardinals, or ASU?
Go ahead, Vinny.
I will. Man. I'm going to start the Sun Devils just because of recency bias.
They did it last year.
Really hard to make the playoffs, though.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to sit. This is a good question. This is meaty.
What do you think of meaty, Jarrett?
I'm going to sit.
Depends on the meat.
I'm going to sit the D-backs and I'm going to cut the Cardinals. Although I think the Cardinals should have playoff expectations.
Yeah.
But again, they're in kind of the same boat as the D-backs. It's a tough division.
Very much so. I am going to. That is a very, very tough decision. I'm gonna flip this thing on its head. I'm gonna start next season's Cardinals as most likely to make the playoffs.
Wow.
I'm gonna sit the Diamondbacks. I'm gonna cut ASU's football team only because how difficult it is to get into the college football playoff and how everything has to fall your way. And while I'm extremely confident in Kenny Dillingham and Sam Levitt, I'm gonna put them third in that list.
Right, 12 teams making the playoffs out of 30 teams is a lot easier than 12 out of 180 or whatever.
Right, exactly.
Really, you only have to. It's 1 out of 16 basically.
Right, that's true too.
And the Sun Devils own the Big 12. They run that joint.
That's true.
Wikipedia says so.
Speaking of running joints and running places, right now the Catholic Church is currently in a conclave. They've closed the doors to the Sistine Chapel, and they are voting.
I believe that's the 16th chapel, Jarrett.
That's right. They're in there poping around, trying to find the next pope.
Poping around?
They're poping this way, poping that way, trying to figure out who the next pope will be. They're voting right now. Which of these positions would you most want?
Oh, goodness.
Start, sit, cut. The Pope, the King of England, or the President of the United States?
This is easy.
Good, Vinny. If it's easy, go ahead.
Starting the King of England. There's where it's not as easy as I thought. I'll sit the Pope. I'll cut the President of the United States.
Yeah, I'm going to.
Pope's no picnic.
Yeah. No, listen. I'm going to start the King of England. I'm going to sit the President of the United States. I'm going to cut the Pope.
Don't want to be a Pope.
No.
Big's not going to be poping around anymore.
I'm not poping around in a conclave, Jarrett.
I don't think either of you is old enough for
Jarrett,
any
you know
of
what
those
it is?
positions.
You know what it is? It's a Pope Fest.
Pope Fest.
Technically, yes, we are. You only have
Well,
to be
no, I know.
35
You're
to be the
technically
president.
old, but they're all very old. All right. Finally, the Utah Hockey Club, formerly the Phoenix Coyotes, formerly the Arizona Coyotes.
Formerly the Winnipeg Jets.
That's right. They decided on a name, finally. The Utah Mammoth. Another one of those no S's team names thing. Oddly enough, the last 3 hockey teams with animal names are the mammoth, the kraken, and the predators, which are their mascot is the saber-toothed tiger. So of those three, either extinct or mythical creatures, which of those do you wish was around today in real life living amongst us? Start to cut a mammoth, a saber-toothed tiger, or a kraken.
Certainly not a kraken, because if you're on a boat, you might be taken asunder. You're going to Davy Jones's locker.
But if you're not on a boat,
Right, exactly.
Well, that's a good point.
Easiest to avoid of the three.
I think just having woolly mammoths would be cool to look at. So I'm going to start mammoth. I'm going to sit the saber-toothed tiger. I'm cutting the kraken.
You're not releasing the kraken. You're cutting the kraken. I probably would agree with that. Saber-toothed tiger, though?
That's cool sounding.
They seem to get along the last time they were in civilization with the Flintstones.
That's true. As a pet. So did the mammoth, though. They rode them to in the quarry there.
And the mammoth did a lot of cleaning, if I remember correctly, laundry.
Yes, they did. They
Final
were very,
question.
very useful around
Who
the
would
house.
win in a fight, a kraken or 100 popes? Okay, that was start, sit, cut.
That was actually a good addition, Jarrett. Well
Thank
done.
you.
He actually did.
He actually did.
Original question.
He actually did.
He did prepare something. Final thoughts straight ahead on this Wednesday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns' new general manager, Brian Gregory.
My main focus right now is hiring the next head coach of the Phoenix Sun and hiring a great one. I'm not going to give a timetable because I want to make sure that we get this right. Finding that head coach that is aligned. Finding that head coach that has the attributes that are important to us.
We talk about a new horizon for the Suns today on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Every day is a great day to shop at Chapman BMW. Today is especially a great day. Great deals, and here's some information. If you're confused about tariffs in the automobile industry, understand every car on the ground at Chapman BMW, tariff-free. Chapman BMW, also your premier destination for luxury and performance. They've got 2 great locations, which means you're going to get the best selection you are going to find in the Valley. No matter what you are looking for, you are going to find it at Chapman BMW. They are also committed to delivering an exceptional car buying experience, and many of our listeners have reached back to me, thanked me for pointing them towards Chapman BMW. They all rave about the service and the handling they get, the red carpet service they get at Chapman BMW. And once you buy from Chapman BMW, their state-of-the-art service center, staffed by BMW certified techs, ensure your vehicle is going to get great care. Finally, every member of this listening audience, you've got a friend in the business. So go take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He ensures that you are going to get the best deal possible in Arizona. Make sure you ask for him by name. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Have you thought about selling your home? Well, Inc. 5000 just named 72 Sold the #1 real estate firm in the state of Arizona. Why? More money for Arizona home sellers. Our competitors must wonder if we have a secret playbook to get more money for you. Turns out we do, but only for you and only at 72sold.com. Get more money for your home at 72sold.com.
Did you hear?
A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
This is The Who. Roger Daltrey, Pete Townsend, Keith Moon, John Entwistle.
There you go.
Yeah, from my line, the blast of Meet the New Boss, same as the old boss. Won't get fooled again. One of their anthemic songs that goes on for 8.5 minutes with a very indulgent keyboard interlude that you just wouldn't put in a song today.
You know what, Vic? We worked hard today. Let's just play the whole song. That's going to do it for us today. No. You said it is definitely anthemic. Is this at the top of your Who chart?
Yeah, I've never been a giant Who fan, but I like this song. I like Rain Over Me. Love Rain Over Me. That's a great song.
Bob O'Reilly.
Bob O'Reilly is pretty good.
I love The Who. One of my favorite bands.
Really?
Again.
I even like their really lame later stuff after Keith Moon died. Eminence Front.
That was actually a good album.
It's
by the way. Yeah, I like that song. They play that song, by the way. They used to. I don't know if they still do. Mark Cuban was a big Who fan, so that was what played during introductions at Mavericks games.
Alice Cooper has the best line about Keith Moon. He said, like, everything you hear about me or Ozzy or Keith Richards, only about 20% of that is true. Everything you hear about Keith Moon is true, and you've only heard 50% of it.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, he's maybe the most rock and roll of the rock and rollers of all time.
Probably.
Gotta be up there.
The
right?
Muppet Animal was based on Keith Moon. That's all you need to know.
But it's funny because you bring up Alice Cooper. Alice Cooper, for his age, and I just saw him perform a few weeks ago, sounds fantastic. Vocally, for his age.
Played at a Suns game.
Same with Roger Daltrey. Sounds fantastic for his age.
Paul McCartney, not so much.
Axl Rose, not so much. Vince Neil, not so much.
Vince Neil never sounded good. Won't get fooled again. The Who, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid.
Off the grid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
So one thing we have to reconcile is we are getting very close to the end of basketball broadcasts as we know it. This is the last run for TNT. I know the crew is staying together.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be co-opted by ESPN. It's not going to be the same. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
So this is like the last run of the TNT inside the NBA crew. Ernie Johnson, Charles Barkley, Kenny Smith, Shaquille O'Neal. Because they don't have the finals. They'll have one of the conference finals, and that's it.
Okay.
So we're being treated to great playoff basketball. But on top of that, you're still getting these guys in their prime of razzing each other.
Oh, it's the best.
They got into it the other day about, and Charles gets the brunt of this because Charles didn't win a championship. Kenny and Shaq did. I think, Kenny and Shaq went to more, I can't say Shaq went to a more prestigious basketball university. LSU? Yeah, Auburn's on the upswing. But so they're razzing Charles about his resume all the time. Here was the exchange from the other day.
Well, did you ever win a game in the NCAA? Did you ever get to the Final Four? You're like the only North Carolina guy that never got to the Final Four. Did you ever win a game? You played with my question. Let me ask you a question. Did you play with you played with Michael Jordan? Answer my question. Did you play with Michael Jordan? Yeah, I was College Player of the Year. Were you did you play with Michael Jordan? All right, man, leave it alone. Hey, you ain't win a game in the tournament.
Wow.
Who wins that argument?
Yeah, Charles wins that, don't you?
Yeah, you're the only guy in North Carolina not to get to the Final Four. Charles Barkley, 3 years at Auburn. According to SportsReference.com, led the nation in rebounding 3 years in a row. 9.8 rebounds, 9.5, 9.5. Average 15.1 points per game as a senior.
Listen, the young Charles Barkley was a problem. Shut up, Jarrett! He was a problem.
Well,
if you've never seen a young Charles... Have you seen a young Charles Barkley play, Sammy?
I have.
Okay. The footage, he was monstrous. Impossible to deal with.
I'm looking at Charles, because he didn't play with the best talent either. His freshman year, he played with somebody named Daryl Lockhart, who apparently made the NBA. I don't remember him. His next year, 82-83, played with Chuck Person. Chuck Person was a good player. And I think they played together in 83-84. But lost in the first round of the NCAA tournament to 12-seed Richmond by 1 point in his last college game. Charles Barkley, and that's when he was that's when he was the round mound of rebound. That's when he was chunky.
Yeah.
And people think that followed him into the NBA. It did. He actually got into really good shape when he got to the NBA.
He did.
By the time he got to Phoenix. Wait, what?
What?
By the time I get to Phoenix,
what?
Tomorrow's song of the day. All right, it came up in Start, Sit, Cut. The long national nightmare is over. The Utah Hockey Club finally has a name. Why does it take these teams so long to come up with a name?
They got to workshop things.
The Washington football team took forever too.
You got to get in alignment, Vinny. That's why.
That must be it. And there's obviously more to it than we think. Like you have to all the legalese stuff. Because it wasn't Yeti the first choice, and they just couldn't get that name.
That was what was reported, because they couldn't get cooperation from the Yeti Cooler Company.
Yeah, that's right.
What do you think of Mammoth as a name?
I like it. I think it's gonna be a cool sort of sweater design.
The logo's cool. Their colors, I'm a big fan of dark blue and light blue together. I think that's a good color combo. And the woolly mammoth elephant logo is very cool.
Yeah. It's a mountain with like a woolly mammoth face, so it's pretty cool.
And I think it's a better name than Kraken.
So do I. I think so too. Because woolly mammoths actually once existed.
True.
You're saying Greek mythology is not, I guess, by definition, it's not true. Greek history.
That's gonna. Now I can say it. That's gonna do it for us on this Wednesday.
The Kraken was not even involved in Greek mythology. It's a sailor's tale.
Oh, it's sure. Jason and the Argonauts.
Thanks to Shane Young, Tim Ring, and Jared Carlin. We're back tomorrow. Wolf and Luke are up next. Have a great day.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan, and if you've got great credit, if you've got a credit score of 800 or better, congratulations. You should wear that like a badge of honor, and you should not finance your home the same way as somebody with average to poor credit would. What good is that doing you? Fortunately, there is a better way. On a Life Changer Loan, you can do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first, which means you pay off your house in years, not decades. It all happens without changing a dime of your spending habits. You also get 24/7 access to your equity, which gives you the power to pay down, pay back, borrow back whenever you want. Lots of great things with the Life Changer Loan. When you pay off your house in a matter of years, you now get decades to build personal wealth, and that is how you get ahead. Now, you're probably thinking, come on, Bick, that sounds too good to be true. They hear that all the time at Life Changer Loan. Like they say, it's not magic, it's just math, but it's not for everybody. You've got to be a right fit. Give them a call, find out if you are, because if you are a good fit, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Northern Arizona University is a school and experience like no other. It's an affordable, accessible education outfitted with high-quality programs and dedicated faculty. It's a community that's welcoming, caring, and thriving. As you enjoy the life of a lumberjack in Arizona's best college town, you'll make an impact every day on your community and your future. That's NAU. Learn more and apply today at nau.edu/enroll.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Right now, USDA Choice Boneless New York Strip Steaks are only $7.99 a pound in the Super Value Pack with your digital coupon. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
I'm Kimberly.
I'm Ken.
And we're the Owens family. I love living next to my parents because when we live 10 minutes from them, sometimes I would dread a phone call coming because I wouldn't know if my mom was like, okay, your dad fell. He needs help. Can you get here right away? Now, since they're right next door, if anything happens, I can be there within a matter of minutes.
Floating home communities are wonderful. It's a very comforting feeling. You know, it's kind of seems to be a sense of family, you know, which I think everybody wants. And so, you know, when you have that opportunity to live in a situation like that, it's everything.
We're always trying to get our friends and families to move over here. We would recommend Fulton Homes to our friends and our family. And we have recommended Fulton Homes to our friends and our family.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, we'll help you find the perfect diamond. This is your engagement ring, aka only your life's most important piece of jewelry. No need to worry. As gemstone experts since 1929, we handpick only the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds cut to our high standards in every price range. We have diamonds in all shapes and sizes, ready to compare side by side right here in our store. Come see for yourself at Shaneco.com or at your local store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
May 5th through the 11th, get close to the future legends in women's golf. The Carlisle Arizona Women's Golf Classic returns to TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Brought to you by Carlisle Companies. The biggest purse on the Epson Tour means the best in women's golf will be here. May 5th through the 11th at TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Go to CarlisleLPGA.com for tickets. Be there for the best.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Zach Gallen was dominant again last night in his outing, going 7 innings, striking out 6 and only giving up 1 earned run in the Dbacks 5-1 win over the Mets to even up the series. And they'll be right back in action today with the series on the line and Merrill Kelly on the bump. First pitch at 12:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. And Brian Gregory, the new Phoenix Suns general manager, was introduced to the media yesterday, and he had this to say about aligning this team.
It's about building that alignment. It's about creating that identity, and it's about executing that vision. And for me, that's why I'm here, to do exactly that.
More NBA on tonight. 2 Game 2s. The Knicks and Celtics and the Thunder and Nuggets are also in action tonight. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Received a new HVAC quote? Send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submittosave.com. That's submit the number 2 save.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from Chase Field for the Arizona Sports Half Day Club as the Diamondbacks get set for the series finale with the New York Mets. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what's going on?
Oh, man, this is awesome once again to be out here at Chase Field, Basinonians. We are broadcasting cold beers and cheeseburgers. We are on the porch, as we like to call it. Do we not like to call it the porch, Luke?
Sure, let's call it the
porch. We love
porch.
to call it the porch, of course. Out here on the porch of cold beers and cheeseburgers on the upper deck. Not the upper deck, ladies and gentlemen. Don't say that. What do they call it, Luke? The diamond level. I believe that's what it is right there.
We took a little
the
journey
diamond
today.
level, and here we are broadcasting, of course, out in left field. It's a beautiful thing today, is it not? Especially because the Diamondbacks won Game 2 of the series. The rubber match is in front of us. Here we go.
Chance to win the series, chance to win the season series from the Mets, which, as we saw last year, that could be very pivotal at the end of the year in the National League. We'll get into all the baseball stuff throughout the show. It's a short show today, Wolf. We only have 2 hours because the game is early. That's why it's the half-day club.
I didn't know that.
Mike Hazen will be joining us at 11:45 out here, so we need to get organized before Mike Hazen gets over here.
Well, 11:45, yeah. Everybody, get your act together. Jamal, are you looking at me? Felisa, are you looking at me? Get your act together. We got Mike Hazen coming
Got
over.
an hour and a half. The boss is going to be here. All right, so Wolf, let's start though actually with the Phoenix Suns and the Brian Gregory introductory press conference yesterday. Just your general reaction before we start playing some of these cuts.
Yeah, for the most part, just coming into this press conference, it's a no-win situation. It was a no-win situation for him. Suns fans are angry, and rightfully so. They're upset about the situation and what has happened right here. He could have been brilliant, Luke. Brilliant. Absolutely won the press conference, and it doesn't matter.
True.
And he could absolutely have stunk the joint up, been the worst possible hire ever at a press conference, and that doesn't matter either. Because what matters is, are they going to win more games going forward under Brian Gregory?
Yeah, and
that's what matters.
He's in a tough spot in the sense of they're probably not going to win a ton of games this first year anyway. Or whatever, however you want to refer to this upcoming year. I mean, I guess it depends what they do this offseason. If they could go in a million different directions. But there's a pretty good chance that they're not going to, win the NBA title next year. Let's put it that way, okay? So that would have been the case with any GM. But when you hire a GM that everybody's looking and saying, oh, okay, that's just because Matt Ishbia knows him, you're right. It's kind of a no-win situation out of the gates, especially at a press conference. There's nothing he could have said that would have made everybody feel like, oh, this is definitely going to work. I don't know. I'm torn on this because I want it to work.
Yeah.
I didn't hear a whole lot yesterday that made me think, oh, okay, we're good. It was a lot of talk about alignment, honestly. It was, do you feel aligned today?
Yes, the alignment thing, too. I'm with you on that. Okay, that's great. There's a consensus, I think, in the front office. I think that's what he was trying to say, and that's great. What is that consensus? What is that alignment? What does that alignment mean right there, Luke? That is the question that we're all wondering right now. To me, again, he was in a very, very difficult situation, kind of a no-win situation, because you can't say enough to fix anything at this point in time. You can't do it. You're not going to win the press conference and suddenly fix the Phoenix Suns.
But see, now this is where this gets tougher for him than it maybe would be for an established GM. I'll use Bob Myers as the example, but that's almost unfair because that's the full other extreme of, like, everybody would just assume everything's going great with Bob Myers. But, whatever. Just a GM that has done this job for 5-10 years or whatever, everybody would start judging him once the season started, and probably even realistically maybe give him a little bit of a buffer zone into next season, because there's a pretty good chance this offseason consists of getting rid of Bradley Beal and Kevin Durant in addition to a new coach and all the movement that we already know about that has to happen with this team. But because it's Brian Gregory and because he doesn't have experience and because really for the most part, and they kind of leaned into this yesterday, most of his credentials for this job, at least optically, seem to be his connection to Matt Ishbia, I feel like he's already being judged. He was being judged today.
Yes.
Like, why aren't you guys winning games today, basically?
No, you're exactly right. Listen, it's opportunity and experience. I love that right there. Opportunity and experience. This is what a general manager deals with. For the most part, Bob Myers, if they would have hired Bob Myers and brought him in here, if things didn't go well, it wouldn't be because of experience. It would be because, he just doesn't have the opportunity to fix things.
Exactly.
Okay? Now, with Brian Gregory, it's totally different. It's because he doesn't have the experience to fix things. That's the automatic exit button for each guy. Well, for Bob Myers, he doesn't have the opportunity. For Brian Gregory, he doesn't have the experience if it goes bad.
That's the uphill battle he faces.
That is right. That is the uphill battle that he faces. Well said by you.
Now, he spoke yesterday at the press conference, and one of the things he said, and I thought this was interesting, he was not shy to the fact that his relationship with Matt Ishbia is why he's the GM of this team now.
I'm never going to shy away from the fact that one of the reasons I'm sitting up here is because of my relationship with Matt Ishbia. But that relationship is founded on that alignment. Shared values, shared work ethic. We've been through a lot together, and he trusts me and I trust him. And he has empowered me with this responsibility of executing the vision that we've put forth. We share the same vision of what our team needs to look like and how we need to play and how that can lead to successful teams.
Favorite part of the press conference right there for me.
Just that he was honest about
That's exactly what I'm talking about right now. Yeah, absolutely. I understand. I am friends with Matt Ishbia. We trust each other. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
How many times do you think you've actually heard a general manager, a guy that was just hired to be the general manager, say, you know what, we trust each other. That's what we have. This is a great thing. We trust each other. It typically doesn't work that way at the highest level our species can generate, Basin audience. It does not. The way that it works is, man, this guy is going to be able to fix our team, and because he's going to be able to fix our team, and, man, he's going to look really good in front of the camera, and he's going to win the press conference, we're going to hire this guy right here because that's what's going to happen. Not because we have any trust between it. What are you talking about, trust? I'm paying you money. You do the job, period. You don't hear it an awful lot at general manager press conferences. We trust each other. And once again, I've been talking about this. This could be real change, Basin earnings, or it could blow up in their face.
Yeah, it's kind of an all or nothing.
It's an all or nothing. It is, Luke.
Yeah.
It's a good way to frame it. It's all or nothing.
I understand why people are caught up in he got this job just because he knows Matt Ishbia. I understand that.
And you're right.
He just said it. He said you're right. But I understand why, if you're a Suns fan, that's frustrating to you or it's concerning or whatever the emotion is. That's a negative emotion. For me, it's more just the lack of experience thing. I don't care as much about, okay, he got this job because he knows Matt Ishbia. It's more just like if he had been a GM in this league for 5 years and then he got this job because he knows Matt Ishbia, I wouldn't really be that concerned. It's just the learning on the job with everything that's on the line this summer.
Right.
It's just not the right, in my mind, it's not the right time to do that. It doesn't mean it can't work. I'll keep saying this. It doesn't mean it can't work. Matt Ishbia is obviously a very successful businessman. There's no way that he thought that press conference yesterday was going to win everybody over. He knows they have to win, and it's his money, and it's his team, and obviously he wants to win. He's shown that in the last 2 years, but it's not even relative lack of experience. It's the lack of experience on this job with everything that's in front of him now. That's what I'm watching.
Every deal that Brian Gregory is going to make right now is going to be an uphill climb for him.
Because the tie's always going to go to the other. Like, if it doesn't go right, it was his fault.
It's not only that, but every deal he's trying to pull off with another general manager is going to be really, really difficult because that other general manager is going, hey, listen, you got no experience in this. Are you kidding me, buddy? They're going to try everything for everything they're going to do. They're going to try hard to get a lot more than what they would if the guy had a ton of experience.
I'm glad you said that because that was one of the main thoughts that I had during the press conference yesterday. It was just like, how are other GMs around the league going to perceive it?
It's that much tougher.
It doesn't really matter how I perceive it. It matters how teams how does Houston's GM perceive him now? So, yeah.
He's going to have to work harder.
Or just call Dallas because you could probably fleece them for somebody good. All right, when we come back, how big was the Diamondbacks win over the Mets last night? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks Mets.
3-2 on the way. And a fly ball to center. This should do it. In comes Thomas. Out goes Perdomo. It's Thomas who makes the catch, and the D-backs secure the victory by a final score of 5-1. The offense did what it needed to do, but this was a performance that was driven by right-hander Zach Gallen. He was just magnificent tonight for the Diamondbacks.
The D-backs host the Mets today at Chase Field for the series finale. Coverage starts at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Man, the summer is looming, is it not, brothers? And so don't move yourself. Little tip from your Uncle Ron right there. You just go ahead and call Moving Team 6. That's what you need to do. Moving Team 6 is owned and operated by Tim Lee, the Lee family. They started it all the way back in 2012. He runs the company, Tim Lee, with his sons Garrett and JT right here in Phoenix. This is a company that is built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service, Basinonians. I know that because it's built on the backs of the Lee family. They proudly support and hire veterans as well. They believe that building trust starts with you, the customer. That's right. They want to earn your trust. It's one of the reasons why they require no upfront deposits and no hidden fees. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our Energy Support Program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimers.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation, even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia, puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh, did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said, but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine, earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Hellsberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts Mom will cherish forever. Visit Hellsberg.com or a store near you.
Roll with the punches, cause you know that it's a
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Angst surrounding the Suns' future not eased by the hiring of Brian Gregory. Zach Gallen continues to stymie New York teams in a win over the Mets. And former Arizona Coyotes NHL team in Utah gets its permanent name. Those are your top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by Y-Refi.
All right, we're back out here at Chase Field. Wolf and Luke, it's the Arizona Sports Half Day Club. There's already people in here, Wolf. There's, it looks like an entire school over there down the first baseline that you got stuck behind walking into the stadium.
Really incredible when you walk from the parking garage, of course, to the stadium at Chase Field here. You have to cross this bridge, Basinonians. You do. You have to cross it. It's as long because you're walking across railroad tracks.
Well, you don't always have to, but a train came right when we got here this morning,
first of all, yeah, when you're VIPs like you that actually get to park on the lower level. I don't know about you, Luke. I'm level 4. They tell me level 4 or higher, as a matter of fact. So you're good at level 1. I guess I'm good at level 4. They
I definitely parked higher than you today.
Okay, good. All right, great. So you know what? I walked across it, and then I had to literally wait. How many do you think there are? I want to say 400.
Yeah, probably even more, honestly, because that's about 4 or 5 sections over there.
I got caught on the bridge just walking back into the parking garage and had to wait for all these kids because there was no way in the world I was going to walk or cut in front of them.
See Wolf cutting in front of a 7-year-old and walking.
I mean, seriously.
There's probably about 1,000 over there, if I'm being honest.
And
just Wolf in line.
It was amazing, too. I had to press up against the wall, Basinonians, because these kids, they're oblivious to this guy standing there, especially my gut hanging and everything like that.
I didn't have this problem at all. I walked right across the bridge. There was nobody.
Of course. You didn't have the problem. I did.
I think I missed the 1,000 children that are here, which, by the way, how great is that if you're a kid?
It's awesome.
This is your field trip to a Major League Baseball game.
This is so critical that we continue these programs, man. They are awesome for kids.
All right. Well, the game last night, anyway, I missed all that. I think I got there. I think I honestly missed it by about a minute. I got in before all this. And I turned around and I was like, hey, where'd Wolf go? Diamondbacks win last night, Wolf, and I was trying to work out whether or not you or I was right, because I remember you said, when is a Diamondbacks pitcher going to get into the 8th inning? And then we kind of had the conversation of when is a Diamondbacks pitcher going to go 7 innings? And I think we were both right and wrong, because Zach Gallen did go 7 innings last. He didn't pitch it all in the 8th inning.
Tell me you didn't think he was going to take the ball, though. I mean, was there a possibility when he finished the 7th inning that he was going to take the ball? I thought maybe, even though he was at 101 pitches.
Yeah. Yeah, they so badly, and especially being out here the last few days doing the pre- and post-game show, they so badly you see firsthand how much they needed a pitcher to go deep into a game. And Gallen was coming off a really good game against the Mets and last week in New York, and his performance last night was even better because, yes, his stat line was outstanding where he goes through and gives you 7 innings with 2 hits, 1 earned run. So 2 hits over those 7 innings, strikes out 6. But it was the 7 innings are almost the most important part because then they could just go Kevin Ginkel for an inning, Shelby Miller in non-save situation, but still Shelby Miller for an inning, and that's it. Everybody else in the bullpen got rested up. Torrey after the game said if they had to go to Shelby Miller today, he thinks they can do it. So they kind of got that bullpen reset they so badly needed, and they won a game while they were doing it.
Yeah, they won the game. Game 2, of course. Now this is the rubber match here. Game 3. Might it go exactly the way that it did at Citi Field?
That'd be nice.
Might it go that way? Once again, losing Game 1 and then winning Games 2 and 3. Is that possible? Yes, it is. It is alive and well here today, Babes and Orleans. Let me just say this. Zach Gallen, and you already talked about it, but he went out and he pitched like Zach Gallen. He looked like Zach Gallen once again. It was so good to see that. You know me, Babes and Orleans. I'm big on how you start a game and how you finish games as well. How you start a half and how you finish a half as well in the game of football. I'm really big on that. I'm big on setting the tone. Zach Gallen took the ball and set the tone early. I'm talking about the first couple of innings because inning number 3, it got a little sideways on him. And I love to see him push through that as well and then finish the way that he did. Zach Gallen, this was an outing where Zach Gallen set the tone for the game and then showed a bunch of circumference in finishing that game, getting to at least 7 innings.
So he's made 8 starts this season, and I understand he's had some rough starts in there. His ERA for the year is 4.37 now, so it's at least getting back down to a respectable-ish area when you consider some of the bad games he has had this year. But, Wolf, his 3 games against the teams from New York, okay, so the Yankees once in Yankee Stadium, the Mets in New York, and then the Mets here. Zach Gallen, 19 2/3 innings. He's 3-0 with 27 strikeouts and a 0.92 ERA. So when he faces a team from New York,
is that good, Luke?
He is the best pitcher in baseball.
Are those numbers good right there? That you just, oh my goodness. It just, again, it's Zach Gallen. And when he's pitching, you better jump him early for the most part.
That's true.
You better jump Zach Gallen early. If you let him get comfortable, and we saw this after inning number 3, where he did get back into a groove. If you let him find and locate that fastball in particular, you could be in trouble. And that was on display yesterday.
Gallen, after the game, talked about how important it was for him to go out there, do his job, and go deep into the game for the rest of his team.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, with Burns kind of skipping to start and, having to use Nelly and call some guys up and, kind of use the bullpen a good bit the last few games. Just tried to come in, give him as much length as possible, hopefully be able to reset. Just kind of let Torrey do his thing with resetting the bullpen. But that's my job, is kind of go out there and give him as many innings as possible anyway. So for me, I'm not really trying to change course, depending on what happens in the game prior.
Yeah,
they had to have that. They still don't have an off day until next Thursday.
Man, at one point in that 3rd inning, though, were you yelling at the television at one point, Babes and Orleans? Just saying.
I was quietly yelling from that box over there, actually.
This is why, in retrospect, when we look back at what Zach Gallen did in going 7 innings yesterday, after having that 3rd inning, my goodness, that could have blown up in his face, of course, and yet it did. To walk Lindor, Soto, and Alonso, and then Alonso, that walk brought in a run, as a matter of fact. That's where you were kind of like, oh, Zach, can I talk to you? What is going on here? You have to be kidding me. To get out of that inning without posting a crooked number was a massive accomplishment by Zach Gallen.
I don't know what they would have done if he couldn't get out of that inning. I think he struck out Starling Marte to end that inning, and with the bases loaded, just get out of it with just the 1 run allowed. But if he if that inning went long and he gave up 3 or 4 runs or whatever, which was absolutely on the table, and then he had to come out after the 4th inning or the 5th, I don't know what they would have done because, normally you would almost say, hey, sorry, you got to stay out there and just eat some innings for us, but you're not going to do that to Zach Gallen. You're not going to make him throw 125 pitches when you're down 6-0 or something. So I don't know what they would have done bullpen-wise. Fortunately, they didn't have to because he got it under control, and then he was dominant after that, and the Diamondbacks ended up finding a way to put some runs on the board. Lourdes Gurriel Jr., he seems to be coming out of this
Boy, how
slump.
about it?
Just the right time.
Yes, he's doing a great job as well. I just want to go back to Zach Gallen, Basin Onions, because once again, this is the kind of resiliency, this is the kind of toughness we at the Wu Fang Clan love at the Wolfley compound. We love this stuff. I love to see a guy who goes out there, you look good, you got your stuff, and all of a sudden, bang, that 3rd inning rolls around, you hit this speed bump. What are you going to do about it then when suddenly things are going bad? It's so easy when things are going well, right, brothers? It's so easy to compete or do your job, whatever your job may be, Basin Audience. It's so easy to do it when things are going well. What about when they're not going well? Zach Gallen was on display, man. This is the kind of resiliency that we expect from Zach Gallen. And it was great to see that toughness from him once again.
If he wants to pitch the way he's done the last 2 starts, then he can be in that $100 million conversation that we were talking about yesterday, that piece Jeff Passan had put out there. And Torrey did point this out after the game. It's a good point. It is tough when you're a pitcher to face the same team in back-to-back starts and actually get better probably in the second start because they've seen you now, and they just saw you last week. David Peterson was dealing with that from the Mets side of things too, because Diamondbacks had seen him last Tuesday. But excellent performance there by Gallen. They needed it, and so did he. When we come back over to basketball again, when exactly do the Phoenix Suns plan on finding their next head coach? New general manager Brian Gregory shed a little bit of light on that yesterday. We'll react to what he said next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns' new general manager, Brian Gregory.
When we talk about identity, when we talk about culture, that's who you are on a daily basis. So that's not just in practice. That's out in your individual skill work. That's in the weight room. That's in the training room. All those things come into play. And to be honest with you, that's our organization.
We talk about a new horizon for the Suns today on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then just moving in right away, not waiting around to sell your old place first, getting caught up in all that, and then losing your dream home. No, you do it this way, right? Find your dream home, you just move right in. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program is going to let you do. You buy your new home now, you sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash. You can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves, none of those extra complicating factors. You can just focus on moving forward. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades. So once they're done, a local Orchard agent can step in and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Again, still for top dollar. Buy before you sell. Get top dollar for your old home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com. That way you can get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a third-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, Your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected. Your floor mats are cleaned and delivered. And your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Yeah. There we go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Right now, for a limited time, Santan Ford, they have employee pricing, and it will save you thousands. Plus, at Santan Ford, you can buy a new 2025 Ford Explorer for as low as 2.9% APR financing. That's a great rate right there, folks. You could take up to $8,700 off a brand new 2025 Ford Escape as well. At Santan Ford, they've got hundreds of Escapes to choose from. Let's recap now, shall we? Employee pricing, financing options that are good for your wallet, and selection galore. It's all going on right now from America for America. We'll see you over at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford in Gilbert. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. New Phoenix Suns general manager Brian Gregory met with the media for the first time yesterday and talked about if Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal could be on the team next season.
You know, I never talk regarding players, contracts, movement, anything like that. I will tell you this, I have a very, very good relationship with both those guys. My main focus right now, to be honest with you, is finding the right head coach for those guys. That's and getting prepared for the draft.
And the Arizona Diamondbacks play the rubber match of their 3-game series with the New York Mets today. First pitch is at 12:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly gets the start for the D-backs. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hey, it's Gambo. So how did the D-backs fare in the series finale against the Mets? We'll be reacting after the game on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday morning out here at Chase Field for the Arizona Sports Half-Day Club. D-backs Mets, the rubber match of this 3-game series. And if the Diamondbacks win today, they will have taken the season series from the Mets. They won't play them again this year unless they meet in the postseason, which I think Zach Gallen would be cool with, Wolf, if the D-backs met the Mets in the postseason. We also yesterday got a chance, really for the first time, to hear from new Suns general manager Brian Gregory. And I think pretty much every Suns fan out there has had a response to this or a reaction to it. One of the topics, of course, because it's one of the many jobs in front of him right now, is finding a new head coach. He was asked about his timeline for hiring somebody new for that job.
Obviously, my main focus right now is hiring the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns and hiring a great one. We are doing an extensive process in that right now. I'm not going to give a timetable because I want to make sure that we get this right. This is very, very critical for us moving forward. Finding that head coach that is aligned. Finding that head coach that has the attributes that are important to us.
Well, I don't have an issue with them taking time to do this, if I am remembering correctly, and I'm pretty sure I am. None of the other teams in the NBA need a coach right now. So it's not like you're in some race with some other team. There's like some big-name coach out there or somebody you definitely want, whether they're big name or not, but you're worried some other team's going to get them. Really, for the most part, you can just take your time here. The bigger thing is to make sure you get it right. And, again, this goes back to our earlier conversation. Who knows if they're going to do that?
Yeah. You know what's so fascinating about this, of course, a new word is being used here, alignment.
Yeah.
And you've been talking a lot about that already. I think you've used it like 3 times.
Well, how can I not?
Alignment.
They used it
you are
26
not aligned.
times.
You know, I mean, it's a situation where, you know, we all understand what identity is. We all understand what culture is. But now they're talking about alignment right now. And alignment is something where you are 100% on board. That's the only way you can be aligned with somebody else, is if you're 100% aligned. If you're even 1% off, you're not aligned. You just aren't. You have to find somebody that is going to be in alignment with your culture and what it is you want. And this is what is going to be really interesting. What is the process to find that, Brian Gregory?
You sound like a chiropractor. No, you've said alignment more than I have.
Well, once again, I'm trying to emphasize the alignment and how important it is. But again, what is the process to that? Did anyone ask that question? Did anyone follow up in that regard? What is the process to find somebody that is aligned with you?
They asked what attributes he's going to seek in a new head coach first.
Okay.
So here's what he said.
Unbelievable basketball IQ, tremendous communicator, shares our vision and what we understand needs to be done to be successful in basketball in this new NBA. The toughness, the physicality, all those different things, and has the ability to hold the players accountable to doing that. You know, playing and having a systematic approach offensively and defensively. Those attributes, in addition to understanding this is what our identity is, and this is, we're going to coach to this on a daily basis.
You know, Wolf, I keep going back to something Matt Ishbia said in his end of the season press conference where he talked about how there's going to be big changes. I mean, we've played that cut countless times on all these shows. It's in one of the, the commercials that we run, too, talking about this offseason for the Suns. Matt Ishbia, that's the owner of the team, saying there's going to be big changes. And I don't think he was just saying that. Like, I think, obviously, he believes it and he has control over how big those changes are. But I do wonder how much internally they're just thinking changing coaches is going to be the big change. Again, I do think the previous coach was a big part of the problem. But I don't think he was 100% of the problem. I do think he was probably the biggest part of the problem, honestly, with everything now that you kind of gather over the course of the year. But he wasn't 100%. And so I wonder how much of this change is hinging on who they bring in as the next head coach. This seems... I can't imagine any move they make being bigger than what they do with Kevin Durant this summer. But, man, the coach one is right there with it, honestly.
No, you're right about that, Luke. There's no doubt. Coaching traits that he's looking for. Basketball IQ. Okay, I get that. We all get that. Communicator. Communicator. What does that mean? Somebody that is actually going to yell? Somebody that is actually going to front.
Somebody that's going to talk to his players instead of packaging them with these first-round picks and trade away.
Somebody's actually going to have conversations with his players. And then, to me, Basinoni, it's the big thing. This is where, this is not going to surprise anybody, but this is where I almost lost it. My ears went up on this one. Shares a vision. What exactly is that vision, Brian Gregory? What is it? Shares a vision. What do you mean? Toughness, physicality, and accountability. Those are the 3 buzzwords he used to describe that. Toughness, physicality, and accountability. You know what accountability is, Basinonians? Leadership. It's somebody who's going to walk up to somebody else and say, look at me. Nobody else is watching. Nobody else is hearing what I'm saying to you. Look at me. Knock it off. You've got to get in alignment with us. How about that for a buzzword, throwing it in?
Yeah, that's, that was one of the things he said that I liked, but it is funny. It goes back to our earlier conversation. When you hear something that you like, it's just like, okay, well, you got to prove it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like and that goes back to, it's almost a no-win opening press conference for Brian Gregory. He needs to have it. If he doesn't have it, then that's a loss. But when you have it, it kind of is like we were talking about yesterday. You're just trying to get like 10 to 20% of Suns fans on board with, okay, let's be open-minded about this and see where it goes. You're not going to get everybody on board until you hire the right coach and make the right moves this offseason and start winning.
Yes, you're right, Luke. Yet again, Basinonians, the big thing about culture, the big thing about identity, the big thing about alignment is you have to speak it first. You have to think it, and then you have to speak it. You have to say it. So, you know what? I'm glad at least he's willing to say it. Because when I hear him say toughness, a shared vision, toughness, physicality, accountability, this is what is going on right now. Hey, it's a lot better than if he didn't say it. Because culture starts with saying. It's a thought, and then you speak it into existence. Now, you have to go execute it. You have to build on that. But it always starts with saying it first.
Treat Mom to a day at the ballpark. Head to the contest page now on ArizonaSports.com for your chance to win tickets to see the Diamondbacks take on the Dodgers on Mother's Day. When we come back, speaking of the D-backs, how badly did they need that Zach Gallen performance? And is the news good on Corbin Burns? We may be starting to see things turn for the better for this rotation. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care. That's right, DISC. Listen, the spine surgeons at DISC, they have helped me in the past as a football player. I've taken a lot of damage, of course. I can tell you right now, I give them my highest recommendation. If you are battling neck, spine, back issues, whatever it may be, Desert Institute for Spine Care, they are what you need, Basinonians. People from all over the world, they come right here to the Basin because of DISC. DISC treats a wide range of issues, including sciatica, herniated disc, bulging disc, spinal stenosis, neck pain, low back pain, and degenerative disc disease. What you need to do, Basinonians, is get back to living once again. Go to sciatica.com or 602-944-2900. That's 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimer.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but... Okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
Avoid an AC system breakdown
down this summer by calling Collins Comfort Masters to schedule a $49 AC tune-up. Collins is trusted by the community with over 9,500 5-star Google reviews and expert techs ensuring the job gets done right the first time. Make sure you take advantage of this offer so your home will stay cool and comfortable all season long. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for all your AC, heating, plumbing, and water filtration needs.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You know it would be great as a checking account without a bunch of stressful fees. And Chime has the answer. No maintenance fees and fee-free overdraft up to $200 until your next deposit. Just go ahead and learn more at Chime.com about that. When I first got into radio, I was going to grad school, too. I was working 2 jobs, living paycheck to paycheck, something a lot of people do. And when you're doing that, an overdraft fee hits or something like that, it's a big deal at the wrong time. You don't need your bank working against you. They should be working for you. Well, Chime's going to take care of you. They've spotted members over $32 billion to date. So, again, learn more at Chime.com and move toward a better financial future with Chime. Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress.
Banking services and debit card provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Members FDIC. MyPay line of credit provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. MyPay eligibility requirements apply. Not available in all states. Credit limits range from $20 to $500. $2 fee applies to get funds instantly. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs. Bank ranking and number of ATMs according to U.S. News & World Report 2023.
The NBA playoffs have been gooned up on the moon juice. They've been drunk. What will they bring us tonight? We'll talk basketball tomorrow starting at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, welcome back to Chase Field. It's the Arizona Sports Half Day Club. Dbacks Mets this afternoon, 12:40 first pitch. But pregame coverage begins right here at noon. We're going to have Mike Hazen on our show at 11:45. It's an hour from now, so stay tuned for that. Wolf, this is an interesting stat before we get into the pitching that was passed on to me last night before the game, and then it held true during the game. Diamondbacks are 10-3 this season when Jose Herrera has caught the game. Now,
okay.
I don't know what to make of it. I'm not going to read into it so much about anybody else on the team. I'm not taking it as like a knock on Gabby Moreno, but they are 10-3 in games when Jose Herrera has been the catcher, 9-14 when he isn't the catcher. It's still a relatively small sample size, but I am taking it as an indicator that this pitching staff is pretty comfortable with Jose Herrera behind the plate.
Yeah, once again, I would agree with you. The sample size is very, very small, yet it's a good thing when you're backup catcher, and he clearly is the backup catcher, when he can come in and you can go 10-3 over 13 games.
Yeah.
That's really, really good. There's no doubt about that. I'm going to take that stat and put it in the positive category, yet at the same time right now, we all know Gabby Moreno is the Arizona Diamondbacks catcher.
Yeah, and I believe Gabby's catching today for Merrill. Here's Zach Gallen after the game yesterday talking about what Jose Herrera excels at.
He's locked in.
I think the thing for Jose, his big thing, which I think a pitcher loves to hear, he wants to hit 350 behind the plate. That's his thing. So for him, he's all in, with the game calling, with sequencing, things like that. So I know he takes a lot of pride in it, and that's something he's out there. Me and him are a team in a sense. Whoever he's out there with, he's trying to be, one and the same. So for him to kind of just put the effort in, what he's doing, it's showing up.
I mean, the record speaks for itself. The comments of his teammates speak for themselves. And this may be a small thing, Wolf, but do you remember the first time this season when Merrill had the cramp issue?
Yeah.
You couldn't, at least watching it, you couldn't really even tell based on Kelly's reaction. You could tell Jose Herrera was the one that jumped up instantly and was like, he saw something, remember?
Yeah.
So, I mean, he didn't have to tell Merrill. Obviously, Merrill knew, but nobody else, I think, could really see it before Jose Herrera. Potentially good news for the Diamondbacks last night. We talked about what Zach Gallen did for them. Okay, so now I know there's a lot of Zach Gallen skepticism out there right now, and I get it. That's fine. But, his last 2 starts have been 2 of his best this season, and a lot of times you look to see what the guy's doing recently. So you have him pitching better. You have Merrill Kelly going today. It would be encouraging to see him pitch until Torey Lovello decides he doesn't need to pitch and not have it being a cramping issue. But Merrill Kelly's been pitching really well this season outside of one game. And there was good news on Corbin Burnes yesterday. He's throwing a bullpen today, but if that goes well, he's going to make the start on Saturday against the Dodgers. So you're trying to get that top three of the rotation going, and this is the first time in a little while we've had optimism with all three.
Yeah, that really is a great point right there, Luke. This is something that we're waiting for. The Arizona Diamondbacks and their best pitchers to actually go out and start pitching up to their capabilities. I don't think it is too much to ask of Corbin Burnes. The expectation should be high for Corbin Burnes. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
One of the reasons why he's making over $200 million off of this contract, because of just those expectations and how high those expectations should be for Corbin Burnes. For me, the same thing applies to Zach Gallen. I'm sorry. And I know he's had a rough start here. I know that. Yet at the same time, what's his ERA down to right now? It's interesting.
It's
closing
down around 4. Yeah,
4.37.
4.37. Yeah.
Yeah, 4.37 right now. That was from memory too.
Wow,
How about that? I just pulled that out of there.
Things that you
every
remember.
now and then, Basinonians, every now and then. But I'm just saying it's good to see this. And Merrill Kelly once again looking more consistently like Merrill Kelly. This is great. The rotation is going to impact the bullpen as well. The rotation is going to eat more innings. The better they do, the better they perform. Then all of a sudden you don't have to use your bullpen as much. But it's still a situation where, man, it's so important in some games, especially inning number 7, 8, and 9, where you got a guy to come in and be your taser.
Yeah.
Okay? Kevin Ginkel has got to be that guy. My eye right now, Shelby Miller, okay. I think Shelby's your closer right now. I think that's what he's doing. And I think he's going to continue to get that opportunity. I want to see Gink be the taser, where he comes in the 6th inning maybe, comes in the 7th inning. You got trouble, whatever it might be. Gink comes in and settles it all down. That guy, I think, is really, really important in any bullpen. And Gink was that guy for the Arizona Diamondbacks last year. So he can do it again.
Gink,
and that should be our expectation for Gink.
Gink the Taser sounds like a really weird DJ name. Like somebody that's just starting out. Gink the Taser.
No, but you know what? Honestly, don't you think that is a great nickname for a guy instead of a closer?
The Taser? No, I like it.
The Taser.
It almost sounds cooler than the closer, though. That's the only problem. You got to almost kind of...
This is a guy who's a floater. He's not a closer. He's a floater. When it looks like, hey, you know what this game is? This is a pivot point this inning right here. This is a fulcrum point of the game. Get the taser out. Did you ever see somebody get tased, Luke? Do you have any idea what that looks like?
It doesn't look
literally,
super comfortable.
The look on their face, you want to talk about a furrowed brow. Their whole face scrunches like this.
Why don't we have the cameras on Wolf
I'm just saying, when you get tased, that's what happens.
It's a furrowed face at that point?
Yes, it is. And your whole body, and you settle down after that.
Yeah, it's true. Then,
right.
Then the closer comes in and finishes off the game after the other team's been tased.
That's what I'm saying. I love that, man, the terminology. Call him the taser. But Kevin Ginkel.
Gink the Taser.
Gink has got to be that guy. That's what I want to see, too. Man, my expectation coming in was so high for the rotation, of course. We haven't seen that consistency yet. We're starting to see shadows and shades of that consistency right now. We're starting to see it, and that's great. But, man, the back end of the bullpen has been a mess because of injury. We know that. It's been an absolute mess. I'd love to see the bullpen step up. I'd love to see Gink. My eyes are on him now. Not to step up and close, but to be the guy he was last year.
Well, you look at Zach Gallen specifically, too, because this is something we talked about at the start of the season. He went out there and he had a rough outing against the Cubs in the opener, and we were like, okay, I mean, it's possible the Cubs have a pretty good lineup, and as it's turned out, the Cubs do have a really good lineup this season. So, there's no shame in having a outing against the Cubs, but also Zach Gallen, you need him to be an ace on this team. But after that game, we projected ahead on the show. I remember doing this, looking at who he was going to face in his first, basically
That's
8 or
right.
9 starts. Gallen has faced the Cubs, Yankees, Orioles, Brewers, Cubs again, Braves, Mets, and he'll face the Dodgers next.
Would you say that's pretty good?
It's a brutal lineup.
Brutal.
Now, I don't know what to make of it because he pitched better against teams like the Yankees and Mets in that stretch than he did against the Orioles, who have kind of struggled this season, and obviously the Cubs have really gotten to him twice. You can do anything with numbers, right? If you just take the 2 Cubs games out, his ERA and his numbers really aren't bad, but you can't take them out. But where I'm going with all this, Wolf, is after this Dodgers game that Gallen has coming up, he's going to start to face a more reasonable list of opponents. He'll face the Dodgers. He should face them on Sunday if everything goes according to plan. After that, he'll get the Rockies at home. He should get the Cardinals in St. Louis, and then the Pirates at home in late May. So after the Dodgers, and I just read off the list, he's facing the Mets twice, the Cubs twice, the Yankees, the Dodgers, all these teams. He's going to get a bit of a reprieve in terms of lineups he's going to face. Now, I say all that, take it with a grain of salt, because as we've seen from Zach Gallen in a good way in the past, and then negatively this year, it almost doesn't seem to matter who the lineup is. It matters if Zach Gallen is just dealing or if he's in his head out there. But he will now face more reasonable lineups than just all-star lineups every week after this Sunday.
Yes, I agree with that. And once again, I think it brings the best out of Zach Gallen. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. They need more of what they've gotten from him the last 2 starts, and they need Corbin Burns healthy. We didn't even get into the fact that Corbin Burns...
And they need Gank to be Gank. Just saying.
Corbin Burns did point out he got a cortisone shot for the first time in his career. So that's...
Took a little blue juice.
Everything's good, right, Corbin? we don't need to worry about that. All right, we come back over to football. What are the 5 biggest questions surrounding the Arizona Cardinals rookies heading into this upcoming season? We'll dive into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel to watch and listen to exclusive conversations and content. From Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. We all know the Basin is heating up, and maybe you're tired of battling that Arizona sun. You know, you can't sit out on the patio, whatever it may be. Their roll-down patio shades and retractable awnings are the real deal. And I got to tell you right now, it really has helped us at the Wolfley compound with cooler patios, no glare, and really a lot of privacy. They came out to the Wolfley compound and told us what our shading needs were. And I can tell you right now, it's one of the best things that we have done at the compound. They are experts in their industry. And just when the guys couldn't get much better right now, through Memorial Day, for every shade order, All Pro Shade will donate a pair of running shoes to a U.S. service member through their partnership with Shoes for Soldiers. That's right. Go to allproshade.com to book your free estimate today. That's allproshade.com.
Hi, I'm Carol Rice with your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many homeowners move out of necessity, which is why I developed my Guaranteed Multiple Cash Offer program, giving you up to 6 of the best offers, including at least one at 100% of market value, or I'll pay the difference. A fast sale doesn't have to mean settling for one lowball offer. To get multiple offers, call me, Carol Royce, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
Details and disclaimer.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 22 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. New Phoenix Suns general manager Brian Gregory met with the media for the first time yesterday and talked about if Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal could be on the team next season.
You know, I never talk regarding players, contracts, movement, anything like that. I will tell you this, I have a very, very good relationship with both those guys. My main focus right now, to be honest with you, is finding the right head coach for those guys. That's and getting prepared for the draft.
And the Arizona Diamondbacks play the rubber match of their 3-game series with the New York Mets today. First pitch is at 12:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly will get the ball for the D-backs. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Receive a new HVAC quote, send it to State 48 Home Comfort, and save up to 20%. Go online to submit2save.com. That's submit, the number 2, save.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. So how did the D-backs fare in the series finale against the Mets? We'll be reacting after the game on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Field for the Arizona Sports Half-Day Club. D-backs Mets today, the third and final game of the series, the 6th and final meeting between these two teams this season. And we're not even a quarter of the way through the season. And Wolf, I see players on the field now. So we're getting closer. First pitch is at 12:40. I got to say, I was here last night. I felt like the game went pretty fast last night. I never actually looked at the official time, but I'm guessing neither team minded a quick game last night if you're playing an earlier game today. It felt like Zach Gallen was in that routine where, like, when he gets going, the game does move faster when he's rolling along.
All except for that third inning.
Well,
that was it. That was Zach, and I talked to you. You know, walked Lindor, Soto, and Alfonso in order.
Yeah.
Actually walked in a run. You know, I'm
Details.
just saying right now. Exactly. You know, that third inning was, oh no.
Who's Alfonso?
Not again. What did I say?
Alfonso.
Alfonso. Or Alonzo. What did I say? What are you talking
You said
about?
Alfonso, not Alonzo.
Well, whatever. He
Okay.
bought Pete Alonso.
Listen, you know what? Honestly, right now, I meant Alonzo, of course. And you're telling me I said Alfonso.
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, at least I didn't have the reads wrong.
Right. I'm trying to get to football.
Wow,
here.
shots fired.
That's right, Rick.
All right. Things are heating up. Unfortunately, it's only a 2-hour show, so I have to get us back on track. There's a story up on the Arizona Sports website written by our own Tyler Drake, looking at 5 questions surrounding the Cardinals rookies ahead of minicamp. And, Wolf, you had this in your pre-show email. I don't know that we'll get to all 5 right here.
Yeah.
So where do you want to start with these? I kind of want to start with the 4th one. Who makes the bigger impact as a rookie, Walter Nolan or Will Johnson?
That's a great place to start.
I think that's where we start.
First of all, I just thought our web flower did an incredible job. ArizonaSports.com, of course, Basinonians. They do an incredible job, these guys. To me, coming up with this, I thought these were really, really good and poignant questions to ask. Who makes the bigger impact as a rookie, Walter Nolan or Will Johnson? Wow.
Can I put a little twist on it for
Yeah,
the
go
purposes
ahead.
of our conversation? Who do you want to make a bigger impact as a rookie? Because I think for me, I think I just said I think what I think. Walter Nolan is who I would prefer. Step in, be just a disruptive force in the interior of the defensive line. And you know how high I am on Will Johnson and how high I was even before the Cardinals got him. I still can't believe they did get him. I think big picture, he's going to have a monster career. You know, obviously health withstanding, but you can say that about any player. But as far as just right out of the gate next season, I would love to have that pass rush right up the middle because we've seen what it does to the Cardinals when the other team has it.
You know what, right now, Basinonians, I'm just going to say this. I'm really proud of you. I'm really proud of you. You went with the 3 technique. Of course.
Yeah.
What is the most destructive force in the game of football? What is it?
It's a good 3 technique.
It is a great 3 technique. Where a 3 technique, it's going to impact. Oh, you just want to run the ball. That's what you want to do. You just wanted to line up and run the ball in between the tackles. There was just one problem. You couldn't block Aaron Donald. You couldn't block him.
Oops.
Whether you were running at him or away from him, you couldn't block him. And that was the problem. So he messed up your running schemes a lot. Well, you're just trying to actually go through a 7-step drop and throw the ball down the field. You want to protect your quarterback. There was just one problem. It was a 3 technique that was getting up the field constantly and getting pressure in your quarterback's face and moving his feet, maybe even getting a sack. The most destructive force in the football universe is a great 3 technique. And if you told me if you had to pick one guy that you would want from this draft class to shine, it would be Walter Nolan.
It's where everything starts, right?
Everything.
We can talk about, man, I love the Cardinals. I love what they have at safety, and I really like what they've done at corner now over the last couple of years. And, hey, I'm pretty interested in what they have in edge rushers now. You know, questions maybe at linebacker, depending what Cody Simon is or if they bring back Kaiser White. But the other team can't even start their play if you're getting pressure right up the middle to start when they hike the ball.
By the way, once again, what helps a corner? Pressure helps a corner. When you can get pressure on a quarterback, whether you are playing in a zone room as a corner or you are playing man cover as a corner, it helps you. It helps you when you get pressure on the opposing quarterback. That's one of the great things about those who play on the line of scrimmage. On both sides of the ball, Basinonians, I was just talking about this the other day. Offensively as well, you need your offensive line to be good enough to let your skill do what your skill does. That skill is predicated on your offensive line being good enough to do their job and allow that skill to show. Well, it's the same thing defensively as well, man. You want to have a good secondary, you want to have good coverage in that secondary, man, you need pressure on the opposing quarterback. It changes everything. Not sacks. Sacks are great. Hey, you want to have sacks? That's fantastic. But it's not just about sacks. It's about pressure and moving that quarterback's feet, getting him off his mark. Now that helps DBs as well. So again, Walter Nolen is the answer.
You can go to ArizonaSports.com for all these questions, but let's fit another one in here, Wolf. How about this one? This is the second one Tyler has in the story. Will Hayden Conner find himself in the mix at right guard? And it's funny.
You're doing well, man. You are doing really well.
Well, to be fair, Tyler came up with that question, but it's one of those ones where it's like the initial reaction is like, nah, come on, he's a 6th-round pick. You put him in the mix at guard in his rookie year as a 6th-round pick. Yeah, okay, but and I understand that as being the initial reaction, but then you look at what the Cardinals have gotten out of some of their late-round picks through these first 2 drafts with Monty Austinfort in this front office. They picked him for a reason. He's the only offensive player they took. They took 6 defensive players and 1 offensive player out of Texas. So, he's playing good competition in college. Do I expect him to, start at guard this season, Hayden Conner? No, I don't. But they took him for a reason. Do you think he'll be even in the mix during camp?
Yes, is the answer to that.
Definitive. Definitive, yes.
Once again, Connor Hayden, yeah, I get it. Yeah, I do. A 6th-round pick. Yet, here's the thing I love about Connor Hayden. He's a mauler. And when I call him a mauler, that is a guy that historically, brothers, is not a great athlete. He's not a great athlete. He's not. But what he is really good at is when he gets his hands on you, it's over. Okay?
Finish him.
That's right. He's a mauler.
Hayden Conner is the Mortal Kombat guy.
You can't maul somebody unless you get your body on them, unless you get your hands on. You can't maul somebody on a football field until you get your hands on them. A lot of times, that's where the athleticism comes into play. Okay, your feet got to be really good to get yourself in position to put your gut on somebody and then use your butt to move them out. That is really important. There.
Big.
Well, I'm just saying it does because it works on the offensive line. But a mauler is somebody where he's got to get his hands on you. And once he gets his hands on you, he's going to be fine. I like that, and I'll take that.
That's really the question is, will Hayden Conner get drafted by Wolf in Fulcrum football at all during the season?
Man,
that's when you know you've
Hayden Conner, let's go. Bring it.
Join Kyler Murray and friends for the first annual Kyler Murray Foundation Celebrity Softball Game happening May 17th at Salt River Fields. If you want to be there, register now for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets. Just head to the contest page at ArizonaSports.com for all the details and your chance at winning. When we come back to the Suns, could Brian Gregory actually be thinking about keeping Bradley Beal and or Kevin Durant? We'll react to what he had to say about those two next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns' new general manager, Brian Gregory.
My main focus right now is hiring the next head coach of the Phoenix Sun and hiring a great one. I'm not going to give a timetable because I want to make sure that we get this right. Finding that head coach that is aligned. Finding that head coach that has the attributes that are important to us.
We talk about a new horizon for the Suns today on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Arizona's #1 pool builder, Basinonians. Are you looking to build that dream pool? Well, yeah, maybe you are. You need to go with the name Arizona trusts the most, and that is Presidential Pools and Spas as the #1 pool builder in Arizona by volume. They earned my business, and now I'm recommending them to you because of what they did at the Wolfley Compound, Basinonians. I've told you many, many times. They came out and they advised us on what we needed. It was fantastic. And to show their gratitude for military members and first responders right now, they are offering exclusive discounts for military members and first responders, Basinonians. Maybe you're ready to dive in. Well, visit presidentialpools.com. That's presidentialpools.com. Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See for full details and disclaimers.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
DQ presents How to Hit Summer's Sweet Spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our Stack Summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Dan Bickley here, and New Life Dental Implant Center is doing more than giving people new implants and new smiles. They are giving people their dignity and their happiness back. And that's because they offer amazing quality, great convenience, and unbeatable prices, the lowest you are going to find anywhere. And that is how they are transforming the lives of so many people in the Valley, and you can be next. Call 602-855-0000 or online at newsmilearizona.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. You know what you need to start doing more of? You need to start eating more wings. They're good for you. I need to start eating more wings as well. This is pretty much the perfect time to do it, too, because baseball's here. We got games every day now. Plus, you got the hockey playoffs. They're getting intense, down to 8 teams, and every game seemingly goes to overtime now. Plus, you got the basketball playoffs, also down to 8 teams, and we're getting upsets every day now when it comes to basketball. So it's great. Get to Twin Peaks. It really is the perfect solution when you and your friends are looking for somewhere to watch all the action. Grab a table, order some food and drinks, live it up with their wall-to-wall TVs. You won't miss 1 second of the action, which is very important this time of year. And while you're there, enjoy their outstanding food selection. It's not just the wings. They've got a menu made for MVPs, steaks, burgers, loaded fries, spicy chipotle chicken, soups and salads. If you're looking for an appetizer, I highly recommend the chips and queso with the brisket chili mixed in, whatever you need. Twin Peaks has you covered with the great scenery they're known for at 5 convenient Valley locations, so never settle. Stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Angst surrounding the Suns' future not eased by the hiring of Brian Gregory. Zach Gallen continues to stymie New York teams in a win over the Mets. And former Arizona Coyotes NHL team in Utah gets its permanent name. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi.
Do the Coyotes play somewhere else now? I haven't noticed. Felt like that franchise just kind of disappeared when they left here. All right, let's get back into basketball, Wolf, and the Brian Gregory press conference yesterday for the Phoenix Suns. There's a lot. I mean, we could do 4 hours on that, honestly. We really could. We have a shorter show today. I'm sure we'll get back into it tomorrow. There's a lot of sound to react to there. We're kind of just hitting the surface on some of these, but that's because there are so many extremely pivotal jobs in front of whoever the next GM of the Phoenix Suns was going to be, and now it's Brian Gregory, so you have the lack of experience factor working in too, and now all of a sudden it's a very hot-button issue, and everybody's kind of freaking out. He was asked yesterday, though, about 2 of the biggest decisions he's going to make in terms of the actual roster next season. Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal. He was just asked flat out, do you envision them on this team next year?
You know, I never talk regarding players, contracts, movement, anything like that. I will tell you this. I have a very, very good relationship with both those guys. Kevin gave me a nice hug in the weight room the other night when the thing came across Twitter. Had a great dinner with Brad Beal last Thursday, I think it was, and we talked a little bit about summer plans and different things like that. My main focus right now, to be honest with you, is finding the right head coach for those guys. That's and getting prepared for the draft. And that's where my mind is at 20 hours of the 24 hours a day right now.
So, Luke, was there a follow-up question to that? Was there a follow-up question right there?
I believe that is it.
Because it kind of demanded a follow-up question, right?
Well,
he's looking to hire those guys as coach.
Yeah, that's
right now. So is that the assumption moving forward?
I don't know. It really opens a whole different door I didn't expect to have open. Now, I don't know. He says, yeah, I talked to Bradley Beal about summer plans. Did that conversation be like, hey, Brad, you traveling maybe this summer, hanging out with the family, maybe waiving a no-trade clause, maybe, go see the beach or whatever, maybe accepting a trade from us to a different – I don't know how that conversation went. There's no way they're both back, right? I mean, otherwise, then what are the big changes? Because even your GM was kind of here last year. So your only big change would be at coach. And again, I do think that was a change that absolutely had to be made, but it wasn't 100% of the issue last year.
Yeah, for the most part, anything he was going to say about Kevin Durant or Bradley Beal, to me, this is just me, he was going to be speaking some big-time media in that regard.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, he's going to go find the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns, based on Onions. Guess what? Once they hire that guy, he is the coach of Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal.
It's just like Josh Rosen is our quarterback. Remember that?
Right.
Cliff gets here. Yeah, Josh is our quarterback for another hour.
Yes.
But technically it's true.
Technically, it is a true statement. And yet at the same time, I think we all understand he was in a very difficult situation.
Yes.
And had to say basically what he did. Now, again, will you convince me? Could you convince me that Kevin Durant might actually be back? I think that one you could. Bradley Beal, I don't think so.
Yeah, I just can't see Matt Ishbia sitting back and being like, yeah, let's run this out there again. Like, if we feel like we're like, man, I'm kind of losing patience with this, how do you think Matt Ishbia feels when he's just used to winning at everything all the time, and it's his money?
Yeah.
So I would be stunned if Beal is back.
I just think right now the Bradley Beal ebb and flow, and this is no knock on Brad, it's just mama and papa. It is. He can't stay healthy. Has a difficult time staying healthy. That's difficult to build any type of real momentum.
Yeah.
When you're back for 10 games and then you're out for 8 games. And then you're back for 7 games and then you're out for 3-4 more games. It's just very difficult to build any team continuity.
And I think we also saw last year, though, like, let's say you could just magically fix that. Hey, Brad, you're going to play 75 games next year. I think they'd still want to move him just because of what his contract does and how it limits what they can do. If they're trying to make all these changes, they really can't with Bradley Beal here.
Yeah.
The reason I say I think they'd still want to move him is because, KD's contract takes up a lot. Well, KD did play pretty much all of last year until the very end, and he was super effective as a player. And even they are looking at moving, they're looking at moving him. They tried to trade him at the deadline because they need roster flexibility. If you told me one of them would be back, I got to think it's KD.
Yes, absolutely right now. And again, what kind of percentage do I put on that? Maybe 10%. 90% KD is gone, 10%. You could bring him back. Bradley Beal, I believe Bradley Beal is gone, even if they got to eat it.
I think they would almost rather eat the money because then you don't have to attach Ryan Dunn or Oso Ighodaro to him in a trade. And they control that for the most part. They got to talk to Bradley Beal about, the buyout or whatever. But that one, like I said, I would be shocked if Beal's back. But it raises a question, though. I understand that's what Brian Gregory's got to say. He can't sit down his first press conference as the GM and laugh. Like, Beal, no, he's gone. Have you seen his contract? I'm trying to buy him out right now. Like,
that's great. Can you imagine that?
Hey, that would be radical changes.
Bradley.
But if you're looking for a coach, I understand saying to the media and the fans, hey, I'm looking for the right coach for those guys. But behind the scenes, are you really looking for a coach for those guys if they're not going to be here, or are you looking for a coach for what you envision the team looking like next year?
I think that it's definitely going to be looking for a coach that has the same vision you do for the team next year. Not really who's going to be here so much as what you're going to do.
Yeah.
How you're going to play. What your identity is going to be. What your alignment is going to be. I think that is the most important thing right now. It's the culture going forward that has to be embodied by the hire of this head coach, whoever that head coach is. That's what's going to be amazing about it. This guy is going to be in alignment 100%. Alignment is 100% with Matt Ishbia, of course, and Brian Gregory. Whatever the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns is like, he's going to be aligned with them. What does that alignment look like? Again, what is the process? What is the culture? How are you going to put it together? And then will you be able to go out and get players who can model it?
Yeah, I mean, and just as I hear you talking,
there's a lot of moving parts.
It's hard to not be a little like, hey, are you able to do this, man? Like, and I'm not saying he definitely can't. We may look back and be like, wow, we were wrong because we just didn't know. We don't know about this guy. Maybe he comes in and he is a wizard with this stuff. And he does still have other people around him. It's not like everybody else left the organization and, hey, Brian, can you make all these big moves and then turn the lights out on the way out for the summer? It's not like that, but it's just he cannot miss on the head coach. He can't, because they can't fire another head coach a year from now. They needed to fire the previous head coach, but they can't fire another one. And he cannot get the KD thing wrong. You can't. You either need to keep him, and everybody's got to be on the same page, or if you trade him, you can't just be trading him. Hey, I got rid of KD. That's not a success story. A success story is, what did you get back for KD if you move? And I could go trade Kevin Durant, because every other team would take Kevin Durant. It would not be hard for me to trade Kevin Durant. So he's got two monumental tasks in front of him.
And remember, KD basically has a no-trade clause as well in his contract.
Yeah, I mean, he is like the NBA version of it, right?
He's already done it.
Yeah, he's got that clout that, I don't know, maybe 10, 12 players in the league have, but he has it. All right, coming up next, we're going to start getting you ready for this series finale of Dbacks Mets with Dbacks on deck. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks Mets.
3-2 on the way. And a fly ball to center. This should do it. In comes Thomas. Out goes Perdomo. It's Thomas who makes the catch, and the D-backs secure the victory by a final score of 5-1. The offense did what it needed to do, but this was a performance that was driven by right-hander Zach Gallen. He was just magnificent tonight for the Diamondbacks.
The D-backs host the Mets today at Chase Field for the series finale. Coverage starts at noon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Bay Centurions, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Listen, at Aria Dental Implant Center, they believe everyone deserves that smile. Big old smile, man. Don't you want to smile for the camera? Well, led by Dr. Joe with over 20 years of dental implant expertise, their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles with the All-on-4 dental implant treatment. Man, the All-on-4 dental implant treatment is a game changer. With transparent pricing and no hidden fees, they're going to make it simple and cost-effective for you. In most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery, man. Think about that. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve and the care you can trust. Tell them Wolf sent you when you give them a call. By the way, go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
At Fry's, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Fry's, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Fry's. fresh for everyone.
You can save big on 6-packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Dr. Pepper. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Fries, fresh for everyone.
We, the hungry of this burger-loving nation, deserve the Sonic Smasher. Always made to order and hand-smashed into greatness. America, today we smash free. One nation under melty cheese with liberty and a truckload of sauce for all. Meet our Smashinal Burger.
The Sonic Smasher. Live free, eat Sonic. See menu for details.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Have you thought about selling your home? Well, Inc. 5000 just named 72 Sold the #1 real estate firm in the state of Arizona. Why? More money for Arizona home sellers. Our competitors must wonder if we have a secret playbook to get more money for you. Turns out we do, but only for you and only at 72sold.com. Get more money for your home at 72sold.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, life gets busy. How does Liberty GMC help customers stay on the road?
What's up, Dave? We know your time is valuable, and that's why our service department is open late. Drop off your vehicle by 8 p.m., and we'll have it for you ready by the next day. Plus, right now, when you buy 3 tires, you will receive the 4th one free. And if you're looking for a truck, you can enjoy $12,250 off a brand new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500.
Shop and buy online all the time at LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC. We are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. New Phoenix Suns general manager Brian Gregory met with the media for the first time yesterday and talked about if Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal could be on the team next season.
You know, I never talk regarding players, contracts, movement, anything like that. I will tell you this, I have a very, very good relationship with both those guys. My main focus right now, to be honest with you, is finding the right head coach for those guys. That's and getting prepared for the draft.
The Arizona Diamondbacks play the rubber match of their 3-game series with the New York Mets today. First pitch is at 12:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Merrill Kelly gets the start for the Snakes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Yeah, we get the new D-backs on deck out here from Chase Field today. Diamondbacks getting set to take on the New York Mets. And again, Mike Hazen's going to join us next segment out here. It's Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday morning. D-backs 19-17 after the win last night, Wolf. The Mets are 23-14. That's, you know, Diamondbacks already have 3 wins over this New York team. And New York is one of the best teams in baseball this year with that 23-14 record.
Yeah, although they are starting to come back a little bit to earth. Got off to a very, very good start, of course, but now starting to settle a little bit.
I talked to their radio play-by-play guy the other night and brought that up to him, and he's like, yeah, because the Diamondbacks sent them down this path last week when they weren't losing any games, and all of a sudden the Diamondbacks came to New York and won a series from them, and then the Mets struggled against St. Louis, and now they're struggling. I shouldn't say struggling. It's an even series right now, but Diamondbacks have a chance to win it here today. First pitch from Chase Field at 12:40, and of course you can hear that right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Let's get to the pitching matchup. It's brought to you by the Window Depot. More than a window store, visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. It is Merrill Kelly on the mound for the D-backs against Kodai Senga. Senga, this is his 8th start since the 2023 season because he basically missed all of last year, but he's been pretty effective so far this year, Wolf.
Yeah, he really has, Luke. When you look at it right now, the Diamondbacks actually hit against him May 1st. Yeah, May 1st, as a matter of fact. He went 4 innings there, gave up 5 hits, 3 base on balls, an earned run, struck out 6, but he's got an ERA right now that is really, really good. He's done a great job for him, and 1.38 is his ERA. It's truly incredible how well he's pitched for them.
He's given up 5 earned runs over 32 and 2/3 innings this season. And then for Merrill Kelly, we've talked a lot about Merrill. Certainly the biggest issue is as long as he's not facing the Yankees in New York, he's been one of the better pitchers in the National League. The Yankees game was a bad one on April 3rd. There's no getting around that. But in his other 6 starts this season, he's allowed 1 earned run, 2, 1, 1, 2, and 1. He's not giving up runs, Merrill Kelly. The issue is, can he stay on the field as long as his body will let him do it.
Cramping, yes.
It would be huge to just see him go out there and give whatever it ends up being today. 6 innings, allow 1 or 2 runs like he's been doing, but he comes off the field under his own terms, just because he's thrown 90 pitches or whatever, and they want to pull him for that, not because of cramping.
Yeah, and Kodai Senga as well. He's got a pretty good whip of 1.16. Merrill Kelly 1.06,
and that's with that bad Yankee game mixed in.
Exactly.
If you pull that out, I can't do the math off the top of my head, but in that Yankee game,
he would be under.
Yeah,
1.
His whip basically in the Yankees game was just under 4 because he walked 3 and allowed 9 hits in 3 2/3 innings. So, yeah, I mean, in the other games, he's not really putting guys on base. He's getting outs. It's just a matter of can he stay on the field. Let's get to the injury report. It is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. Torey Lovello spoke to the media ahead of yesterday's game. He gave some updates on Justin Martinez, A.J. Puck, and Kendall Graveman, who are all on the injured list but making some progress.
Puck and J. Mart are getting close to their throwing program. I cleared that up yesterday. I know what I told Nick in Philly. I got a little ahead of myself, so I think they're going to both initiate a throwing program a little bit later this week. Graveman Wednesday, and that is about it. In Reno. Graveman, Reno, Wednesday.
So, maybe some progress there, certainly for Graveman. And it does sound like there's some cautious optimism with Justin Martinez, which would obviously be huge. Also, Gabby Moreno was scratched from yesterday's lineup. He wasn't originally he was going to be in, not Jose Herrera. Torey Lovello spoke about that as well.
Gabby's okay. So, we knew that he was a little bit sore from the tag play at home plate. There was a little bit of an extension. He landed. Fell down, landed on his left side. So he was just a little sore. His entire left side of his body was a little sore. We were trying to work through that with him today. But I made the decision that it was the best thing to keep him off of his feet, just give him a day to recuperate. He'll be day to day. We'll see how he feels tomorrow. But he was available. If we needed him tonight, I just felt like I need to play a little bit of catch up with his health.
And then starter Corbin Burns, who didn't start Monday, that's when Ryan Nelson was in, is still on track, it looks like, to start Saturday against the Dodgers. Corbin Burns talked about his own progress.
I did. I got an injection. First time I've done it. So I have no idea what the whole process of all that goes. But things have been good.
Cortisone?
Mm-hmm. All right, so take that for what it's worth.
I love that right there, the way that he said that. The first time. That's the first time he's gotten an injection?
Yeah, I mean, that's good, but it's also
really, really good.
I don't want to be in uncharted territory here.
To me, Luke, he seemed almost a little proud of the fact he got an injection.
He's like, I'll be there. I'll be there.
A little cortisone right there. Yeah, got the injection.
Saturday.
Yeah, you know what? Hopefully he's going to be back in the saddle, so to speak, and he's going to be fine going forward.
Sounds like he's good for that Dodgers series, which is coming up starting tomorrow. Let's get to the keys to the game.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master.
I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Dbacks Keys to the Game. Brought to you by G2G Protein Bars. G2G Protein Bars. Complete grab-and-go goodness. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or Bash's'.
Wolf, my biggest key to the game, something we've already talked about, just Merrill Kelly, being Merrill Kelly and being able to come out of the game on his own terms. Because when he has been able to pitch this season, he really has been one of the best pitchers in the National League. He truly has. We just went through his numbers. Even with that Yankees game, his numbers are good now. So he's been locked in. I think they have a lot of confidence in him, not just based on this season, but what they've seen from him in his entire time with the D-backs. But they could use a performance from him like they got from Zach Gallen last night, and he's more than capable of doing it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I would say keys to the game: score more runs than the Mets. That is the biggest key to the game right there. Ron Wolfley reporting.
I got to write that down.
You know what's amazing about this, Luke? I heard this on the broadcast yesterday.
My sources.
Yeah, no. There are no sources. It was Bert, of course, on the broadcast yesterday, and he was talking about another comeback win for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
Have you seen this? They're number 2 in the league in comeback wins.
I believe it.
Number 2. You think about it. They've had 12. The Dodgers, of course, the Dodgers. They've got 13. Interesting.
You ready for the series to
so
start tomorrow?
So if they get down, you know what? Hey, I love that. A little bit of a pattern, maybe, of coming back and winning games. Show a little toughness.
All right,
I like that.
Speaking of the Dodgers, let's take a look at the MLB standings. They are brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. And yeah, the Dodgers are in first place for now in the NL West. This division really isn't letting up, Wolf. The Dodgers are 24-12. San Diego's 23-12. The Giants are 23-14. The Diamondbacks are 19-17, which would put you right near the top of most of these divisions. And they're not that far out in the NL West, but it's still a 4-team race. Still kind of waiting for the Giants to drop off, and they haven't yet. So, all right. That was D-backs on deck. When we come back, we'll talk to the Diamondbacks general manager, who is standing right here. Mike Hazen will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-backs on Deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high, deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
We, the hungry of this burger-loving nation, deserve the Sonic Smasher. Always made to order and hand-smashed into greatness. America, today we smash free. One nation under melty cheese with liberty and a truckload of sauce for all. Meet our Smashinal Burger.
The Sonic Smasher. Live free, eat Sonic. See menu for details.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Upgrade with new windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom order windows to fit your style and budget. With our exclusive SI window brand, made right here in the USA, you'll get a full lifetime warranty, including glass replacement, for ultimate peace of mind. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you and start your project today. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Dan Bickley with My Guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns Walt's TV and Appliance. And Bear, you guys put the big in big screen televisions.
That's right. We have the largest TVs in the valley, like our jaw-dropping 115-inch model. It's an experience you have to see to believe.
Wow. And if I need my new TV delivered or installed?
Speedy delivery, full installation, you name it. We've got it covered.
Don't forget, drop my name. You're going to get a 3-year warranty for free or 10% off installation labor.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance. And you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Are you afraid of running out of money in retirement? If so, you're not alone. In fact, studies show it's people's #1 concern, but there is a solution. Canvas Annuity offers a retirement savings product with one of the most competitive crediting rates in the country, up to 6.2% per year. The best part is you can get access to these industry-leading rates online in a few simple steps by visiting canvasannuity.com. Great rates, simple online products.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Front Office Focus with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement.
All right, we're back here at Chase Field. It is Wolf and Luke getting ready for D-backs Mets here coming up, the final game of this 3-game series and the final meeting between these two clubs this season. And we're out here. It's the half-day sports club for Arizona Sports. We're out here at Cold Beer and Cheeseburgers, and we're pleased to be joined right now by the Diamondbacks general manager, Mike Hazen, in person. Mike, thank you for the time. How's it going?
It's going good. Didn't get a cold beer or a cheeseburger.
Oh,
you guys would at least got me lunch.
Well, that's because you're too busy working out every morning.
Wolf took all the cheeseburgers. So
you probably ate lunch at 10 a.m.
No, just a constant into the pantry every day.
Yeah,
yes.
Wolf just eats coffee for all of his meals, as you can see right there.
I appreciate that.
How are you doing, Mike?
I respect that.
How are you, though? Do you respect being 19 and 17?
I respect it.
You respect it?
I respect it. It's not my favorite, but I do respect it. I think, the division is the division. We've all seen it. We've talked about it. Who cares? We haven't played in a division game yet. We'll get into the division. We've gone to the East Coast 3 times. It's not an excuse. It is a little crazy that all 3 of our road trips have gone to the East Coast, which I like. Get it out of the way in April. That's a lot of travel. It's a lot of stuff that's kind of gone on that we've had to deal with. We haven't played our best baseball. We need to start playing our better baseball. We're in a really good run of really good teams right now, and so we're see how we stack up, and I like that. But they play hard. They work hard. I like the team. We need to continue to clean up things on the bases and defensively, specifically for me. But they're all working, and I know with work and with time and given the talent, they'll keep getting better, and that's what I like.
Being here yesterday, the last couple of days, really, there was such just a vibe of, man, it'd be great if Zach Gallen could go deep into the game, because you're not expecting that from Ryan Nelson on Monday. I mean, just given his role, you're not expecting 7 innings from him, but for Gallen to pitch the way he did and to put you guys in position to win, but also to save the bullpen, how big was that for you?
Yeah, look, once Corbin was missing a start and we weren't going to IL him, it's putting a lot of stress on the pen, which is good because we don't want to lose Corbin for more starts than we need to, which it looks like that's going to happen, which is awesome. But it did put some stress on the pen to kind of go through a man down, which we wanted to try to do from a global perspective. And so those guys have had to work quite a bit. We've tried to roll through some extra arms to make sure that the pen is protected. But the number one thing in keeping those guys where we need to is having the starting pitchers go deep. And on the whole for this season, we are up there in the top of the league with starting pitchers working deep into games. I like that. We talked about it before the season. It's going to be something that is hugely beneficial as you move through the year. Those bullpen innings and appearances tack on. They build up on those guys. We've had seasons where we've led the league in appearances with multiple guys this early, and those guys in July and August and September, they're not the same. And so we've worked really hard for that. But the number one way that all that works is having starts like we got last night, and he pitched his butt off and against a really good team. I think this is one of the best teams in the league, if not the best team on a given night, in my personal opinion. I think they're deep. I think they're balanced. I think they do everything well, and he really shut them down.
So, Mike, when you look at the bullpen right now, man, it's hard to evaluate it. It really is because of all the injuries, of course, that you've had right now. Some guys like Kevin Ginkel as well coming back from injury, working his way through the season right now. How do you evaluate the bullpen? Where do you rate it right now? How concerned are you?
I'm not overly concerned. I think we have a lot of good arms still. I still think this bullpen on the whole is more talented and deeper than the bullpens we've had in the past. Juan Murillo is a good example for me. He has a really interesting arm. We haven't brought those types of guys up into the pen. J. Mart was like that a couple years ago. So we're starting to see some of those guys that are young and not quite ready yet to handle maybe the full leverage role, but can come in and blow guys away. So I like that. That's something that's going to pay us dividends down the road. You saw with Jamison earlier. He's still working through some things. But that group I like from the underbelly of the bullpen. It's a stronger, deeper group than we've had. I think Shelby's awesome. I think Beeks has been really good. I think Thompson is Thompson. He's a steady Eddie guy. And so as we get Graveman coming back next probably, then J-Mart, then probably Puck as we move into the summer, that group should get better and better and better. And then we'll see where we get to at the deadline and what we need and where we go. So I like the group. They've taken on some water. They've had to work a lot. I think if we can start getting our starters stretched out a little bit more and keeping their workload a little more spaced out, Tori and I talk about this a lot. We play in a lot of close games. That puts a lot of pressure on the big boys in the back, right? They're pitching back to back, 3 out of 4s. So we're going to need to space that workload out a little bit. But again, it all starts back from if our starters can go into the 6th and 7th inning, we're going to be in good shape in the long term.
Talking to Mike Hayes, and Mike, there have been a lot of quirks with the schedule so far, but one that doesn't get talked about a ton is you're in the middle of a stretch here where you're playing 16 games in 16 days. And with everything you're talking about as far as keeping the bullpen fresh and balancing things around, how difficult is that in the middle of a stretch like that where, we're over 2 straight weeks where there is no break. Yeah. You have to kind of reset
it
almost
magnifies.
in a game.
Yes, it magnifies all of it. And you get a couple of these a year, and I hate it on day one of this cycle. You get your last day off, and then you look at it and you're like, oh, man, how are we going to get through this? And because you feel for the guys. You know that they all walk in every day, and they're like, I'm good. Pitch me. 3 days in a row, I'm good. I want to pitch. Shelby Miller comes in and says, I want to pitch every single day. And that's great. We love that, but it's not what's going to be best for the team or for him. So we need to make sure that we're spacing that out to make sure he's the freshest and can stay healthy as long as possible during the year and effective. Going through this cycle, if you play a lot of close games and you're in these games, the first game in New York is like the easiest type of game to play because you're only playing 8 and you're not shoving guys out there, right? But we don't play a lot of those games, and so when you go through the cycles of 16 in a row, it puts a lot of strain in the middle part of that. And again, if you can get your starting pitchers to work deep, it takes a lot of that pressure off. Or if your offense can create enough of a gap offensively to where you're able to throw your long man in up situations, that's also beneficial. That doesn't happen a ton, but those are also an outcome that if the offense can push it on a given day, that can also take a lot of stress off the bullpen.
So, Mike, the Justin Martinez situation, I was talking a little bit with you off the air about this thing right here. It seems like a bit of a mystery. Is it a mystery to you guys as to what is going on?
Not really. Look, we worked him pretty hard. He had a little shoulder soreness for 3 or 4 days. That sort of rectified itself. He came back. His velocity was down a little bit. I think we were more concerned with the drop in velocity because in some cases that can be indicative of something. So, and obviously we're going to take very good care of this guy. So we shut it down. His mechanics look like they were off a little bit. He's dropping his arm a little. Again, all things that we want to make sure we're staying on top of. We got the MRI. It looked good. And I think he's going to build his way back. He's itching and ready to get back on the mound. We're going to get him back throwing again. It shouldn't be a long downtime because he hasn't been down a long period of time. But, look, guys that throw 102 miles an hour, you got to be mindful and careful of their shoulder and their elbow. And we want to make sure that we keep this guy in a good spot. The bullpen guys have gotten worked. And, I think that's one of those cases where we were in a lot of games early in April, and he got worked AJ got worked, and we just had to take a quick step back. So everything looks good so far, but yeah, I mean, I think our understanding of the velocity drop is a little bit more mechanically based, and maybe got into a little bit of a bad habit, and got coming back from a little shoulder soreness. We'll see what happens once he gets back on the mound.
So, Mike, I'm a big believer in the psychology of sports.
Yeah.
I would imagine you are as well.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes human beings get in the way of themselves.
Sure.
Okay, because they're people. Sports psychology. There's nothing psychological as to what is going on with J-Mart, in your opinion.
Neither you or I is even remotely qualified to. I'm just kidding. Both of us. Let's amateur psychoanalyze.
No, I'm saying you have people that would be able to talk to you.
I think when I look at what was happening when he was on the mound, he said he felt fine. We saw mechanical things happening under the hood, and his velocity was down a little bit. Like that was the root of it. He was getting taken out at 97 miles an hour. Usually that ball's 101. Okay, that 4-mile-an-hour drop in velocity allowed Tyrone Taylor to hit a ball out of the park against him. That, I think it's probably more mechanics and things along those lines. Yes, that's what we think it is right now. But we'll see when he gets back on the mound and starts revving the engine back up again. He was coming off of a little bit of a shoulder soreness, so there was something there. Yeah. We didn't think it was a full-blown injury, but there was something there that he was dealing with for a few days. So all of that stuff has now calmed down, and we're getting ready to kind of restart and go forward again. So, no, I think he's in a good spot.
That's great.
Mentally, he's pushing us. He wants to get on the mound, I think, yesterday, and we're kind of like, no, we're going to go through the process.
Swag,
he does.
He does. Got that.
And he wants to be the closer, and he wants to be there at the end of the game. All really good things for us.
Mike, we always appreciate this. Thank you so much. Good luck today, all right?
Yeah, it's good seeing you guys.
All right, that's Mike Hazen joining us right there. That's it for our show, too. Thanks to Rick and Jamal. For Wolf on Luke, we got D-backs and Mets next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Diamondbacks Front Office Focus, brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement. Arizona Sports.